Chapter 1390. With the change of light and shadow, the figures of Sei Ito, Yi, and Shinya appeared not far from the cave where Baventer was hiding. "Follow me," Sei Ito said softly. Shinya and Yi didn't speak and quietly walked towards the entrance of the cave with Sei Ito. As they had previously explored, the huge cave entrance that could allow 3 or 4 people to pass through side by side was covered by rows of dark green vines, hiding the entrance of the cave. Sei Ito, who was walking in front, waved his arm, and a pale white crescent-shaped wind blade visible to the naked eye instantly flew out and cut the vines at the entrance of the cave, cutting the vines from the middle. "Ha!" The broken vines fell heavily to the ground. Sei Ito and the other 2 didn't stop and walked towards the depths of the cave. "Not good. An enemy has come." At the same time, in the depths of the cave, a young man wearing black trousers, a white shirt, a red tie around his collar, and a pair of round rimless glasses on his face suddenly spoke. Because of his sparse hair, he gave off the feeling of being old-fashioned and treacherous. This person was called a psychopath by Sei Ito, a non-combatant of the Bavender clan who was responsible for surveillance. "You sure?" The Grim Reaper? An old man wearing a black and gray suit, with gray hair neatly combed back, a stooped body, and many age spots on his face, holding a withered wooden cane in both hands, asked. His name was You Sure Do, and he was the oldest of all the Baventer. At the same time, he was also one of the most ambitious people. He had the ambition to replace Sho Wushin as the leader of the Baventer clan. The puppet was a huge whale that looked like a wooden sculpture. It could freely swim in the ocean formed by space and launch the Keto ability used by the Grim Reaper it swallowed. "No, it's a young man and 2 young women." Yushur, who was monitoring the entire cave through his glasses, replied. "Since it's not the Grim Reaper, what's there to worry about? Just kill them." He was wearing a blue sleeveless tights and a pair of pants of the same color. His waist was tied with a black cloth belt. He was thin and had a sinister look in his eyes. His short red hair had been combed very well, and he said with an indifferent look on his face. This person was Ma Xiao, who Sei Ito called the abnormal man. He was good at physical arts and could fight with Soi Fan in the original anime. The puppet was a necklace around his neck. When used, it was planted in the ground like a seed to reproduce. It could also live in other people's bodies and control them. The puppet's head was like a mouse, and its lower body was like a plant. "Which one of us will go?" He was wearing a white shirt, a black tie, and a black shoulder-length jacket. He had short hair and a thin mustache on his chin. Overall, he gave off the feeling of an English gentleman and a tavern owner. This person's name is. Like Toshi-Do, he had the ambition to replace Sho Dajin as the leader of the Bavender clan. The puppet was a pocket watch chain inside his clothes. Its ability was to whip the puppet to the ground, and the traces left behind would turn into snakes to attack people. "Although they're not the Grim Reaper, I didn't say they were ordinary people," Yushur said discontentedly. And the Baventer who stayed in the cave were stunned. The man among the 3. He can release a wind blade-shaped attack with one hand. "I observed carefully, it's definitely not the Keto," Yushur continued to state. "Interesting." A glimmer flashed in Yuta Kawashi's eyes. He laughed sinisterly. 3 people? Then Leeds and I will go and meet them." Ma Xiao, who was sitting on a rock, jumped to the ground and said. Then he strode towards the direction where Sei Ito and the others came from. Regarding Ma Xiao's words, whether it was Toshi-Do, Yuta Kawashi, or Gu Hagong, who didn't care about their discussion, they all had no objections and let Ma Xiao leave. In this way, one went in and the other took the initiative to greet them. Sei Ito and the others soon met with Ma Xiao. But unlike before, the necklace on Ma Xiao's neck was gone. Instead, it was replaced by a puppet that was only the length of an adult's forearm. The lower body was a green plant, the bottom of the neck was a yellow flower, and the head was a rat's head. Seeing the appearance of Ma Xiao, Sei Ito and the others stopped. "This road is blocked." Ma Xiao, who had one hand on his waist, laughed strangely. At the dinner table before coming, Yi, who knew that Sei Ito, didn't intend to directly attack, and Yi and Zhenyi looked at each other. Then, Yi said, "Sister, let me have this person. I can use him to test my recent cultivation situation." "All right." Zhenyi thought about it and nodded in agreement. "Huh, you actually want to use me as an opponent to test your cultivation. You really don't know what death is," Ma Qiao sneered. Don't know what death is, Ma Qiao's puppet, the rat-headed leads, repeated in a shrill voice. "We still don't know who will win." Yiye's right hand touched the black wrist ornament on her left wrist, and a Japanese-style katana appeared in her palm. She lightly waved it to her side as she looked at Ma Qiao. "Who are you?" Ma Qiao frowned and asked. Because of Yiye's inexplicable method of retrieving the katana, Ma Qiao subconsciously thought that Yi, Zhenyi, and Sei Ito were members of the Grim Reaper. However, Ma Qiao couldn't sense the aura of the Grim Reaper from them, so he was a little uncertain. So, he couldn't help but ask. "Wanderers passing by," Sei Ito replied faintly. Wanderers don't have the same ability as you." Ma Qiao snorted coldly. "But since you don't want to say, then I won't ask. Go to hell." As soon as he finished speaking, Leeds, who was sitting on Ma Qiao's shoulder, immediately flew out, turning into a yellow light that flew toward Yi. Yiye's eyes narrowed, and he waved his katana to meet it. Squeak! Leeds let out a rat-like squeak and flew out. "Leeds!" Ma Qiao frowned and said angrily. At the same time, Leeds, who had been sent flying, hit the wall of the cave and immediately took root on it like a seed. Then, like a mutated plant that had been exposed to radiation, it quickly grew. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a huge vine that was as thick as an adult's arm. It whipped toward Yi, Zhenyi, and Sei Ito like a snake. Sei Ito stretched out his hand to grab Zhenyi's waist and jumped back. Yi, on the other hand, held the hilt of his katana with both hands, straightened his katana with the kendo opening style, raised his arms high, and slashed down. Pooh! In an instant, a silver light flashed, and the thick vine was immediately cut in half, flying past Yiye's body. Yi has improved so much. Now he doesn't even need to use the katana to perform the silent slash. Zhenyi, who had taken in the scene before him, sighed softly. The so-called silent slash was a swordsmanship technique that could be mastered when one's swordsmanship reached a high level. Its characteristic was that in the instant the katana was swung and stopped, it would be as if all sound in the world had disappeared. It was a very mysterious state. Then, Yi stomped his feet, dashed toward Ma Qiao, and slashed at him with his katana. As someone who could fight against Soifeng, a physical expert who specialized in melee combat, Ma Qiao's reaction speed was naturally very fast. His body leaned backward as if he had no bones, brushing past Yiye's katana and dodging the attack. Then, he straightened his body and attacked Yiye's chest. Yi raised his left hand and turned his palm outward to block Ma Qiao's attack. Then, he closed his 5 fingers and used his strength to twist Ma Qiao's arm away. At the same time, he released his right hand that was holding the katana. His palms circled around the katana's hilt, and he grabbed the katana's hilt again. Then, he used the katana's hilt to push it toward Ma Qiao's chest. Ma Qiao stretched out his hand to stop Yiye's attacking right forearm. Then, he jumped up and kicked Yiye's chest with all his might. Bang! Yi, who couldn't dodge in time, was sent flying by Ma Qiao's kick. Fortunately, when Yi knew that he couldn't dodge, he used flow and hard to gather his chi in front of his chest. Therefore, although the sound of the kick was loud, Yi didn't feel the slightest bit of damage. However, just as Yi was flying backward, the 2 thick vines that he had cut off earlier suddenly exploded, turning into dozens of rat-headed dolls that flew toward Yi, as well as Sei Ito and Shinyi, who were watching the show from afar. Sei Ito released a flame to burn the dolls that flew in front of Sei Ito and Shinyi. However, Yi, who was the main focus, couldn't do it. His chi circulated throughout his body, strengthening and defending his body to the maximum extent. It's just that Ritz's attack wasn't purely physical, but also had a special nature, so after holding on for 2 or 3 seconds, there was still one that broke through Yiye's Nikki defense and planted itself on her body. In an instant, Yi felt the changes in his body. It was becoming uncontrollable. You feel it, don't you? Ma Qiao, who was walking like a cat, looked at Yi and smiled sinisterly. Yi didn't answer. Instead, he frowned and tried to think of a way to regain control of his body. It's useless. Unless you kill me, you won't be able to regain control of your body from Li's control. Ma Qiao, who seemed to know what Yi was doing, said with a smug look on his face. Then Ma Qiao pointed at Sei Ito and Xin Yi and ordered, "Now it's up to you to kill them. Don't even think about it," Yi said through gritted teeth. However, even though she said that, her body still rushed towards Sei Ito and Xin Yi uncontrollably. Dragon's eyes. In the next second, Yi's eyes immediately changed from the original brown human eyes to the vertical pupils of a beast that emitted a golden light. A violent aura emanated from Yi's body. Squeak. As if it had been frightened by something or for some other reason, Leeds, who was planted on Yi's body, suddenly let out a scream of fear. During this scream, Yi temporarily regained control of his body. Chapter 1391. P.S. Thanks to Phantom Dust, Sirius 3 stars, Goldenson, Hell Aristocrat, and Boring Sage for their precious monthly votes. Thanks to NXCX 157747860 and Halcyon for their tips. P.S. Dad is finally out of the hospital. Leeds. Ma Qiao frowned when he saw this, and a strange spiritual pressure erupted from his body. Under the support of this spiritual pressure, the flower-bodied, rat-headed doll, Leeds, screamed again and regained control of Yi's body. However, compared to before, the current state of control was very unstable, and Yi was constantly disturbed by the wild nature of the dragon eye. Yi rushed in front of Sei Ito and Zhen Yi, waving his blade. Zhen Yi, open the dragon gate. Sei Ito raised his hand to block Yi's blade, then rushed in front of Yi. He used his hands and legs to restrain Yi's unstable body, then turned his head and shouted at Zhen Yi. Tenzo Dragon Gate, open. Zhen Yi shouted, and an inexplicable feeling appeared in her body. Then, Zhen Yi took a step and instantly appeared behind Yi. He reached out and grabbed the doll, Leeds, that was planted on Yi's back. Leeds screamed in fear as he was grabbed by Xenia. Leeds. Ma Qiao shouted from not far away. No matter how he urged his spiritual pressure for Leeds to absorb to increase its resistance, he was unable to let Leeds escape from Zhen Yi's hands. He could only release a large amount of spiritual droplets from the Tenzo Dragon Gate. He was closing in on death. Damn it! Ma Qiao cursed in a low voice and rushed to Zhen Yi's front in 2 steps. He waved his hand and attacked. Zhen Yi raised one of his legs and blocked Ma Qiao's attack. In an instant, Sei Ito released one of his palms and used the renounced chant to release Dao Breaker 63, Blue Flame Fall, at Ma Qiao. Boom! Amidst the violent explosion, Ma Qiao was sent tumbling backwards in a somewhat sorry state. What are you guys waiting for? Hurry up and come. Ma Qiao, who had regained his balance, shouted. I wonder which guy, said to hand it over to him. As soon as Ma Qiao finished speaking, an old voice echoed in the cave. Then, a huge brown wooden whale suddenly rushed out of the rocks above the cave. It opened its mouth and bit down on Sei Ito, Zhen Yi, and Yi. With a thought, Sei Ito brought Zhen Yi and Yi away from the whale's mouth and appeared in the forest outside the cave. Sei Ito turned his head and looked at the puppet Leeds in Zhen Yi's palm, which was gradually becoming transparent. Then, with a thought, he teleported again and disappeared with Zhen Yi and Yi. A second after they left, a huge shadow suddenly appeared on the ground. A brown wooden whale emerged from the shadow. Minato and Ma Qiao both stood on the whale's back. Quick, over there. Ma Qiao pointed in a direction with a panicked expression. Hearing this, Minato gently tapped the walking stick in his hand, and the wooden whale immediately sank into the shadow and disappeared. It hurriedly chased after Sei Ito and the others underground. With regard to space, Sei Ito, who controlled the power of space, was sensitive to its changes. So, whenever Minato and his whale puppet Paula were about to appear, Seito would use instant transmission to take them away one step ahead of them, causing Minato and Ma Qiao's pursuit to fall through. After 3 or 4 times, Ma Qiao, who was on the whale Paula's back, suddenly grabbed his head with both hands and screamed. He squatted down with a dull expression, his eyes staring blankly at something. It turned out that just now, Ma Qiao's puppet, Leeds, finally couldn't resist the power of Zhang Ye's Amaterasu dragon sect, and turned into a pile of ownerless free spirits floating in the air. But it had to be said, Bavinter's puppet was worthy of being a product of spirit aggregation. Its quality and density were far beyond ordinary. If it were an item made of low-level spirit energy from other worlds, it wouldn't have taken such a long time. It would have long been turned into spirit by the Amaterasu dragon sect. Phew, thank you, sister. Yi, who finally got rid of Leeds' control, exhaled softly, turned to look at Zheng Yi, and thanked her. Be careful next time. I won't always be by your side, Zheng Yi admonished. I know, sister, Yi responded obediently. Then he smiled, turned to look at Seito, and continued, I believe that Ah-Chung will save me when the time comes. Seito heard this and stretched out his finger to flick Ye's forehead. Ouch! Yi pretended to reach out and cover his forehead in pain, with a pitiful look on his face. But it's strange, when I was in the Dragon Eye state, I couldn't connect with this world's dragon, Yi said to himself with some doubt. The dragon that Yi spoke of was actually the so-called information of heaven and earth. It was the necessary condition for the full power of her Dragon Eye. If she couldn't connect with this world's dragon, other than the most basic actions, such as foresight of the future, the present, the past, and the invisible control of heaven and earth spirit energy, she couldn't achieve it. It's probably the world's suppression. After all, we're all outsiders and our power systems are different. It's normal for Hairless to connect with the dragon. Seito thought for a moment and said, of course, other than this reason, it's probably because the energy level of this world is too high. Your spiritual power hasn't reached the point where you can freely control it. So the dragon, I instinctively blocked the connection with the dragon. Oh, Yi nodded thoughtfully. I think both situations exist. At the very least, when I used the power of that thing in the Amaterasu Dragon Gate, I felt that it was very difficult. However, I could clearly feel that the nature of this power is the same as a part of the power I have. There's no rejection between different powers, but in terms of purity, it's much higher than the power I currently have. It's close to 1 or 2 levels. Zheng Yi, who also thought of something, said. Seito nodded, agreeing with Zheng Yi's deduction. What do we do now? Yi, who had temporarily put aside his thoughts, asked again. Take advantage of his illness. Take his life. Let's go back and take down Bavinter. Seito looked in the direction of the cave, where Bavinter was, and sneered. Okay, Yi replied confidently. Zheng Yi didn't care about this suggestion. Zheng Yi naturally had no objections. She allowed Seito to bring her and Yi back to the outside of the cave. They walked through the entrance and into the depths of the cave. Halfway through, Rakudo and his puppet whale, Paula, rushed out of the pitch-black cave's rock arm and opened its mouth to bite Seito and the other two. Seito, Yi, and Zheng Yi all moved at the same time and escaped from Paula's mouth. However, at that moment, a few pitch-black snakes that were almost the same color as the dark cave shot toward Zheng Yi, who happened to land nearby. Zheng Yi, who felt the cold wind, nimbly dodged the black snake's attack. At the same time, she reached out and grabbed one of the snake's bodies and threw it toward the other. Then, she spun around and faced the black snakes. She formed a seal with both hands and shouted, Akalanatha, Fire World Curse. In an instant, a rapidly spinning scarlet flame appeared in the cave and swept toward the 2 black snakes. On the other side, Paula, who had missed again, plunged into the cave's rock wall. She disappeared. Seito narrowed his eyes and carefully sensed the changes in the surrounding space. At the same time, an Iron Man with an incomplete lower body jumped down from Paula's body and swooped down toward Yi. Eat my fist! The Iron Man shouted with great momentum as he swung his fist at Yi. After suffering a loss, Yi, who no longer dared to underestimate Bavinter and their strange puppets, did not hesitate. He immediately opened his dragon eye, stepped back, and turned around. A midsection Iato was slashed out by Yi horizontally. Bang! In an instant, a sound of iron rang out, and a blade marked several inches deep immediately appeared on its body. Damn it! How dare you destroy Master Daruku's beautiful body? Go to hell! Seeing that his body was injured, the narcissistic Daruku immediately exploded. While flying to attack Yi, he shouted angrily. Yi's face revealed a wild smile, like a carnivore seeing its prey. While nimbly dodging the attacks of the Iron Man Daruku, who was divided into several sections, he swung his blade and slashed at the enemy. Chi-chi. At this time, a few soft sounds rang out in the cave. Under the burning of the immovable Wisdom King's Fireworld curse, the two black snakes did not last long before they lost all their vitality and turned into spirit droplets and disappeared. Whoosh! At this time, a sound broke through the air and whipped toward Zhenye's back. Zhenye moved his feet and rushed forward, dodging the black shadow's cold whip. Bang! The missing black shadow directly smashed into the ground, creating a 2-finger-wide crack in the hard rock ground. In the next second, the crack on the ground squirmed slightly. A black snake that he had seen before once again appeared in the cave and charged toward Zhenye. Bang, bang, bang. Then, 3 more muffled sounds rang out. 3 more black snakes emerged from the new crack and also charged toward Zhenye. Seeing this, Zhenye flipped his right hand, and a long blade with strange patterns on its surface appeared in his hand. He waved his arm and slashed at the black snake. Clang, 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 clang. The clear sound of metal clashing immediately echoed in the cave. At this time, Taro Du and his puppet Paula, who had been hiding, suddenly rushed out from under Seito's feet. They opened their mouths and swallowed him into their bodies. They disappeared into the rock wall above the cave. But in the next second, there was a loud boom. Seito's figure appeared in the cave along with the scattered rock wall rubble. Plop! At the same time, Taro Du's old body fell from the broken rock wall and heavily hit the ground. How is this possible? Taro Du looked at Seito in shock and asked in a trembling voice, "Do you think you're the only one in the world who has mastered spatial ability?" Seito sneered as he cast spatial power on Taro Du, forming a sealing technique to cover him. Through the power of the technique, he shrunk Taro Du and took him into his hand. Then he turned his palm and put Taro Du away. It turned out that the moment Taro Du's puppet Paula swallowed Seito instantly summoned the divine blade in his body, celestial clouds. He stimulated the round energy in his body to transform into spatial power and slashed out with Getsuga Tensho. At this time, Paula, who was using spatial movement, did not have any defensive power. In addition, it was a spatial attack, so under the collision of the 2 different types of attack power, Paula's body was immediately swept into the explosion of spatial turbulence. She was transferred to an unknown space and spat out Seito and Taro Du after getting rid of Taro Du, who liked to sneak attack. Seito turned his attention to Zhenye and Yi. After fighting a few rounds with those black snakes, Zhenye, who finally grasped the location of the black snake's master through the sound of breaking air, suddenly spun around, shook off the black snake, and rushed into the depths of the cave. Then, 2 to 3 seconds later, the sound of fierce fighting came from the depths of the cave. However, this fighting sound did not last long. After about half a minute, it quieted down again. However, the 4 black snakes that existed before seemed to have lost the supply of power and exploded, turning into free spirits and dissipating in the air. Probably noticing Seito and Zhenye's movements, Yi, who had been fighting the Iron Man that scattered and regrouped from time to time, had a golden light in his dragon eyes. He inexplicably slashed at the position in front of him. In an instant, the Iron Man's movements suddenly stopped, and then suddenly collapsed into dozens of scattered iron fragments of varying sizes, falling to the ground with a clatter. Seeing this, Ito understood that Yi must have used the image of fate that he had gathered from the Iron Man's information to complete the killing of the Iron Man by shattering it. Huff, 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 huff. Yi, who had put away his dragon eyes, stood in place and gasped for breath. Obviously, even after such a long time of cultivation, this mysterious fate still made Yi feel a little overwhelmed. Thud, 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 thud. Following a series of light footsteps, Shinya walked out of the cave with an unconscious middle-aged man in his hand. Plop! Zhen Yi, who was standing not far from Ito, casually threw the middle-aged man to the ground. This person was none other than the ambitious Yuta Kawarii. Seeing this, Ito didn't waste any time and directly used a sealing technique to seal and compress Yuta Kawarii, putting him together with Kido, who had been sealed earlier. "Are you okay?" Ito asked as he looked at Yi, whose breathing had gradually calmed down. "Yes, there's no problem," Yi replied with a smile. "Well, let's continue. There should be 3 people inside," Ito said with a smile. "Okay," Yi responded. Then, Ito, Zhen Yi, and Yi resumed their steps and moved deeper into the cave. Because they had already explored this place before, Ito, who knew where Bavinter was hiding, quickly led Zhen Yi and Yi to appear in Bavinter's stronghold. However, at this time, the stronghold was already empty, and not a single person was left. Chapter 1392. P.S. Thanks to Crimson Knight Wanderer and Malice Blade for their precious monthly votes. Ito looked around and saw that the remaining Bavinter had indeed escaped. "It seems that they've run away. Let's go back as well," said Ito. "Okay," Yi responded. Mayo nodded in agreement. Ito didn't hesitate. He wrapped his arms around Mayo and Yi's waists and used the Flying Thunder God technique to return to the house in Kazucho. Ito first let go of Mayo and Yi's waists, took 2 steps back, and summoned his mother Eriko, eldest sister Suzu Ito, second sister Rita Ito, Kitsuya Miyomi, and Tsutomu Kagura. Tsutomu Kagura, who noticed the sudden change in her surroundings, instinctively let out 2 low gasps. His mother, Eriko, and his elder sister, Rin Ito, both frowned at the same time after they appeared, and a low groan came from their throats. "Little brother, where are we?" Suzu Ito asked. Ito, who knew what Suzu Ito and his mother Eriko had discovered, explained with a smile, "The world where the ghost path spells and footwear techniques were produced. It's a world called Shinigami." "Do you feel it?" Ito asked. "Well, it's a very pure aura. Even with my current strength, it's a bit difficult to control it." Ito Rin nodded and said, then turned to look at her mother, Eriko, who was beside her. Eriko, who understood Suzu Ito's meaning, also nodded in agreement. "I intend to let you all cultivate in this environment for a period of time until you can completely control the free spirit particles in the surrounding air as you wish." Seeing that the few people in front of him had discovered the abnormality, he said, "I intend to let you all cultivate in this environment for a period of time until you can completely control the free spirit particles in the surrounding air." Ito said. "Okay." Suzu Ito's eyes lit up when she heard this, and she agreed in a crisp voice. "I still have to cultivate." At the same time, Ito Rina's helpless voice sounded. "It's okay if you don't want to. I can send you back later, but if you want to come out in the future, you might not have a chance." Ito looked at Ito Rina's face and said with a smile, "Lina, this is a rare opportunity. I believe that as long as you can control this level of Reiki skillfully, there will be no more bottle wells before you reach level S." Suzu Ito reached out and hugged Ito Lina. "Renee, don't waste Ching's painstaking efforts." Eriko on the side also advised. "I understand." Rita Ito first looked at her elder sister and mother, then turned to look at Ito, and finally nodded. At this point, no one had any more objections. After getting a unified answer, Ito didn't beat around the bush. After bringing his mother, Eriko, and others to familiarize themselves with the environment of the house, he began to renovate the whole house a second time and set up a spirit-gathering formation in some rooms for everyone to use for cultivation. At the same time, to improve everyone's mood, Seito summoned a couple of guan foxes. They played the role of pets for everyone to play with, and at the same time, they were responsible for the security work around the house. After all, because of the spirit-gathering formation, the spiritual energy around the house was a little different from the surrounding areas. It might attract some voids, shinigami, and some bored people who were passing by. Seito stayed at home for 3 days until everyone was on the right track. Then he set off again. His figure flashed and disappeared from the house in an instant, and then appeared on a street in Soul Society's Quiet Soul Society in the next second. Seito changed into the Shinigami costume and disguised himself as a Shinigami and walked to the 12th Division's building. Itoshi I was familiar with the road, so he soon arrived at the outside of the 12th Division. He released his mental power to cover his body and formed an illusion domain to hide his figure. Then he swaggered into the 12th Division's building. Unlike the other division's buildings with training grounds, the 12th Division was a non-combat division whose members were scientific researchers. There was no training ground in the building at all, but a huge laboratory-like house. In addition to the team members' residences, there were various laboratories and some spiritual material storage rooms. There was also a large room used to store the spiritual energy host. It had to be said that although Soul Society as a whole looked very old and didn't look like it had entered the modern era at all, the 12th Division had everything they needed. It had completely reached the level of electronic office. Because of the protection of the illusion domain, Seito successfully found the room where the 12th Division's captain, Mayuri, was located after a search. Seito, who was standing at the door, opened the door. Just as Seito pushed the door open and walked into the room, a strange voice suddenly sounded, and then a red fireball rushed towards Seito's body. Seito's mental power moved slightly, and he raised his hand to slap the fireball. In an instant, there was a soft sound, and the fireball that flew in front of Seito suddenly disappeared. Ghost Path, Advanced Countermeasure Technique, Anti-Ghost Kill. A method of using the same quality and quantity of Ghost Path as the opponent to destroy the opponent's Ghost Path. Behind the disappeared fireball, the 12th Division's captain, Mayuri, who was wearing a black Shinigami costume and a white captain's feather jacket, appeared in front of Seito's eyes. He had a strange head shape, but more or less looked like a pharaoh. She was wearing a short skirt, a red collar around her neck, a woman with a cold expression, black hair braided into a braid behind her head. Nya Ming stood quietly beside him. "Who are you?" Mayuri tilted his head and looked at Seito. "My name is Seito. I have a deal to discuss with you." Seito walked into the room and closed the door with a smile. "Seito, the one with Aizen?" Mayuri ignored Seito and continued to ask. "Yes." Ito-sei, who knew what kind of person Mayuri was, didn't mind and still responded with a smile. "Aizen sent you?" Mayuri asked again. "No, I have a deal to discuss with you." Seito replied. "You? Not interested. Go back to where you came from before I change my mind." Mayuri's tone was full of disgust. "You're not interested in Bavinter's body?" Seito raised his eyebrows. "You have Bavinter's body?" Mayuri, who was just about to turn around and continue his experiment, paused when he heard this. His eyes fell on Ito-sei again and asked. Seito didn't say much. He turned his hand and took out a sealed Bavinter crystal. He placed it on his palm for Mayuri to observe. It's actually a space-type Ghost Dao technique. Mayuri looked at the sealed crystal in Seito's hand in surprise. Mayuri put aside his irrelevant thoughts and looked at Seito. "What do you want?" "Her." Seito turned to look at Nya Ming, who was standing silently behind Mayuri. "Ha ha ha. You actually want this useless toy." Mayuri laughed as if he had heard a funny joke. Despite this, Nya Ming's face didn't show any abnormality. "Although she's only a toy made by me, the value of a single Bavinter isn't enough." A moment later, Cocoon Lee, who had suddenly restrained all his smiles, said disdainfully. Seito turned his hand, and another sealed crystal appeared in his palm. "What if I add one more?" I can exchange it for half of her body. Mayuri said. Ito-sei frowned and said in a deep voice, what if there is an Ajucha's class or raid surface breaker? You can get an Achuka's class Aaron Core? Mayuri narrowed his eyes. Yes, Ito-sei replied in a deep voice. Deal, Mayuri said straightforwardly. Seeing this, Ito-sei did not hesitate and threw the 2 crystals with Bavinter sealed in them to Mayuri. At the same time, he said, I hope you won't break your promise. Maori, who reached out to take the 2 crystals, sneered. I'll go get you Nachuka's class Aaron Core, but during this time, I hope you can clean up all the problems on her body. I don't want to hurt our relationship because of her. Seito continued. Then wait until you catch Achuka's raid surface, Mayuri said impatiently as he turned around to face the experiment table. Seito snorted and walked out of Mayuri's room. As for the method to remove the seal, he would let Mayuri think about it himself. With his abnormal brain, it wouldn't take long for him to find a way to break it. Bastard, bastard, bastard. You were only discovered after someone invaded this place. What are those guys doing outside? Mayuri shouted as soon as Seito left. Nya Meng, who was used to this, didn't say much. She just stood there quietly and waited for Mayuri to calm down. Sure enough, it didn't take long for Mayuri to calm down. He ordered Nya Meng, follow me. Yes, Nya Meng replied in a low voice. Then, she followed Nya Huli into an even more secret laboratory. On the other side, Ito-sei, who had left the 12th Division's building and left a positioning rune outside the building, disappeared in an instant. The next second, he appeared in a world of yellow sand. Needless to say, this was Hueco Mundo. Then Ito-sei chose the right direction and moved towards the location of Las Noches Palace. After all, compared to searching aimlessly, there were more Achuka's class Aaron Core near Las Noches Palace. Seito didn't know if it was his luck, but when Seito was halfway there, a strange combination of 2 Aaron Core lowly and a giant sandworm Aaron Core appeared in his line of sight. They happily ran forward. Chapter 1393. It's really a case of searching high and low only to find it by chance. Seito looked at the approaching sand and dust and couldn't help but sigh. Then Seito stopped and stood in place to wait. After about 3 minutes, Nero's train chase game came to an end with a long whoosh and the little lowly's scream. Ouch! Neru lost her balance and fell into the sand. Neru's former subordinate, who was now her second brother, Peishue Kadisi, hurriedly shouted and ran towards Neru. However, just as he was about to reach Nero, Ito-sei appeared in front of Nero in a flash. He squatted down and stretched out his hands to help Nero up. Are you okay? Seito asked with a smile. I'm fine. Nero looked at the humanoid Seito and said with some fear. In Nilu's young mind, any humanoid creature was a terrible enemy, an existence that would destroy them. If that human had some traces of the hollow, then she would be a group of people who would treat her as food. Thinking of this, Neru's face immediately showed a hint of uneasiness, and circles of tears began to appear in her eyes. Let go of Neru! Peishue shouted as he put his feet together, moved his body horizontally, and kicked towards Seito's face at high speed. Seito's body flashed and appeared on the sand not far away with Neru in his arms. Boom! Peishue's attack missed, and he landed heavily on the sand. The huge force directly kicked a 2-meter-deep hole in the sand. A large amount of sand and dust was stirred up. Death God, hurry up and let go of Neru. Otherwise, don't blame us for not being polite. He had a big head, bulging eyes, a yellow body, and a large number of red circular spots on his body. He looked like a fat version of a clown, and was now a little lowly version of Neru's big brother. He was Neru's former subordinate, and he was now a little lowly version of Neru's big brother. Who told you that I'm the Grim Reaper? Seito looked at Dundachaka with amusement. He's in human form, and he's wearing the Death Tyrant suit. Although he didn't cut through my blade, what else could he be but a death god? Don't tell me that we are still weak. Peishue pulled his body out of the sand and ran to Dong Dechaka's side. "Can it be Quincy?" Seito asked again. Ah. Pei Shui and Dong Dehaka were stunned. They looked at each other subconsciously. "I don't care what you are. Let go of Nilu, or don't blame us for being rude." Pei Shui regained his senses and threatened loudly again. "Do you want her to recover?" Seito, who was holding Nero's body with one arm and gently touching the mask on Nero's forehead with his right hand, suddenly asked. What? What did you say?" Pei Shui and Don Dechaka asked as if they didn't hear him clearly. "I said, do you want Nilu to recover completely?" Seito flipped his hand and took out a lollipop. He lowered his head and handed it to Nilu. "Eat it. It's delicious." She looked at the lollipop with teary eyes and wrinkled her nose. Then she stuck out her big tongue and carefully licked it. Her eyes immediately lit up, and she happily put the lollipop in her mouth with a look of enjoyment. "Recover? What do you mean recover? Why don't we understand what you're talking about?" Pei Shui, who looked at Dundachaka, pretended to be on guard and said, "Are you pretending to be dumb? Then I'll make it clearer. Do you want Nilu to recover completely? Do you want her to become Nilu Eludo Dishavank again and regain her identity as the Ten Blades?" Seito looked up at Dundachaka and Pei Shui and said softly, "Who exactly are you?" Seeing Seito being so straightforward, Pei Shui, who knew that he couldn't pretend anymore, secretly gathered his spiritual pressure and questioned in a deep voice. "Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Seito. I'm a human. I'm currently doing bad things in the dark." Seito smiled and said, "Human?" Dundachaka asked suspiciously. "It's the real deal." Ito Sei smiled. "Then how do you know about us?" Pei Shui asked again. "I have some confidence in intelligence," Seito said with a mysterious smile. Then his gaze swept across Dundachaka and Pei Shui. Dundachaka Bilstein, Pei Shui Katachaka. "What's your purpose?" Two Void's heart tightened when their names were called. Then Dundachaka asked, "Because I like her." Seito looked down at the little lowly Nilu, who was happily licking a large lollipop in his arms, and said, Feeling something strange, Nilu looked up at Seito in confusion. "It's fine. You can eat." Seito gently stroked Nilu's mask and said softly. The pure Nilu didn't think too much and continued to suck on the lollipop in her mouth. Dundachaka and Pei Shui looked at each other. They didn't really believe Seito's words, but they had never seen Seito before. They couldn't find a reason why he would help Nilu recover. They could only believe that Seito really liked Nilu. However, this made Dundachaka and Pei Shui feel even more strange. Human and voids, this combination is really like a sheep and a wolf. "Are you sure you don't want to use the recovered Nilu to do something?" Pei Shui asked worriedly. "You should know what kind of person Nilu is. Do you think she's the kind of person who doesn't care about reason and does things indiscriminately?" Seito looked at Pei Shui with interest and asked. Hearing this, Pei Shui and Dundachaka both trembled. They couldn't help but think of the Nilu-sama they used to serve. At that time, Nilu-sama indeed wouldn't kill people indiscriminately or kill voids without reason. That was not in line with her belief of never kill meaninglessly. "What do you need us to do?" Pei Shui, who had let go of most of his worries, asked. "You don't need to do anything. Just don't come and cause trouble while I'm helping Nilu recover." Seito chuckled. "Really?" Pei Shui asked in disbelief. "I don't need to lie to you about this," Seito said faintly. "I understand. I'll guard the side with Dundachaka and won't let anyone disturb you," Pei Shui said with a firm tone. Ito Sei ignored Pei Shui's decision. He lowered his body and put Nero on the sand. He gently forced her to face him, then reached out and covered the broken goat's skull mask on Nero's head. With a thought, he channeled the world force from the world of Shinigami into his palm and slowly inputted it into the mask on Nero's head, who was looking at him with a puzzled expression. Almost instantly, a wave of spirit force began to gather around Nilu's body. On the side, Pei Shui and Dundachaka, who noticed the surrounding spirit particles, looked at each other. They were on full alert as they carefully observed the surroundings to prevent the voids attracted by the changes here from destroying the recovery. At this moment, the two of them had already decided that even if they died, they would ensure Nilu-sama's smooth recovery. Under the infusion of world force, Nilu's face immediately showed a comfortable expression. In the microscopic world that was difficult to detect even with mental power, the world force injected into the mask immediately transformed into a strange substance similar to the mask itself during the process of contact with the mask. It quickly integrated into the mask, and then quickly split and grew from the damaged part of the mask, repairing the traces of damage on the mask. During this process, more and more powerful spirit force fluctuations spread out with Nilu and Ito as the center. Master Nilu, feeling the changes in the surrounding environment, Dundachaka and Pei Shui, who suddenly felt that there was hope for Nilu-sama's recovery, murmured almost at the same time. 5 minutes passed quickly in this kind of waiting and change. Shua. At this moment, accompanied by a whistling sound, an Achuka's class Aaron car appeared above Ito and Nilu, who was beginning to form a spirit shield, and laughed wildly. Ha ha! I thought a grand void had advanced, but I didn't expect to find something incredible. Death God, be obedient and be eaten by me together with the spirit ball in front of you. Don't even think about it. Dundachaka and Pei Shui shouted at the same time. Two small fries dare to be arrogant in front of me. Courting death. Arankar glanced at Dundachaka and Pei Shui on the ground and sneered. Then he waved his arm, and a void flash instantly blasted toward the two. Dundachaka and Pei Shui were originally Arankar class subordinates. Although they had regressed to the level of Jillian due to the damage of the mask, they did not forget the combat skills they should have. They both dodged with a high-speed movement. Boom! In a loud noise, the void flash blasted a huge circular hole with a diameter of 10 meters in the sand. Dundachaka, Pei Shui shouted. Dundachaka, who instantly understood Pei Shui's plan, did not hesitate. He immediately stood in place and opened his mouth to form a void bullet. It was also at this time that Pei Shui rushed to Dondachaka's side and jumped on Dondachaka's head. The archers waved their hands and also gathered a fake bullet. Fusion Void Flash. In the next second, Dondachaka and Pei Shui's void bullets shot out at the same time. The void bullets merged into a thick blue beam that was not inferior to an Achuka's level void flash. In fact, it was even among the Achuka's level void flashes and shot towards the Facebreaker void. However, their attack was one step too slow. When the fusion void flash was shot out, Arankar Void used ring spin to dodge and was not hit by the fusion void flash. Arankar Void appeared in front of Dundachaka and slapped Dundachaka's head, sending him flying. I'll deal with you guys later. Arankar Void, who sent Pei Shui flying, said in disdain. Then he turned to look at Ito and used ring spin to appear next to him. Chapter 1394. P.S. Thanks to Crimson Knight Wanderer, NXCX, Instant Potato, and Malicious Blade for their precious monthly votes. Thanks to NXCX and Halcyon for their tips. Bakudo number 39, Round Gate Lock. Dang. With a soft sound, Faka Void's attack was stopped by a circular transparent barrier that suddenly appeared beside Ito. Then Ito waved his arm, and a circular energy ball immediately flew toward Faka Void. Bakudo number 54, Waste Flame. Faka Void, who felt the danger, immediately left Ito's side. Faka Void, who reappeared, narrowed his eyes slightly. His right hand held the hilt at his waist, and he slowly pulled the Zanpakudo out of the scabbard. Then his body moved, and he once again appeared beside Ito and slashed down with the Zanpakudo. Ito still didn't move. His arm turned slightly, and he released a Kido at Faka Void. Bakudo number 30, 3 flashes of mouth. In an instant, 3 triangular yellow spirit droplet light arrows suddenly appeared in front of Pamian Su. They carried a huge force as they hit Pamian Su's body, sending him flying back a short distance. Then Seito's hand gesture changed again, and he released another Kido, Bakudo number 61, 6 staff light prison. 6 bright yellow light arrows immediately appeared around Faka Void's body, and together they pierced his waist, imprisoning Faka Void in place. Bastard! Faka Void, whose body was restricted, roared angrily, and a violent burst of Ryatsu erupted from his body. It stimulated the imprisonment formed by the 6 staff light prison, and it made a strange creaking sound. Seito, who was maintaining the output of the world force, didn't stop moving, and he raised his 2 fingers. A black cube formed by the dual energy of space and Ryatsu immediately broke out of the desert under Faka Void's feet, and it completely enveloped Faka Void. Tao Breaker 90, Black Coffin. Puff, 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 puff. In an instant, a few muffled sounds were heard. Hasu, who was covered in blood and looked a little hot, appeared from the black cuboid formed by the black coffin that only lasted for a few seconds. His knees were weak as he knelt on the ground. Seito's finger made a light stroke, and the space around Pashue fluctuated, forming a transparent cuboid that sealed Pashue inside, slowly compressing inwards. All right, so strong. Pashue and Dongdachaka, who had run back, muttered in shock. Obviously, Seito's action of using only a few moves of Kido to take down an Asiuka's level face spring void that they couldn't deal with even if they joined forces had deeply shocked their weak souls. As expected, in a world with a spiritual particle energy system, it's still the spiritual particle magic, the ghost Tao, that's more powerful. There's no need to care about the rejection between the worlds. He stretched out his hand. Seito thought to himself as he put away the seal crystal that had turned into the size of a fist into his hand. Immediately, he put this useless thought aside and continued to help Niru recover. However, the fluctuation of spiritual power here was destined to not let Seito and the others rest. Therefore, after another half a minute, along with several swish-swish sounds, 3 Jillian level face spring voids of varying strength appeared around Seito, Peishue, and Dongdachaka. They stared at the spiritual particle light shield. At this time, Niru, who was crazily devouring the surrounding spiritual particles, had a greedy look in her eyes. However, before they could make a move, along with 2 more sounds, 2 new Asiuka's level face spring voids appeared on the scene. Not good. Looking at the situation in front of him, Peishue whispered to Dongdachaka beside him. Yeah, Dongdachaka agreed. How about we give up this opportunity and Niru go with Niru? Let's take Niru and run. Peishue sneakily glanced at Seito and suggested, Can we run? Dongdachaka was a bit tempted. We can run, as long as you let your battle spirit Bava and Bavi out to cause trouble. Then we will leave that guy here as bait. With our many years of experience, we can definitely run away. Peishue said with certainty. Okay, let's do that. Dongdachaka nodded in agreement. If you don't want to die, scram. A burly Asiuka's level face spring void glanced at the 3 Jillian level face spring voids and coldly shouted. The 3 Jillian level face spring voids heard this, and their expressions changed. They looked back at the face spring voids with an ugly expression. Still not scramming? The face spring voids overflowed with spiritual pressure and coldly said, Yes, master, we will go now. One of the Jillian level face spring voids lowered his head and responded. Then, without hesitation, he activated his ring and left the scene where 2 Asiuka's level face spring voids were fighting. Seeing one of the voids leave, the other 2 Jillian level face spring voids didn't stay and also activated their rings and left. It had to be said that the law of the jungle and the virtual world had been deeply ingrained in their bones. Even if they knew that as long as they devoured the thing that was devouring the surrounding spiritual energy, they would still be forced to leave due to their lack of strength, giving up on this opportunity. Since you guys aren't leaving, then stay here. The face spring voids that made the 3 Jillian level face spring voids retreat looked at Peishue and Dongdachaka and coldly said. As soon as he finished speaking, He immediately used Void Flash on the two of them. "Do it!" Pei Shui shouted. Immediately, Pei Shui and Dong Dechaka, who had a tacit understanding, used high-speed footwork to rush to Sei Ito's side and reached out to grab Niru, who was devouring the spirit force. In the process, a very huge white-boned sandworm suddenly broke out from the sand where Dong Dechaka and Pei Shui were standing before. One of the Asiyuka's level face spring voids launched a large void flash. Courting death, the face spring voids that were targeted roared angrily. They roused their spiritual pressure and waved their hands to hit the void flash that flew in front of them. Boom! A violent explosion sounded in the distance. At the same time, a large cloud of yellow sand was blown up like water. It fell back to the ground again. In the process, the other Asiyuka's level face spring voids that weren't taken care of flashed. He appeared beside Pei Shui, grabbed Pei Shui, and threw him at Dong Dechaka. Bang! The two of them collided fiercely and immediately rolled to the side like rolling gourds. "You are all mine." The face spring voids that dealt with Pei Shui and Dong Dechaka reached out to grab Sei Ito and Niru while laughing excitedly. The other face spring voids that suddenly appeared beside Sei Ito and kicked him away shouted coldly, "Don't even think about it." Then he waved his hand and swept it towards Ito Sei. Judging from the strength of the punch and the sound of it breaking through the air, even if one didn't carefully sense it, it was clear that if one was hit by such a heavy punch, the result would definitely not be good. However, just when the attack was about to hit Sei Ito's face, a strange smile suddenly appeared on Sei Ito's face. The next moment, accompanied by a bright pillar of light that suddenly soared into the sky, a huge spiritual pressure that far exceeded that of an ordinary Asiyuka's level face spring voids that were beside Sei Ito were blown away. At the same time, a large amount of sand around Sei Ito was blown away. A thick cloud of dust covered Sei Ito's figure. This spiritual pressure, it's Niru-sama's. Dong Dechaka and Pei Shui, who were lying on Dong Dechaka's body, exclaimed in unison. The next second, a strong wind blew away the cloud of dust. Sei Ito stood up and wrapped around his waist. She was wearing a green top that could only cover half of her body. Even the bottom curve of her chest couldn't be covered. Her arms, slender legs, and flat abdomen were completely exposed. She was only a little shorter than Sei Ito and about the same height as Shinya. She looked to be only 27 or 28 years old. She was less than 30 years old, and her long green hair, draped down her back, naturally appeared in front of the voids. This mature woman was none other than the original 30th Blade, Nellie Eludo de Shifink. "Thank you." Nellie looked at Sei Ito with a flat expression and thanked him. Sei Ito smiled and accepted Nellie's gratitude. "Niru-sama, Niru-sama." Hearing Nellie's voice, Pei Shui and Dong Dechaka, who recovered from their shock, ran towards Nellie with tears in their eyes and shouted excitedly. "Pei Shui, Dong Dechaka, you've worked hard during this time." Niru turned around and looked at Pei Shui and Dong Dechaka, who had stopped a step away from her and knelt on one knee to salute her. "It's not hard, as long as Niru-sama can be happy." Pei Shui shook his head. "Can you also repair the damage to their faces?" Nero turned her head and looked at Ito Sei's face again and asked. "Yes." With botany in mind, Ito Sei didn't even hesitate to agree. "Thank you." Nellie thanked him with a sincere expression. "But before that, we should get rid of the two of them." Ito Sei turned around and looked at the two Achuka's level face breaker void walkers who had been on guard ever since Niru appeared and said, "You can also take this opportunity to recover the spiritual power you have lost over the years." Okay, Nellie's belief was not to do meaningless killing, but that didn't mean she didn't kill. That would be nonsense for a void like Nellie. After all, Vasto Lord had evolved from the lowest rank void, who knew how many of his kind he had killed and devoured. Therefore, she simply agreed. Immediately, the figures of Ito Sei and Nero flashed and appeared in front of the two Achuka's class Aaron cars, attacking them with their own methods. Suddenly, Niru appeared in front of one of the face breaker voids. She reached out and grabbed the void. A sword appeared in her hand, and she slashed at the face-breaker voids in front of her. The void was startled and instinctively raised its sword to block. Boom! Although Nellie had just recovered, she was still the most powerful Vasto Lord rank voids. Even in this situation, the quantity and quality of her spiritual pressure were not comparable to this Echuka's rank voids. Not to mention that the thing that helped her recover was the omnipotent energy of the world. In the process of her recovery, it also helped Nellie to gather and absorb a lot of spiritual power, which made the gap between them even bigger. So when the two collided, the void was sent flying, and cracks appeared on the surface of the Zanpakuto. Then, Nellie raised her arm and launched a pink void flash at the void that was sent flying. Boom! The rapid void flash instantly hit the void that was sent flying backward, causing a violent explosion. A few seconds later, when the energy smoke from Void Flash's explosion dissipated, Faceless Void appeared in front of everyone's eyes in an extremely sorry state. Nellie held the Zanpakuto and walked towards the opponent step by step. "Who are you?" Struggling to get up from the ground, Pamion's expression was unsightly as he looked at Nilu, who was walking towards him. "I am Nellie Eludo de Shuvink, the 30th Blade of Lost No Chase Temple," Nellie replied softly. "10th Blade? So that's how it is. No wonder your strength is so strong. I didn't lose unjustly." The Void was shocked at first, then shook his head and smiled bitterly. For them, who were accessories of the Void experiment, who didn't even enter the numerical ranking, the 10th Blade was an existence that was out of their reach. They didn't expect to meet one here, and it was the 30th Blade. Even if it fell into the numerical group, it would definitely be a guy that was close to the numerical ranking, so he didn't have the slightest intention to resist. Driven by this knowledge, this Void Face, shattering Void Face, calmly accepted Niru's attack and allowed Niru to devour his Void Face. At the same time, when Nellie killed the Void and devoured the opponent's Void, Seito used various cheating methods to successfully seal the other Void into the shrunken crystal and put it away. "Let's get out of here first." Seito turned to look at Nellie and said, "Okay." Nellie, who knew that this was not a place to stay for long, immediately left the scene with Seito, with Pei Shui and Dondi Shaka, moving quickly towards the depths of Hueco Mundo. After a while, Seito and the others found a relatively hidden place in a canyon formed by several weathered rock walls and stopped. "You two come here." Seito looked at Pei Shui and Dondi Shaka, who followed Nellie, and said, "Wait, you'd better tell us your purpose first, otherwise we won't accept your help." Although he knew that Seito wanted to restore the damage of their voids, Pei Shui still said righteously. Obviously, in his heart, as long as it was for Nellie, it didn't matter if they couldn't restore their original appearance. Similarly, Dondi Shaka also had the same intention. Hearing Pei Shui's words, Nellie also looked at Seito's face. Seito heard this, and his eyes first quietly swept over Pei Shui, Dondi Shaka, and Nellie. Then, without making a sound, he walked towards Nellie step by step. Chapter 1395. P.S. Thanks to Dreamer, 33 Layers, Goo168878014, and Malice Section Blade for their precious monthly votes. Seeing Seito approaching, Pei Shui and Dondi Shaka instinctively wanted to block in front of Neru, but they were immediately stopped by Neru. She quietly watched Seito approach her. Seito passed through the door formed by Pei Shui and Dondi Shaka and stood in front of Neru. Suddenly, Seito stretched out his arm and hugged Neru's body before she could react. He gently pulled Neru into his arms, lowered his head, and kissed Neru's lips as she instinctively looked up at him. Then, he stuck his tongue in her mouth and chased after her. Pei Shui and Dondi Shaka were dumbfounded by the change in front of them. They stood aside and didn't know what to say. "This is my purpose." After a while, Seito separated from Neru and looked at Neru in his arms. At the same time, he explained to Pei Shui and Dondi Shaka, "So from now on, you are mine, Neru." Neru didn't say anything and silently agreed with Seito's announcement. Seito gently let go of Neru with a smile on his face. He turned to look at the dumbfounded Pei Shui and Dong Shaka and said, "Can you accept my help now?" Pei Shui and Dong Shaka looked at each other and nodded in agreement. Seeing this, Seito took Pei Shui and Dong Shaka to the side and stood there. He stretched out his hands and pressed them on each of them. He transferred the world force that he obtained from changing Neru's fate to his hands and poured it into Pei Shui and Dong Shaka's body. He let their instincts guide the repair of the mask. However, as soon as the world force entered their bodies, Seito's expression changed slightly, and a pained look flashed in his eyes. It turned out that although Pei Shui and Dundachaka were not very strong, the damage to their masks was in the nature of deprivation. Except for the part that was used to maintain the existence of Hollow, most of the broken masks were lost. Therefore, to completely repair the damage to their masks, the amount of world force needed was no less than the amount used to repair Neru, who was a Vasto Lord. This made Ito Sei regret his miscalculation. However, since things had already reached this point, Ito naturally wouldn't go back on his words. He boldly strengthened the infusion of the world force. It accelerated the repair speed of the two's damaged masks. Under the infusion of the power of the world, waves of spiritual droplets began to surge around Pei Shui and Dong Chaka, entering their bodies like iron filings attracted by magnets. On the side, a faint smile appeared on Nero's face when she saw that things were on the right track, then turned and left. She went to protect Ito, Pei Shui, and Dong Shaka, who were recovering. Neru's deterrence was powerful, or it could be said that her strength was very strong. Therefore, it was not until more than 10 minutes later that the masks of Pei Shui and Dong Chaka were completely restored that Ito Chung saw some blind hollows coming here to look for food. Whoosh! The sound of something breaking through the air. The spirit shield around Pei Shui and Dong Shaka suddenly turned into two pillars of light and shot into the sky. After 3 to 4 seconds, the pillars of light around the two suddenly exploded into countless photons and scattered. Pei Shui and Dong Shaka's figures reappeared in front of Ito and Neru, who had just returned with the echo transmission. In the place where Pei Shui originally stood, there was a young man who was about 8 meters tall, slightly shorter than Ito by 2 to 3 centimeters. He was thin and looked like a thin bamboo pole. His face was slightly long, and there was a white bone mask that looked like a headband on his forehead. His black hair was neatly combed back, replacing Pei Shui. Similarly, a tall man who was more than 2 meters tall had a robust and burly body and a round head. One could vaguely see Dong Shaka's original appearance. The damaged mask was on his neck like a neck brace, and there was only a small circle of red hair on the top of his head that replaced Dong Shaka. Congratulations, Pei Shui, Dong Shaka. Looking at the two, Neru congratulated them with a smile. Greetings, Master Neru. Pei Shui and Dong Shaka, who came back to their senses, moved together and knelt on one knee. Don't call me Master anymore. Just like before, call me Neru. Neru shook her head slightly and said, "The previous test was just to protect you, Master Neru. Since you have recovered your original appearance, then we have to return to our original appearance." Dong Shaka said with his head lowered. "Yes." Pei Shui agreed. "Then do as you please." Neru looked at the two quietly and said softly, "You can get up." Neru continued. Pei Shui and Dong Shaka didn't argue and stood up. At the same time, Neru's gaze fell on Ito and asked, "What are we going to do next? Since you have already followed me, then I will naturally arrange a good place for you." Ito smiled. After he finished speaking, he took Neru, Pei Shui, and Dong Shaka, who had recovered their damaged masks, into the Rubik's Cube world and appeared in the spirit-eating world that was dominated by spiritual power. "This is the modern world?" Neru, who took in the surrounding modern buildings, asked. "Yes and no." Ito smiled. He then reminded her, "Try using your ability. See if you can still open the black space that connects to Hueco Mundo." Neru didn't hesitate after receiving the hint. She immediately activated her voidness ability and pointed at the air in front of her. It was just like an ordinary finger pointing at the air. Apart from a slight ripple in the air, there was no pitch-black crack that appeared when the black space was opened. It remained the same. Neru turned to look at Ito and asked, This is another world that is different from the main world, Soul Society, and Hueco Mundo. In other words, from the moment we appeared here, we have been completely cut off from the original world. Ito-sei explained softly with a faint smile on his face. Another world, Neru muttered to herself. Seito didn't say anything else. He brought Neru and her subordinates, Pei Shui and Dong Dechaka, around the spirit-eating continent, helping them familiarize themselves with the situation there. More than an hour later, Seito, Neru, and Dong Dechaka appeared in a remote mountain. With a thought from Seito, a spatial ripple spread out with him as the center. In the blink of an eye, the spatial ripple disappeared from Neru and the other senses. Next, Neru, Pei Shui, and Dong Dechaka felt the space around them tremble slightly before turning blurry. It was as if the space they were in had been separated from the outside world. Then, Ito-sei's mind moved again, and a large amount of majestic spiritual power and several underground spiritual veins appeared in this isolated space. While increasing the concentration of spiritual power in this space, it also transformed the terrain of this space. After handing the rest of the work to the magic cube, Seito turned to look at Neru and said with a smile, From today onwards, you are the master of this space. It turned out that Neru and the other senses were correct. Seito had indeed separated this large space from the main space of the spirit-eating continent by raising the dimensional wave band, forming a high-dimensional world like Hueco Mundo or Soul Society. By absorbing the spiritual energy of the Death God's world, Hueco Mundo's world, the spiritual energy supply of the Magic Cube's world, and the spiritual energy from the spirit veins of the spirit-eating continent, the spiritual energy density of this space was increased and the environment of the space was modified. In this way, even if I leave the Death God's world in the future, I will have a cultivation space that can allow me to control spiritual energy at the spirit spawn level. Seito thought while creating this space. At the same time, he let his imagination run wild. It seems that I can also change this method slightly and create a few special dimensional spaces to be the immortal realm, divine realm. Then, Seito reached out and touched Neru's forehead, giving Neru a power and authority. This power and authority was not something else. It was the same as the ability of Hueco Mundo to open the black space to the main world and Soul Society. It allowed Neru to freely enter and exit this space, the spirit-eating continent, or other continents and planets, and give others similar authority. Thank you, sir. Neru bowed her head and thanked him. Let's go. Choose a place you like, and I will build a palace for you. Seito said. Then, Seito used his power and flew up from the ground with Neru. He chose a suitable place in this constantly changing space and built a small palace for Neru to live in. All right, you should rest here and recover your strength. I still have something to do, so I will leave first. I will come back to see you later. In the palace, Seito handed Neru 2 sets of clothes like the 10 blades and said, Okay. Neru, who reached out and took the white robe, responded softly. Seito smiled at Neru, then left the Rubik's Cube world and returned to Hueco Mundo. Let's stop absorbing spiritual particles for now. After completing the transaction with Nirvana Cocoon and bringing back Landau and Nirvana Dream, I'll return to Hueco Mundo and continue absorbing. Ito-sei thought. As for why he did not absorb it in Soul Society, it was still the same reason. The spiritual droplets that were full of the scattered souls of Yawatch. Seito had no interest in absorbing that kind of spiritual energy into the Rubik's Cube world, although the spiritual droplets in Hueco Mundo were not very good, and the proportion of negative energy was slightly larger. Don't forget that the Rubik's Cube world originally had spiritual energy. Although its nature was a little worse than spiritual droplets, it could dilute the negative energy in Hueco Mundo by a lot. coupled with a long-distance rotation of the spirit vein connected to the spirit-eating continent. It was enough to convert the absorbed energy of Hueco Mundo into a peaceful spiritual droplet energy suitable for any life form to absorb. Then, Seito temporarily stopped absorbing energy. With a thought, he activated the Flying Thunder God technique and disappeared from Hueco Mundo. The next second, he appeared outside Soul Society's 12th Divisions building. He opened his illusion domain and walked into the 12th Divisions building. Chapter 1396. Familiar with the place, Seito once again arrived outside Mayuri's room. Seito unceremoniously reached out and opened the door. He didn't know if Mayuri had already discovered his intrusion through some means. This time, Seito, who broke into the room without permission, wasn't greeted by the Kido. He calmly walked into the laboratory full of experimental equipment and all kinds of strange objects. I have to say, your way of hiding is very interesting. Mayuri, who had been waiting in the room, sneered as he watched Seito walk in from the door. Next to Mayuri, Nya Ming, who was still wearing the short skirt-style Death Tyrant costume, stood quietly next to him. As expected of Captain Nya, you found the technique to capture me so quickly. Seito, who understood that the other party had indeed broken his illusion domain, praised sincerely. Did you bring the thing? Mayuri snorted complacently and asked. Of course, Seito turned his hand and took out the sealing crystal with the Achikasa's class arrayed surface rupture and showed it to Mayuri. What about her? Seito looked at Nya Ming, who was standing quietly on the side, and asked. According to the agreement, I have removed all the irrelevant parts installed on her body. Seeing the sealing crystal in Seito's palm, Mayuri, whose complexion had improved a lot, replied. What about the physical defect? Seito raised his eyebrows and asked. I didn't expect you to know about this, Mayuri said with a slight frown. It turned out that Mayuri didn't intend to hand over an intact Nya Ming. Although in his mind, Nya Ming was just an assistant, a tool he had casually created. But even ordinary people would have some feelings for a puppy after raising it for a long time, let alone Nya Ming, who had followed him for almost 100 years. Therefore, in addition to removing the various poisons, mechanical equipment, and other messy things installed in Nya Ming's body according to the agreement, he didn't solve Nya Ming's physical defect at all. He wanted to let Seito get Nya Ming, who wouldn't live for long, to vent his evil thoughts. This is the formula for the life-sustaining potion. You could take her away now. Mayuri, who suddenly felt very unhappy, threw a scroll to Ito-sei and said in an impatient tone. Seito took the scroll and put it away without even looking at it. Then, he flipped his palm again and revealed another Asayuka's class Arcane Voidbreaker. I'll use this Asayuka's class Arcane Voidbreaker as the price. Please completely resolve Nya Ming's biological defects. Mayuri frowned. In the end, he replied with an irritated tone, so troublesome. After saying that, he turned around and walked into the secret laboratory. Seeing this, how could Seito not understand that Mayuri had agreed to the deal? He immediately smiled and followed Mayuri into the secret laboratory. In an instant, Seito saw an incubation room that looked like a common biological laboratory. Go in, Mayuri, who had walked to the side and was immersed in operating, ordered. Hearing the order, Nya Ming didn't hesitate and immediately untied the cloth belt around her waist. She took off the miniskirt-style Death Lord costume, revealing her naked white body. Then, under Seito's gaze, she walked into the only incubation room in the room. Whoosh! The next moment, accompanied by a slight exhaust sound, the incubation room's glass door closed and closed. Then, a dark green transparent incubation liquid sprayed down from the thick pipe connected to the top of the incubation room, slowly filling the space inside the incubation room. It took about 3 minutes. The incubation room was completely filled with the dark green incubation liquid. Tiny bubbles rose, burst, rose, and burst in the incubation liquid. At this time, Mayuri, who had been operating the apparatus, turned his head and looked at Yin Ming in the incubation room. He then turned around and walked to the control table. He took out one strange item after another from the experimental materials placed next to him. In front of Ito-sei, he started to make things that he didn't know what to do. Mayuri's movements were very fast. It only took him a little over 10 minutes. A liquid that emitted a faint blue light appeared in his hand. Mayuri took the liquid and walked to the apparatus on the side. He stuffed the liquid in his hand into a round bottle on the apparatus and pressed a green button on the apparatus. In an instant, with a buzzing sound, the bottle of blue liquid that was inserted into the instrument quickly flowed into the instrument. It flowed along one of the tubes into the biological incubation chamber and mixed with the culture fluid that originally existed in the incubation chamber. The next moment, the liquid in the incubation room seemed to be boiling water. A large number of air cannons rose from the bottom of the incubation room. Seito, who was outside, felt a wave of spiritual pressure being released from the incubation room. In this state, the liquid in the incubation room began to slowly melt into Nianming's body. "Come back tomorrow at this time to pick up the goods," Mayuri said to Seito coldly. "Okay." Seito, who could also see that this kind of modulation would take some time, nodded and agreed. Then he flipped his hand and took out the 2 crystals sealed with the Achikasa's class Facebreaker voids and threw them to Mayuri. He then turned around and left the 12th Division's quarters. After leaving the 12th Division's quarters, Seito did not immediately leave Soul Society. Instead, he wandered around Soul Society twice and took the opportunity to capture 2 patrol members of the 10th Division who were alone. He used hypnosis to control them and explored the situation in Soul Society for the past few days. After confirming that the Bavender clan still had not launched a destructive attack, he was relieved to use the Flying Thunder God technique to leave Soul Society and return to Hueco Mundo to begin the absorption of Hueco Mundo's power. During this process, Seito returned to the Rubik's Cube world and exchanged feelings with Niru. A day quickly passed by in this kind of exchange of feelings and absorption of energy. The next day, Seito, who felt that it was about time, left the Rubik's Cube world and returned to Hueco Mundo. He used the Flying Thunder God technique to move to Soul Society and continued to use the Illusion Domain to invade the 12th Division's quarters to find the target of this transaction. "Mayuri, you came on time," Mayuri said coldly. Seito smiled and did not say anything. Seeing this, Mayuri coldly snorted and brought Ito-sei into the inner room to see Nianming standing gracefully. "From today onwards, you are his." Mayuri looked at Nianming and said softly, "Greetings, sir." Nianming folded her hands in front of her lower abdomen and bowed. "No need to be so polite." Seito reached out and held Nianming's hand and pulled her to his side with a smile. "You can leave now. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite." Mayuri said very impolitely, "This cooperation was very pleasant. I hope we will have a chance to work together again in the future." Seito smiled while holding Nianming's hand. "Goodbye." After saying that, he used his illusion domain to wrap around himself and Nianming. He led her out of Mayuri's room and left the 12th Division's quarters. Then, with a thought, he brought Nianming into the Rubik's Cube world and appeared in the newly created pseudo-spirit world. That's right, this newly created space was called Spirit World. "Welcome to my world." Seito walked in front of Nianming and looked at her with open arms. Nianming's expression did not change. She still looked at him with the same expression. Seito laughed at himself and brought Nianming into Lesser Empty Night Palace. He introduced Niru to Nianming and also let her know that Nianming was a death god. After the 2 sides got to know each other, Seito used his thoughts to summon the technical information he obtained from Aizen and handed it to Nianming. "Can you understand everything here?" Nianming took the information and looked down. "Yes." After a while, Nianming looked up and answered. "That's good." Seito sighed in relief and asked seriously, "Then if I asked you to establish a department similar to the Technology Development Bureau, can you do it?" "Yes." Niru Inming thought for a moment. Good, Seito shouted and held Niru Inming's hand. He took her out of Lesser Empty Night Palace and appeared in the headquarters of the Tokyo Ministry of Environment on the Spirit-Eating Continent. He found the head of the Tokyo branch, Kaminamaji Chong-pu. My lord, Kaminamaji Chong-pu and her secretary, Taito, greeted together. Taito, take me to the Spirit Research Department. Seito ordered. Yes. Taito responded and led Seito and Niru Inming, who she didn't know, out of the office. They went to the Spirit Item Research and Development Department, an important department that specialized in researching spirit equipment and exploration equipment. 3 minutes later, the three of them arrived at the Spirit Research Department, which looked like a large laboratory. Take a look and see if there's anything here that can be used, Seito said to Niru Inming. Niru Inming nodded and looked around the room. There's nothing that can be used, Niru Inming answered after a while. It seems that the plan to rob the 12th Division needs to be revised. Seito couldn't help but smile bitterly. He then turned to Niru Inming and said, How about this? You stay in the Spirit Research Department for the time being and try to create some equipment that you can use. As for the authority, you'll be the special consultant of the Spirit Research Department. Okay, Niru Inming agreed. Take care of the rest. Seito turned to Taito. Yes, Taito replied. Let's go. I'll take you around this world first. After giving the orders, Seito took Niru Inming's hand again and led her out of the Ministry of Environment's headquarters. They strolled around the spirit-eating continent and familiarized her with the environment of this world. In addition, Seito also gave Niru Inming the authority to enter and exit the spirit world at will. Chapter 1397. P.S. Thanks to Idler Shao Chi, Crimson Knight Wanderer, Sacred Knight, Little Fat Wolf, ZWVJ, NXCX, and Fried Rice 2012 for their precious monthly votes. Thanks to NXCX, A Moment of Love, and Halcyon for their tips. Soul Society, Luhun Street. Seito returned to Soul Society after settling Nyein Dream to create research equipment suitable for the spirit system and meet the needs of the Technology Development Bureau. He left Quiet Soul Society and went straight to the lowest level of Luhun Street, the Grass Deer area. Seito first grabbed a soul dressed in rags and used hypnosis to control the soul. He asked for the location where the unemployed refugees at the lowest level of Grass Deer usually gathered. Then, he walked over with a clear goal in mind. A few minutes later, Ito Sei stood outside the big house that was built on the edge of the straw deer area, adjacent to the forest trees. Bang! Seito kicked open the wooden door in front of him. A large group of people who looked like unemployed refugees from ancient Japan, ruffians, scoundrels, hoodlums, and some who looked like part-time prostitutes came into his sight. They were probably shocked by Seito's rough way of opening the door. The souls in the room didn't say a word and looked at him in a daze. Seito smiled at the souls in the room. He grabbed a person who was in a daze and knocked him to the ground with a punch, making him lose all his fighting strength while remaining unconscious. Wah! Seeing this, the men in the room stood up abruptly. They stared at Seito fiercely. Seito stretched out his hand and hooked his finger with contempt. His face showed a look of disdain. Kill him, one of the scoundrels shouted. After that, the men in the room all raised their fists and rushed toward Seito. Seito laughed as if he saw a funny joke. He stepped forward to meet the scoundrels. Bang, 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 bang. In an instant, a series of muffled sounds echoed in the room. Although there were many of them, there were at least 30 to 40 of them, and all of them were hooligans. They had rich fighting experience. But in the end, they were just a group of people without spiritual power. They couldn't even compare to Shinigami, who was the lowest-ranking member of the combat team. Not to mention Seito, who was stronger than the average captain. In terms of close combat skills, only Yamamoto Ryusai, Uno Hanaretsu, Yi, and Soi could be compared to Sei. Therefore, it only took less than half a minute. The scoundrels who rushed towards him were knocked to the ground. His face was filled with pain as he lost the ability to resist. In an instant, loud moans of pain echoed in the room. He lightly patted his hands to shake off the non-existent dust on them, then ignored them and retreated to the walls on both sides of the room. Ito squeezed together with the women next to him and looked at him in panic. He walked straight to the middle-aged man who was sitting on the innermost jade seat in the middle of the room. "Can you do me a favor?" Ito asked with a smile as he moved his head closer to the man. You said," the middle-aged man, who was shocked, said, "mobilize your forces and help me find a woman called Ranjima in the surrounding streets and forests." Ito said softly, Okay, I got it." Hearing that he only needed his cooperation to find someone, the middle-aged man was slightly relieved. "I'll give you 7 days. If you can help me find her within 7 days, I'll give you a benefit you can't imagine. But if you still can't find her after 7 days, it proves that you're useless to me. At that time, I'll kill you and find someone who can continue to work for me." Ito straightened up and looked at the middle-aged man with contempt. The middle-aged man heard this, and his expression quickly changed several times. "Okay, you can continue to enjoy yourself." Ito reached out and patted the middle-aged man's shoulder, turned around, and said, How can I contact you?" Looking at Ito's back, the middle-aged man quickly asked, "Do you see the rune on your shoulder? As long as you pat it, you can contact me through it." Ito stopped and half turned around. He looked at the middle-aged man and said, "Of course, other than that, it has other uses. As for what it is, I think you should know." Hearing this, the middle-aged man's face immediately became ugly. Ito saw this and smiled slightly. He turned around and continued to walk out of the house. Soon, he disappeared from the middle-aged man's sight. "Why are you still in a daze? Hurry up and find her." It was not until Ito left for a long time that the middle-aged man came back to his senses and shouted at the ruffians who were lying on the ground in pain. Yes, the ruffians were nervous when they heard this. They quickly got up from the ground and rushed out of the house to search for Ranjima. They only knew her name, but not her face. On the other side, Ito, who left the Grass Deer district, returned to the South Soul Street. He stayed in the room where he first hid and waited for Hunter God and Shinozaki Ichigo to appear. Perhaps it was because of Ito, Shinya, and Ie's attack on Bavinter, who was supposed to invade Soul Society at this time, did not come immediately. It was not until 4 days later that they entered Soul Society and announced their arrival to the entire Soul Society in the form of destroying the Repentance Palace. Just more than a month after Bavinter's Soul Society disappeared, Shinozaki Ichigo and the other protagonists also entered West Soul Street, through Urahara Kisuke's World Gate. These guys from the Grass Deer District are a little weak. They actually didn't find any information about Ranjima after 4 days. It has somewhat damaged the value of the local snake in my heart. Ito, who was drinking on the outside of the house, sighed softly. "Fortunately, I didn't put my hopes on them from the beginning. It doesn't matter. Now I just need to wait for the battle between Hunter God, Kuroki Byakuya, and Shinozaki Ichigo." This time, Ito didn't have to wait too long. It was only the 3rd day. On the night when the agreement with the head of the Grass Deer District expired, 2 huge Ryatsu erupted in the forest not far from the Grass Deer District, attracting Ito's attention. "It's starting." Ito got up and walked to the door. He looked up in the direction of the Ryatsu and said softly. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure flashed and disappeared from the room. After 2 flashes, he appeared around the fierce battle between Hunter God and Kuroki Byakuya. He used would release to enter a tree and observe the battle between the two through the connection between the trees. The battle between the two was very fierce. Of course, this was in the eyes of people like, say, Ito, who had good eyesight. If the eyesight wasn't good enough, if people didn't have enough strength to see it, at most, they could only see 2 vague figures running around and then breaking the surrounding trees and ground. It was very inexplicable. Generally speaking, Kuroki Byakuya was at a disadvantage. His sword cleave was completely countered by Hunter God's wind puppet. In the end, He had to use a move that hurt both sides to fight with Hunter God. But even so, he could only open a small wound on Hunter God's body, and then he was knocked to the ground by Hunter God. However, what was regrettable was that even the small wound caused by Katiki Baya was restored by Bavinder's ability to devour the surrounding Reiki in the subsequent actions of the god of hunting. It returned to its original appearance without leaving any external injuries. If it weren't for the traces of the battle around him, it would have seemed like an illusion. And just when Hunter God was about to attack Kuroki Byakuya, who was struggling to stand up from the ground, accompanied by a violent burst of Ryatsu, a black shadow quickly appeared between Kuroki Byakuya and Hunter God. He waved his sword and forced Hunter God to retreat. This newcomer was none other than the child of the world of Shinigami, the protagonist Shinozaki Ichigo. After some chatter, Shinozaki Ichigo and Hunter God began to fight. Bavinter, the subsidiary product of the Soul Society's failed immortality experiment. His ability came from the original soul sample of the Grim Reaper in their bodies. However, because it was incomplete and mutated, Bavinter's ability changed. First, the Soul Slasher ability from the Grim Reaper turned into a puppet. His ability to absorb Reiki changed into devouring Reiki and souls. Therefore, in the Soul Society, where there were only Reiki and Reiki in the air, Bavinter seemed to have returned to his home ground. He was a semi-invincible existence and was not someone that the current Shinozaki Ichigo could defeat. Therefore, after a fight, Hunter God didn't seem to have any problems except for some minor injuries that couldn't be healed in time due to Shinozaki Ichigo's oppression. On the other hand, Shinozaki Ichigo was attacked by Hunter God's wind force. His body was covered with small wounds, and blood kept flowing. It looked a little scary. However, just when Kuroki Byakuya, Shinozaki Ichigo, and Hunter God were fighting each other, a huge Ryatsu light beam suddenly fell from the sky and blasted into the huge round pit created by the battle between Shinozaki Ichigo and Hunter God, forcing them to retreat. A cloud of smoke and dust filled the round pit. After about 10 seconds, the smoke and dust slowly drifted away with a gentle breeze in the night sky. In an instant, a brown-haired woman in her 30s or 40s appeared in front of everyone. She was wearing a Black Death Lord suit and a coat similar to the captain's Haori, but there was no team number written on it. Instead, it was the same as the white Haori that the people of the Technology Development Bureau often wore. She had a pair of glasses on her face, and her expression was a little stern. She looked like a young lady in her 30s or 40s. She gave off the feeling that she was a noble lady from a European noble family in the last century. "It's you." Hunter God's expression changed slightly. "You?" Shinozaki Ichigo looked at the person's face in surprise. "I finally found you." The person looked at Hunter God and said, "I am Landau." "What?" Shinozaki Ichigo was surprised. "You're Bavinter, right?" Landau, who ignored Shinozaki Ichigo, asked Hunter God. Hunter God didn't answer, but his eyes fell on Lando's familiar face. "Are you really Landau?" Shinozaki Ichigo asked in disbelief. "Are you the new Shinigami? You look bad." Landau turned his head and looked at Shinozaki Ichigo. Shinozaki Ichigo was speechless. He didn't know how to refute. Tap, 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 tap. Just as Lanjima and Kurosaki Ichigo were about to say something, a series of rhythmic footsteps were heard. Kurosaki Ichigo, Hunter God, and Lanjima's attention were drawn to it. Then, the figure of Ito Sei, who was walking leisurely, came into their sight. "It's you?" Seeing Sei Ito's face, Shinozaki Ichigo immediately turned to face Ito and said in a deep voice. Byakuya also had the same reaction as Shinozaki Ichigo. His expressionless face was gloomy. "I finally found you, Landau." Sei Ito ignored Byakuya, Shinozaki Ichigo, and even Hunter God's strong hostility and looked directly at Landau, who was not far away, and smiled. "Looking for me?" Landau frowned and asked. "Yes, looking for you. I need your help with something." Sei Ito smiled. "Don't even think about it." Shinozaki Ichigo rushed in front of Landau and stood between her and say Ito and shouted, "You don't have the final say in this kind of thing." Say Ito glanced at Shinozaki Ichigo and said. Then he used instant transmission to teleport Landau to his side and press his hand on her shoulder. Forbidden technique? Landau frowned and asked. Of course not, but it's not bad that you categorized it as a forbidden technique. Sei Ito shook his head slightly and said, but just in case, I'll have to trouble you a little. After saying that, with a thought, a spatial fluctuation immediately spread out from Lando's body. Then, a transparent cuboid visible to the naked eye appeared around Landau, enveloping her inside and quickly compressing her inwardly. During this process, Lando's body also shrank in a strange way. After about 5 seconds, it turned into a transparent cuboid the size of a fist and fell into Seito's palm. He then put it away with a flip of his hand. My mission is completed. I won't disturb your battle any longer. Goodbye. Seito looked at Byakuya, Shinozaki Ichigo, and Hunter God and smiled. Then, his figure flashed and disappeared in front of their eyes. Stop! Shinozaki Ichigo shouted. However, just as Shinozaki Ichigo was feeling angry about Sei Ito's departure, a middle-aged man wearing a dark green sports vest, brown baggy pants, and a headset around his neck rushed into the field. He ran to Hunter God's side and turned to face Shinozaki Ichigo and Byakuya. Master Hunter God, the man called out. Koga, Hunter God responded. That's all for today. We'll fight again next time, Shinozaki Ichigo, Hunter God said. Then, a whirlwind suddenly appeared around him, enveloping him and the newcomer Koga. He then used his ability to leave the scene. Chapter 1398. P.S. Thank you to OpenLu, Metering Million Lion, and Doom ***M for their precious monthly votes. Soul Street, South Soul Street. In his hiding place, Sei Ito, who had returned here using the Flying Thunder God technique, first took out several paper talismans and threw them to every corner of the house, creating an aura shielding barrier, isolating the situation inside the house from the outside world. Then he took out the transparent crystal that sealed Landau and threw it on the ground in front of him, unlocking the seal. Under the effect of the spatial energy, the transparent cuboid, which had returned to its original size in 2 or 3 seconds, shattered with a soft pop sound, allowing Landau to regain its freedom. Is this how you ask people? Landau, who had regained his freedom, looked at Sei Ito, who was sitting cross-legged on the tatami, and sneered. Strong enemies are surrounding us, so I had no choice but to do this. Please forgive me, Landau. Sei Ito smiled. Humph. Landau, who knew that it was useless to say anything at this time, snorted coldly and sat down. Let me formally introduce myself first. I am Sei Ito, a human. Sei Ito smiled. Human. Landau looked at Sei Ito with some surprise. He found that he was different from the ordinary Shinigami in Bavinter, and there was a strange power around him. With Lando's eyesight, he naturally understood that this power was the foundation that allowed Sei Ito to move and fight normally in Soul Society, where only spirits existed. Do the humans in a modern world already have the power to enter Soul Society? It seems that the world has changed a lot in the 1,000 miles I was exiled. Landau said with some emotion. Not really. The modern world is still the reality you are familiar with. It's just that with the passage of time and the development of technology, the overall environment has changed a little. As for me, I can only say that I am a special case, and there won't be another human like me in the future. Sei Ito shook his head slightly and explained. That doesn't matter to me. Just tell me your intention. Landau said with a flat expression. Then I'll be frank. Sei Ito said seriously. I would like to invite Landau to join my organization as the director of the body of Spiritual Power Technology Development Bureau. What nostalgic name. Landau chuckled. What if I refuse? Then, Landau looked up at Sei Ito and asked, Then I can only forcibly take you away from Soul Society and bring you back to the headquarters to put you under house arrest until you agree. Sei Ito chuckled. However, his tone and expression made it seem like he was joking. However, The look in his eyes was very determined, showing his determination to obtain her Orchid Island. I don't understand. How did you know my name? Lanjima and Seito looked at each other for a few seconds, then sighed. Asked Zhang Han. You can say that I listened in on the Bavint's conversation. They must have learned of your existence from them. Seito answered half-heartedly. Bavint. Landau lowered her head and pondered for a moment. Then she said firmly, if you want me to join your organization as the director of the Technology Development Bureau, I can do that, but I have a condition. Bavint? Seito said lightly. Yes, as long as you help me eliminate this group of Bavint who broke into Soul Society and stop them from taking revenge on Jing Lingting. I will serve as the director of the Technology Development Bureau. Landau nodded and admitted. Okay, Itose agreed when he thought about it. But you also know that Bavint can achieve the effect of invincibility by devouring Soul Society's spirit seed. So in order to successfully eliminate them, I need some help from you. Seito continued. Of course, Landau responded. I have already finished making it. It is now placed in my hiding place. I need you to come back with me to get it. No problem. Seito nodded and agreed. Then, he stood up from the tatami and walked to Renashima, who had also stood up from the tatami. He reached out and pressed on her shoulder. He activated instant transmission and disappeared from the hiding house. He moved towards the battlefield where Kurosaki Ichigo, and Hunter God were fighting. After 2 or 3 flashes, the two of them arrived at the battlefield, which had already been deserted. Where is it? Seito asked. Follow me. Landau, who only thought that instant transmission was the forbidden space technique of Soul Society, did not care too much and walked into the forest first. Seito did not hesitate and quickly followed. After walking for about 10 minutes, Seito followed Landau into her small and messy house built under the ground. Go sit over there and wait, Landau said, then walked to the place that looked like a storage area and buried her head in the pile of strangely shaped debris. Found it. After a while, Landau opened her mouth and said. At the same time, a dagger with a golden handle that looked like a fruit knife appeared in Lando's hand. As long as you activate it with spiritual power, you can stab Bavinder's body, Ranjima said as he threw the dagger to Ito's eye. Seito, who reached out and took the dagger in front of his eyes and looked at it, nodded, indicating that he understood. By the way, I heard that you have a seal on your body. Do you want me to help you unlock it? Seito, who turned his hand and put away the dagger, looked at Landau and asked, You said you can unlock it? Landau asked with a smile that was unknown whether it was mocking or something else. Yes, after all, with spiritual pressure, you can do much more than you do now. I have no reason to give up on getting a stronger you. Seito shrugged and said, Since you know that I have a seal on my body, then you should know the name of the seal. Landau sneered. To be honest, I don't know. Seito shook his head and said, It doesn't matter if you don't know. You just need to know how it works. The moment the seal on my body was placed, it completely fused with my spirit body. Unless I die or Quiet Soul Society is willing to use an item, it can't be unlocked. Landau explained, But haven't you already broken through some of the restrictions of the seal and retrieved some spiritual pressure for battle? Seito smiled and said, Then have you noticed that my face looks a lot bigger than the average death god? Landau said, No matter what, you are still a person from 1,000 years ago. In terms of real age, you are only behind the head captain and Captain Uno Waretsu. It is normal for you to have such a change. Seito said indifferently. It seems you don't understand. Forget it, I'll get straight to the point. The reason I was able to break through the restrictions of the seal and retrieve some spiritual pressure for battle was because I had modified my body. If it weren't for that modification, I might have already died 500 years ago. But at the same time, the modification came with a price, which is the stability of my spirit body and the activity of my spirit cells. In order to maintain the stability of my body, I need to sleep for a long time so that my body can repair its cells and spirit body. Landau patiently explained. In other words, after a while, due to the fatigue of my cells, I will fall into a coma for half a day to an entire day. And with my current body condition, even if Quiet Soul Society is willing to pardon my crimes and help me undo the seal on my body, I might still be crushed by the explosive power of my body and die on the spot. Landau continued with a sigh. So, it is impossible to unlock the seal. I understand. Your transformation is to forcibly change the frequency of your spirit body and forcibly suppress the activity of your spirit cells to affect the judgment program of the seal enchantment that is integrated with your body. It indirectly creates a loophole and allows the sealed spirit power to flow out. Am I right? Itose said with a smile without changing his expression. Yes. Landau nodded. But if there is a method that can ensure the stability of your spirit body and the activity of your spirit cells, and also help you change the frequency of your spirit body and allow your spirit cells to operate in a different state, then can you unlock the seal on your body? Seito continued. If what you said is true, then as long as the method is right and the outside help is strong enough, there is a 50% chance of unlocking the seal. Landau lowered his head and thought for a while before nodding. I naturally have this method, but I don't know if you want to try it, Seito said with a strange expression. Forget it. Let's first deal with the matter of Bavinter. When the matter of Bavinter is over, I'll let go of all my worries. At that time, even if I fail to unlock the seal, I won't have any regrets. Landau was silent for a while before shaking his head and refusing. Well, let's talk about it after the matter of Bavinter is over, Seito said with an indifferent expression. Then the two of them looked at each other without saying anything, and then they started to talk about Bavinter. However, not long after, Landau's body swayed, and a tired expression appeared on his face. The side effects are coming out. I'll go rest first. Landau stood up from the ground and walked towards the bed in the house. Let me help you. Seito stood up and quickly walked to Lando's side. He reached out and held her arm, helped her to the bed, and let her lie flat on the bed. Thank you. Landau softly thanked him, and then, as if he could no longer suppress his exhaustion, he fell asleep. Seito didn't say anything when he saw this. He directly found a clean place in the house to lie down and close his eyes to rest. Just like this, one person recovered his body through sleep, and the other person simply used sleep to fight time. A night passed in the blink of an eye, and it was noon of the next day. The two who woke up first ate the lunch prepared by Landau. Then, after resting for more than 10 minutes, they got up and left the house together, heading towards Quiet Soul Society. Chapter 1399. P.S. Thank you to 909040591 for the tip. Thank you to Fayer and Dead Family of the Thief for the precious monthly votes. Take this with you. While I fight Bavinter, it can guarantee your safety so that I won't be distracted. On the way to Quiet Soul Society, Seito threw a black bracelet inlaid with a circle of blue crystals the size of soybeans to Landau beside him. Thank you. Landau, who took the bracelet, didn't hesitate and directly put it on his left wrist. It's nothing. After all, you are the director of my important technology development bureau. Seito laughed. Landau lowered his head to check the bracelet on his wrist, ignoring Seito's teasing. Seito, who asked for a rebuff, laughed dryly and didn't say anything. Very good spiritual equipment. After a while, Landau raised his head and said, It's an honor to be praised by you. Seito chuckled. How confident are you in dealing with Bavinter? Landau asked. Originally, it was 80%. But now, with the dagger you provided, it's 100% certain. Itose replied with a face full of confidence. Bavinter is not as simple as you think. You better not be too careless. Landau reminded. I understand. Seito, who knew that Landau was being kind, nodded and agreed. After that, the two of them stopped talking and hurried towards Quiet Soul Society. Not long after, the two came to the junction of Quiet Soul Society and Drifting Soul Street, outside the stone wall and gate made of murderous stones. It's just that at this time, it has become chaotic. A large number of low-level team members and Drifting Soul Street ruffians from the Grass Deer area were fighting. As for the gate, it had already been broken by an unknown siege tool. It seems that Baventer has already taken action. Looking at the situation in front of him, Ito said lightly. Then, Ito spread out his psychic energy and formed an illusion domain around the two of them. Then, he led Landau through the fighting Grim Reaper and the ruffians on drifting Soul Street and entered Quiet Soul Society through the gate. Although this process was a little strange, Landau, who was somewhat prepared for Ito's endless methods, did not pay too much attention to it, so he quickly forgot about it. Over there, Landau, who had been searching for Baventer's aura ever since he entered Quiet Soul Society, pointed to the side and said, after receiving the hint, Ito did not hesitate and immediately grabbed Rashima's arm. Activating his flying scythe kick, he rushed in the direction of the aura. Very soon, on the main street of Serene Soul Society, there was a man wearing khaki-colored silk trousers and a long purple, sleeveless tang button-down. His skin was bronze-colored. Baventer, who looked like a woman because of his long back hair, appeared in the eyes of Ito and Landau. At this time, this Baventer, who was called Yoshi in Ito's memory, was holding a long sword and a hooked fan-like puppet weapons in Nita, sword and a katana, fan, and a white Quincy battlesuit. Ishida Yurong, who was holding a Quincy spiritual bow and arrow, was fighting. Quincy, Landau said with some surprise. It seems that we don't need to do anything here. Let's go find the next one. Ito laughed. Landau frowned slightly when he heard this, but he still believed in Ito's judgment. He raised his hand and pointed in another direction, the direction where Baventer was. Ito immediately rushed over with Landau. This time, the twins named Peng and Pan appeared. They also met their opponents like in the original work, Shiba Rock Vulture. Ito, who was not interested in the battle here, left with Landau again and came to the location of another Baventer. Hello, can you tell me what you're doing now? Finally, he found the lone hunter god, Ito and said in a frivolous tone, pretending to be curious. It's you. Hunter God looked at Ito and Landau, who suddenly appeared, and said in a deep voice, This is... Landau, who felt that something was wrong, frowned and looked around. Seeing Lando's behavior, Hunter God's eyes immediately became cold, and he summoned a whirlwind and threw it at Landau. According to common sense, at this time, Ito should hold Landau and move away to avoid Hunter God's attack, but this time, Ito did not do so. Instead, when the whirlwind flew toward Landau, he disappeared from Lando's side and appeared next to Hunter God in the next second. The dagger wrapped in white spiritual power suddenly appeared in his hand and stabbed into Hunter God's waist. Puff! The dagger stabbed into Hunter God's body without any hindrance. Oomph! Hunter God's eyes were cold as he snorted. His 5 fingers curled into a pointed finger and wrapped in several whirlwinds. Then he stabbed towards Ito. Ito leaned back and lifted his foot to kick Hunter God's injured waist, sending him flying. Bang! Hunter's body slammed heavily into the side of the wall, creating an irregular depression with a diameter of nearly 2 meters on the wall that was made of spirit stones. At the same time, Hunter God's tornado attack landed on Lando's body. However, the expected situation of Landau being blown away didn't happen. Instead, a blue energy shield suddenly appeared around Landau and blocked Hunter God's attack. Seeing the shield, Landau subconsciously looked up at the black crystal bracelet on her left wrist. At this moment, the blue crystals on the bracelet were just as she had sensed. They were all emitting a blue light, reflecting a dark blue color on her arm. Then, Landau, who no longer cared about her own safety, put down her arm and carefully looked at the surrounding environment, comparing it with a memory in her mind. Sure enough, this is where the Purifying World Seal is buried. Landau said with certainty. Stop him. He intends to use the power of the Purifying World Seal buried everywhere in Quiet Soul Society to make Quiet Soul Society disappear. Then, Landau shouted at Ito. Understood, Ito responded. You shouldn't be the Grim Reaper, right? Why are you helping the Grim Reaper to destroy my business? Hunter God asked Sei Ito as he fell from the wall to the ground. He raised his hand to pull out the dagger from his waist and threw it aside. Because Landau wants to stop you, Sei Ito replied with a smile. The continuation of Soma. Hunter God said softly. In that case, then I'll have to kill you. After that, he activated Bavinder's devouring instinct and began to forcibly absorb the surrounding Reiki like Quincy. A layer of blue Reiki visible to the naked eye immediately appeared around Hunter God's body. A large number of cherry blossom-like blue Reiki light balls flew toward Hunter God. Soon, Hunter God noticed the difference in his body. He frowned and looked down at the wound on his abdomen that was not healed as usual. So the purpose of that slash was to stop my Reiki devouring ability. Hunter God turned his head and looked at Landau, who was standing not far away. Yes, Sei Ito affirmed. This way, it'll be easier for me to kill you. It won't be a waste of time. Humph. Hunter God snorted and said, Mei Sha. After that, a metal product similar to an exhaust fan appeared on Hunter God's right hand and merged with his entire right hand. Then the next moment, a rapidly spinning whirlwind appeared at the exhaust fan's opening. It stopped there like a sword. Even without the Reiki devouring ability, you still can't stop me. Hunter God shouted as he used the wind to complete a high-speed movement and appeared in front of Sei Ito. He then stabbed the whirlwind sword in his hand. His figure flashed. Sei Ito appeared behind Hunter God in a flash of blue light. He summoned the godly blade, celestial clouds, and slashed down. Puff! A long and narrow wound appeared on Hunter God's back. Hunter God let out a muffled groan after being hit. He flashed away and appeared in the distance. At this time, there was a crackling sound of electricity. The whirlwind sword in Hunter God's hand shot out a yellow electric light, and then replaced the whirlwind sword in Hunter God's hand. My puppet is the hurricane. Not only can it allow me to control the wind around me, but it can also control the thunder and lightning, because the friction between the wind can form positive electrons. Hunter God said calmly. Then he waved his arm, and the yellow electric light shot towards Sei Ito. Huh, Sei Ito sneered. Then he flashed again and appeared behind Hunter God using teleportation. He then slashed his right shoulder. Puff! Under the powerful slash, Hunter God's right arm was separated from his body. Hunter God screamed in pain. How does it feel to be cut by a near-liquid Reiki? Sei Ito asked Hunter God with a smile as he ran away with wind steps. Hunter God looked back at Sei Ito with a ferocious face. Then a tornado suddenly appeared beside Hunter God, protecting him in the eye of the tornado. Then the tornado shook slightly and quickly swept towards Sei Ito. Sei Ito narrowed his eyes and used his perception to detect the movement of the wind that formed the tornado. Then he waved his arm and slashed out the celestial clouds filled with near-liquid Reiki. Whoosh! In an instant, the tornado in front of Sei Ito exploded, exposing Hunter God's figure to Sei Ito's eyes. Sei Ito turned his wrist and raised his sword. He then slashed at Hunter God. Puff! A bloody wound appeared on Divine Hunter's upper body, and blood spurted out from it. In the entire Grim Reaper's world, Sei Ito was Hunter God's nemesis. In terms of speed, Sei Ito had lightning flash, telekinesis, lightning speed. In terms of destructive power, Sei Ito had celestial clouds, rule resonance, and energy protection. In terms of skills, Sei Ito had more than enough. Hunter God, who only knew how to play with Reiki, was no match for him. That was why Hunter God ended up like this in just a few rounds. In the end, his head was cut off by Sei Ito. The moment Sei chopped off the head of Hunting Arrow God, several figures appeared around Sei, along with several whooshing sounds. Chapter 1400. P.S. Thank you to Nickfany, Wongit, and Dazzling for their precious monthly votes. Thank you to Halcyon for your tip. Sei Ito's gaze slowly swept over the people who suddenly appeared. 4 Maple Quartz Yi, Soy Fawn, Kachiki Byakuya, Shunsui Kiryu, Shinozaki Ichigo, TSK, they really value you. Seito chuckled. Seito wasn't surprised that these people would appear here. First of all, Kachiki Byakuya and Shinozaki Ichigo had already seen him when he was looking for Landau. According to Kuchiki Byakuya's personality, he would naturally report this information to Soul Society and attract their attention. After all, he was one of the criminals who destroyed Soul Society with Aizen. Secondly, Seito's influence. In the original work, Soifan should be restrained by Ma Qiao. Shunsui Kiryu should be busy sealing the Pure World Seal, and Kachiki Byakuya and Four Maple Court's should be guarding against Hunter God. However, because of Seito's intervention, Ma Qiao's avatar was destroyed by Masakuya in the modern world. He couldn't fight because he was in a trance, so he didn't enter Soul Society with Hunter God. Hunter God, who was supposed to do something, was also killed by him. This freed the four people, or most of the captains in Soul Society, so they didn't have to be as busy as the original work. Therefore, it was normal for them to come here at this time. Speak, what is your purpose for coming back this time? Or rather, what is Aizen's purpose? A dark-skinned beauty wearing tight black trousers and an orange long-sleeved jacket asked E of the Four Maple Courtyard. Her dark purple hair was tied into a high ponytail. Shouldn't you know my purpose? Seito looked at Yi in surprise. Landau. Four Maple Court's Yi glanced at Landau. Yi frowned. Yes, for that. I also help you solve a big problem. Seito glanced at Hunter God body that was gradually disintegrating into soul particles. So, you came to Soul Society on your own? Four Maple Court's Yi confirmed. Aizen has no right to order me. Seito chuckled. What a confident guy. Outside the captain's Haori, Shunsui, who was wearing a pink robe with white cherry blossom petals printed all over it, raised his hand and pulled down the bamboo hat on his head, smiling like an uncle. What do we do? Yuki Byakuya asked. Those who destroy Quiet Soul Court shall be killed without mercy. Keiki Baya said expressionlessly as he gently flicked the thumb of his left hand that was holding the scabbard. A small portion of the Senbenzakura was ejected from scabbard. Bring him back to the Shing army and interrogate him. Soifeng ordered coldly. It's fine as long as you follow the principles. Yi of the Four Maple Courtyard smiled valiantly. Because he wasn't a member of Silent Soul Society's team. Shinozaki Ichigo, who had no reason to interrupt, could only stand aside in shock. Of course, Seito didn't think much of him. It seems like we can't run away from this battle. Seito chuckled. After that, he raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Lanjima, who had been standing in the same place and did not dare to move, immediately appeared beside Ito-sei. The blue light surrounding his body shrank, until it finally turned into a ball the size of a tennis ball and fell into Ito-sei's hand. Ito-sei then put away. Not good. He's trying to escape. Shinozaki Ichigo, who had seen Seito do this before, instinctively shouted. Hearing Shinozaki Ichigo's shout, Yi and Soifan immediately appeared beside Seito. They used capture to grab Seito's arms and placed a short sword on Seito's neck. You're under arrest, Soifan said coldly. Tisk, Shinozaki Ichigo. You're wrong about one thing. Seito glanced at the Zanpakuto in Soifan's hand and said, I'm not planning to escape. After he finished speaking, he disappeared from Yi and Soifan's hands and reappeared behind Kurosaki Ichigo, who did not react at all. Then he kicked his butt. However, at this moment, a large foot wearing grass shoes came over. It blocked Seito's attack. Aya. It's not good to sneak attack someone from behind. The owner of the foot, Shunsui Gakura, laughed. That's a good feeling. Seito curled his lips and said. Then he kicked Shunsui Gakura away and kicked Shunsui Gakura away. Then he kicked Shinozaki Ichigo again. Idiot, get out of the way. Soifan, who suddenly appeared beside Shinozaki Ichigo, pulled him away and blocked the attack with her foot. Bakudo 61, 6 Light Prison. At the same time, Kachiki Byakuya's voice sounded. In an instant, 6 bright yellow energy arrows appeared around Sei Ito and pierced his waist from all directions, imprisoning Sei Ito in place. At the same time, Yi of the Four Maple Court swung his leg and kicked Sei Ito's head. Bang! A muffled sound immediately reverberated, just when the attack of Four Maple Court was less than a centimeter away from Ito's Sei. A slightly flashing white energy barrier swayed the attack of Four Maple Court's Yi. Yi of the Four Maple Court didn't hesitate. He twisted his body and used his other leg to chop down on Sei Ito's head. Bang! With the same muffled sound, Yi of the Four Maple Court's attack was blocked by another light. Psychokinesis barrier. Walala. At this time, a series of shattering sounds could be heard. The 6-light prison that imprisoned Sei Ito suddenly shattered and turned into countless spiritual particles that disappeared into the air. Itsunari, who had regained his freedom, grabbed Yi's ankle and tossed her towards Soifan. Like a javelin, Itsunari threw her towards Soifan. As Soifan, who was looking forward to Yi of the Four Maple Court, Yi's safety was the most important thing. Therefore, he stretched out his arms and caught her without thinking. Ito Sei turned around and raised his hand. He cast a Kido at Shinozaki Ichigo, who couldn't interfere at all. Hado number 63. Thunder Roar Cannon. Boom! In an instant, there was a loud explosion, and Ichigo, who couldn't react in time, was instantly enveloped by the smoke from the explosion. Whoosh! Without waiting for Ito Sei to see the result, Kachiki Byakuya, who had silently released his Zanpakuto, used his hand to control the Senbenzakura chakra that was twice as fast as his mind control to rush towards Ito Sei. Bang! But with a muffled sound, it was blocked by a circular barrier that suddenly appeared. Bakudo number 39, Round Gate. But knowing that the Round Gate couldn't stop the Senbenzakura chakra for long, Sei Ito moved and jumped to the top of a nearby building. But then, several thick snake-like energy chains suddenly appeared in midair and almost instantly wrapped around Sei Ito's body tightly. Bakudo number 63. Chainbind. Good job, Shiki-san. In the midst of the sudden praise, Shunsui, who had also unsheathed his sword at some point, appeared beside Ito Sei and waved his sword towards his body. Bang! The ubiquitous telekinetic barrier helped Sei Ito block the attack once again. Seeing the telekinetic barrier around Sei Ito, Shunsui couldn't help but frown. But immediately, Shunsui, whose attack was blocked, jumped back from Sei Ito's body. Pink cherry blossoms immediately appeared above Sei Ito and poured down like a waterfall. Who? In the next second, a small tornado appeared from the center of Senbenzakura Sakura's flower tide. It swept Senbenzakura Sakura away from Sei Ito's body and rushed towards a bespectacled beauty not far away. Seeing this, Shuinsue's expression changed. He used Shuinpa to instantly appear beside Ayase Shichiku. He reached out and hugged her waist. Then, he used Shuinpa again to escape from the attack. Boom! The Senbenzakura hurricane immediately bombarded the wall beside the street, creating a huge hole, and a large cloud of smoke and dust instantly dispersed from there. Swoosh! 2 figures rushed towards Sei Ito's body. Needless to say, only Yi of the Four Maple Courtyard and Sofong, her successor, were capable of executing such a powerful close-range attack. Sei Ito's figure flashed. After escaping from the two's joint attack, he immediately appeared behind Sofong and pressed his palm on her exposed back. He then injected a force of impact into Sofeng's body. Oomph! Sofeng, who was hit by the force of impact, immediately let out a groan. She couldn't help but take a few steps forward. Yi of the Four Maple Courtyard temporarily ignored Sofeng and rushed towards Sei Ito's side. He used his fastest speed to wrap the bandage that could be used to release Zanpakuto on Sei Ito's arm. When he jumped behind Sei Ito, he used his technique to capture Sei Ito. At the same time, Sofeng, who was suppressing the discomfort in her body, turned around and stabbed towards Sei Ito's chest with her golden finger. Stinging kill. As expected, So Feng's attack was blocked by Sei Ito's psychokinesis. However, unlike the previous two times, the effect of his psychokinesis was a little weaker this time. So Feng's Zanpakuto almost pierced his body. Spiritual poison. Sei Ito narrowed his eyes and guessed. As he was guessing, Sei Ito didn't hesitate to kick forward. So Feng moved her body and retreated a large distance, dodging Sei Ito's kick. Sei Ito, who had his front kick missed, immediately slammed his foot back onto the ground. Boom! In a huge explosion, a vibration spread out, making Ichi-I of the Four Maple Court, who used skills to imprison Ito's Sei, lose his footing. Super Heaven Guard. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Ito's Sei quickly bent forward and threw Ichi-I of the Four Maple Court, who was pulling the bandage, out of the room. 6 Light Prison. At this time, Kuchiki Byakuya once again used Bakudo on Sei Ito, imprisoning Sei Ito in place. Then, Senbenzakura's Flower Tide once again descended on Ito's Sei's head, falling like a waterfall. Now, Kuchiki Byakuya shouted, "Crescent Moon, Tensho!" As soon as he finished speaking, Kuchiki Ichigo's voice sounded on the battlefield, and then a huge crescent moon attack formed by Reisher flew towards Sei Ito, who was enveloped by Senbenzakura. Boom! With a loud sound, the dense Senbenzakura was blown away, revealing Sei Ito, who had a long wound on his body and was frowning. Obviously, with this cooperation, Kuchiki Ichigo and the others' attack had achieved a good result. 6 Light Prison. At this time, before Sei Ito could react, Shuinsue's voice sounded. Then, the familiar Bakudo attack once again descended on Sei Ito's body. Senbenzakura. Kuchiki Byakuya's attack also landed on Sei Ito's body. Crescent Moon. Tensho. Kuchiki Ichigo stirred up his spiritual power and slashed out a huge crescent moon. Boom! A violent explosion once again reverberated in the sky above Quiet Soul Society. However, when the smoke dissipated, the situation that appeared was not what Kuchiki Ichigo had expected, leaving another wound on Sei Ito's body. Instead, under the protection of a slightly flickering invisible barrier, Sei Ito was unscathed and sneered. Obviously, Sei Ito, who had learned his lesson, was not careless and activated the telekinesis barrier to be strong enough. Seeing this, Shunsui, who had just relaxed a little, could not help but raise his hand and pull the bamboo hat on his head. Kuchiki Byakuya was still expressionless, and it was impossible to tell what he was thinking. However, Kuchiki Ichigo's face revealed a serious expression. As for the Four Maple Court's E and Soi Fawn, they both frowned and looked at Sei Ito thoughtfully. Under the protection of the telekinesis barrier, Sei Ito raised his hand and wiped the wound on his chest. Then, with a slide of his palm, the wound healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. If it were not for the traces of damage and blood left on his chest, no one would have thought that there was a hideous wound there. As expected of the elites of Soul Society, the captains of the various teams, your mind is flexible. This one admires you. Sei Ito, who had used his life energy to heal the wound, chuckled. How are you an elite? The 5 of us worked together to leave a wound on your body. It's embarrassing. Shunsui said with a smile. Sei Ito chuckled and did not answer. Okay, let's finish this quickly. I don't want to be surrounded by all the captains of Soul Society. Sei Ito turned his head and looked at the spiritual pressure of the captains in Soul Society. In that case, it's my turn to teach you a lesson. Shunsui tightened his grip on Shurikai's Megami Kwangu and chuckled as he walked toward Sei Ito. Megami Kwangu. Sei Ito narrowed his eyes and looked at the Zanpakuto in Shuinsue's hand. Chapter 1401. Shunsui and Sei Ito faced each other in front of Four Maple Court's Soi Fawn, Kuchiki Byakuya, Shin Ozaki Ichigo, and Shuinsue's vice captain. In the process of this confrontation, Shunsui Jingle's spiritual pressure was constantly released. It's Ryatsu Shunsui. Somewhere in Quiet Soul Society, the captain of the 13th Division, Jushiro Okatake, looked at Shuinsue's Ryatsu Shunsui in surprise. In Quiet Soul Society's 4th Division, Uno Hanaretsu was also looking in that direction. Then there was the 7th Division Sasuke's, Yamamoto's 1st Division's Jinryu Sai Shigekuni. As for the remaining captains of the 10th Division, the 11th Division, and the 12th Division, they were either fighting with Baventer or a certain original death god, or they were not interested in the battle over there and ignored it. Little brother, be careful. After a moment of confrontation, Shunsui suddenly warned. As soon as the words fell, Shuinsue's figure instantly appeared diagonally above Ito-sei, brandishing his sword and chopping towards him. Jangue! Shunsui shouted at the same time. The so-called Jangue was an ability after Shuinsue's Zanpakuto, Flower Sky Kwang Shirkai. Under this ability, the higher the position of the user and the enemy, the stronger the slash. It could even reach the level of killing. Obviously, Shunsui intended to use this ability to challenge Ito-sei's telekinesis barrier. If it was an ordinary person, they might stupidly block or try to escape, but say Ito wasn't an ordinary person. He was an outsider who understood Shuinsue's ability through the original owner, so his choice was naturally different. Therefore, when Shunsui slashed down, Seito's figure instantly appeared above Shunsui and summoned the divine blade, Celestial Clouds. Shuinsue's pupils shrank as the blade slashed at him. Puff! Under the influence of Zhang Gui's ability, the originally heavy attack became even more powerful and left a deep wound on Shuinsue's body. Shunsui fell heavily to the ground. Pong! Jingle Shunsui fell face first onto the ground. Captain! Seeing this, Ise Shino instinctively wanted to rush to Shuinsue's side to check his condition, but he was immediately grabbed by 4 Maple Courtier. He could only struggle while shouting with a face full of worry. Cough! I didn't expect that I would fail in one move. Shunsui coughed violently as he struggled to get up from the ground. Shino, don't worry, I'm fine. Jingle Shunsui raised his hand and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with the back of his hand. He turned around and looked at the anxious and worried Ise Shursui with a smile. Little brother, you seem to know my Shirkai ability very well. Then, Shunsui looked at Ito-sei, who jumped back to the ground, and said, I've heard a little about it. Seito replied with a smile. Is it that guy's? And Shunsui asked again. No. Seito shook his head slightly. I see. Shunsui nodded thoughtfully and said, It seems that I have to be careful. Seito smiled and didn't answer. He took a deep breath. Shunsui, who temporarily suppressed the injuries on his body with spiritual power, waved his dual blades to both sides. 2 gusts of wind suddenly flew out from his body, then crossed around Ito-sei's body. They chased each other and formed a whirlwind like a top, imprisoning Ito-sei. Shino, Jangue! Shunsui jumped into the whirlwind and waved his sword again at Seito. Seito's figure flashed. Just like before, he used instant transmission to appear behind Shunsui and waved his sword. Shunsui, who was already prepared, twisted his body in midair and crossed his 2 swords to meet the attack. Clang! The sound of metal colliding was heard. But even so, Shunsui was still smashed to the ground by the huge force of Ito-sei's awakening demon ability, but he was not as miserable as last time. Shunsui, who fell to the ground, slid back a distance. Then, Shunsui stomped his foot and used Flash Step to rush in front of Ito-sei, and swung a slash at him. Seito raised his sword and blocked it. Shunsui took the opportunity to attack again, and used his other sword to hit Celestial Clouds' blade and knocked Seito to the ground. Then Shunsui used Flash Step and appeared in the shadow behind Ito-sei. The tip of the sword stabbed down on the ground, covered by the shadow. Puff! In the next moment, a black shadow sword that was the same shape as Hua Tinquang's bone sword suddenly came out from under Seito's feet and cut Seito's body. Blood immediately sprayed out from the new wound on his body. Shadow Ghost. Shadow Ghost, another ability of Shuinsue's Zanpakuto after the Shurkai. He could step on the enemy's shadow and use the shadow to attack the enemy from a distance. Of course, like Zhang Gui, it was a shared ability. If the enemy stepped on his shadow, he would also be hit by the enemy's attack. Itose endured the pain, and his figure flashed. He quickly left Kyul Chujui and appeared in midair. He pointed at Kyul Chujui and used Kido. Fourth technique, White Thunder. The blazing white lightning instantly shot towards Shunsui Jingle. Shuinsue's figure moved. He immediately dodged White Thunder's attack and appeared in the shadow left by Itose on the ground. He stepped on it and stabbed the heavy sword in his hand towards a shadow on the ground. Knowing that Shunsui was going to use Shadow Ghost, Itose's figure flashed and directly disappeared from the original place, and appeared in another place, and waved his sword towards Shunsui and sent out a crescent moon tensho. Boom! A violent explosion immediately resounded through the sky of Quiet Soul Society. After a few seconds, the smoke formed by the explosion gradually dissipated, but the scene revealed was a huge crack on the ground. Shuinsue's figure did not appear. Seeing this, Itose's expression changed slightly, and he quickly turned his head to search around. Zhang Gui. In the next second, when Seito looked up at the sky, Shunsui, who had appeared in midair, slashed down. Clang! The sound of metal clashing could be heard. Seito, who had hurriedly raised his sword to block, was immediately sent flying back to the ground by Zhang Gui's great strength. Boom! Seito smashed into the ground like a cannonball. Bakudo Technique 62, 100 paces fence. Shunsui, who was in midair, shouted in a low voice. As soon as he finished speaking, a thick pillar emitting light appeared in midair. It then split into several thin iron rods and shot towards Seito on the ground. Seeing that the fence was about to fall, Seito's figure flashed and dodged. Shunsui fell back to the ground. Shrewd guy. Seito narrowed his eyes and thought to himself, if it was an ordinary person, that heavy strike would definitely have caused the victim to be unable to react for a while. Then, the victim would have been frozen by the Bakudo 100 paces fence, allowing Shunsui to finish off Zhang Gui, Shadow Gui, or even Voluptuous Gui, which he hadn't used yet, to obtain victory. That disappearing skill, just now, was curved light, right? Seito asked. The so-called curved light was the 20th curved light of the Tao of Binding. Its function was to hide the user's body. It was a skill similar to invisibility. If used at the right time, it could be used to complete a sneak attack like just now, or to escape from the battlefield when facing a strong enemy. It was quite effective. A little brother saw through it. Looks like I can't use it again later. Shunsui smiled indifferently. Seito lightly sighed when he heard this. Then, his expression became serious, and his figure immediately became blurry. In the next moment, several figures of Seito appeared on the street where he and Shunsui were fighting. They all attacked Shunsui together. This time, Shunsui, who felt the strong pressure, finally stopped smiling and focused on defending against the attacks of the several Seito. Let's go. Seeing this, the Four Maple Courts he no longer cared about the dignity of team leader. He immediately shouted and rushed into the battlefield to help Shunsui. Keikibaya and Soifan followed closely behind the Four Maple Courts 10,000 solutions. Seeing the situation on the battlefield, Shinozaki Ichigo realized that he couldn't participate without using 10,000 solutions. He suddenly released a strong burst of Ryatsu and completed the transformation of 10,000 solutions. He was wearing a very unique black Shinigami outfit and holding a slightly curved Heavenly Lock Moon slashing blade that was similar to Seito's Divine Blade, Celestial Clouds. He rushed into the battlefield and cooperated with the others to block the attacks of the Seito. Under the protection of the three members of the Four Maple Courts Soifan, and Shinozaki Ichigo, who were good at high-speed battles, Seito's attacks ended in futility. They had no choice but to retreat a distance and regroup. Crackle. In the next second, accompanied by a sudden soft sound. Lightning began to appear on Sei Ito's body and flowed to the ground, spreading in all directions. Lightning domain, Sei Ito suddenly shouted. In an instant, the lightning that had been slowly moving around his body suddenly exploded. Almost in the blink of an eye, it covered the area within 100 meters around Ito's Sei, forming a land of lightning and thunder. However, during the process of forming the lightning domain, Shinozaki Ichigo, 4 Maple Quartz E, Soifon, Keikibaya, and Shunsui all used flash steps to escape from the pursuit of the lightning. They only stopped when they reached flat ground without lightning. Sei Ito, who took in all of this, sneered silently. He once again used flash step and appeared behind the 5 of them. He swung his blade and slashed horizontally, sending out a horizontal Getsuga Tensho. Chapter 1402. Under the pressure of the Getsuga Tensho, Shinozaki Ichigo and the others quickly used flash step to spread out. Seeing this, Sei Ito moved and used flash step to create a few clones in front of Shinozaki Ichigo, 4 Maple Quartz E, Soifon, Shunsui Kiraku, and Kachiki Byakuya. He used chop technique, white strike, and ghost path to force them into the lightning territory. Boom! The moment they stepped into the lightning domain, the lightning that was originally spreading on the ground suddenly exploded into the sky, enveloping all of them. Crackle! A large amount of lightning moved around Shinozaki Ichigo and the others, stimulating their spirit bodies. Cover your body with spiritual pressure, 4 Maple Quartz Yi shouted. She seemed to be reminding everyone, but she was only reminding Shinozaki Ichigo. Among the 5 of them, only Shinozaki Ichigo was a wild fox Zen master. He only had powerful spiritual force and fighting skills, but he was not familiar with ordinary skills. Because of this, he had suffered unnecessary injuries. For example, when he fought with Kenpachi. Sure enough, after Shinozaki Ichigo covered his body with spiritual pressure, the numbness from the lightning lessened. Although it still made him feel uncomfortable, it allowed him to fight to a certain extent. However, at this moment, Ito Sei, who forced them into the Thunder Territory and sealed them in the Thunder Territory with thunder and lightning, flashed and turned into a bolt of lightning. He rushed into the thunder and lightning of the Thunder and Lightning Territory and became one with many thunder and lightning. It was also at this moment that the color of the lightning and the lightning dominion gradually changed from pale blue to dark blue. A terrifying aura spread out from the flying lightning, causing Yi and the others of the 4 Maple Court to change their expression slightly. Crackle! A thick bolt of lightning shot straight towards Shinozaki Ichigo. Seeing this, Shinozaki Ichigo used flash step to dodge to the side without thinking. Pooh! But in the next moment, Shinozaki Ichigo's eyes widened as he knelt on the ground and let out a long scream. Ihu! Yi of the 4 Maple Court shouted. Sei Ito, who was holding the celestial clouds and standing behind Shinozaki Kazuaki, summoned 4 bolts of lightning from the lightning domain. They devoured the other bolts of lightning in the air to strengthen themselves. The 4.5 lightning javelins pierced into Shinozaki Ichigo's limbs. His face was nailed to the ground. Ah! Shinozaki Ichigo, who had never experienced such pain before, screamed. Then, Sei Ito's body scattered. He turned back into scattered lightning and merged with the lightning region. From the dark, he controlled the lightning to strike at Yi, Soifon, Byakuya, and Shunsui of the 4 Maple Court. We can't go on like this. Yi of the 4 Maple Court, who was using the ghost sword round gate to protect himself, frowned. 10,000 solutions, Senbin Zakura Kageyoshi. As soon as Yi of the 4 Maple Court finished speaking, Byakuya let go of the Zanpakuto, whose tip was pointing to the ground. At the same time, he chanted, Katana. The moment it touched the ground, it merged with the ground like a phantom. At the same time, nearly 1,000 huge blades stood like soldiers on both sides. They rose from the ground and penetrated the obstruction of the lightning region to appear on the ground. Then the blades shook together and shattered into nearly 100 million tiny blades. Under Byakuya's hand gesture, they formed a torrent that drowned the entire lightning region. If the previous 1,000 blades were too scattered and did not cause any damage to, say, Ito, who was merged with the lightning region, then the current 100 million blades filled and cut did indeed hurt, say, Ito, who was merged with the lightning. He had no choice but to separate from the lightning region and reform his body to escape the attack range of Senbenzakura Kageyoshi. However, at this time, Seito's clothes were torn everywhere. At the same time, small cuts appeared on his body, and traces of red blood seeped out. Crackle! At the same time, the lightning region was also scattered under the attack of Senbenzakura Kageyoshi. Then, under Byakuya's control, the 100 million blades that completed the task of destruction rushed towards Seito. Seeing this, Ito-Sei's pupils shrank slightly. He immediately waved his sword and slashed forward fiercely. In an instant, a huge tornado appeared in front of him in the blink of an eye, rolling those Senbenzakura cherry blossoms into the whirlwind. Then, with a thought, Seito controlled the tornado to move toward Byakuya, 4 maple quartz e soy foam, and Shunsui Kiraku. Seeing this, the 4 of them did not dare to stay where they were. They immediately used Shuimpa to escape and hide to the side. Among them, 4 maple quartz e was quite considerate. He took Shinozaki Ichigo, who had temporarily lost his ability to fight, along with him. Scatter! Seito, who saw the 4 of them moving, shouted. As soon as he said this, the tornado that was originally spinning at high speed immediately exploded as if it had lost its momentum. It formed a turbulent flow of air that carried the scattered Senbenzakura Kageyoshi in all directions. Naturally, the few of them who had not yet stabilized themselves could only use Shuinpa to dodge again. Narrowing his eyes, Seito, who had locked onto one of them, stomped his foot. Under the protection of psychokinesis, he instantly appeared in front of Byakuya at a speed comparable to teleportation. As Byakuya's eyes widened, he stabbed his katana into his body. Puffed. Blood spurted out from the wound. It was necessary to talk about Byakuya's 10,000 solutions. There were 3 types of 10,000 solutions. They were the Kankei Senbenzakura Kageyoshi that he was currently using, the Annihilation Senbenzakura Kageyoshi that completely abandoned defense, and the final Shadow White Emperor Sword that condensed all spiritual pressure into one body to form the strongest attack. Among them, when the Kankei Senbenzakura Kageyoshi was used, it would form a protective area around Byakuya with a diameter of about 85 centimeters. It was called the Harmless Circle. As long as one was outside this circle, Byakuya, who had the protection of nearly 100 million blades, would not be harmed by external attacks. However, as long as one entered this range, Byakuya would lose all his defensive abilities and could only accept the fate of being injured. Of course, this was not absolute. If Byakuya did not care about his own life, the so-called harmless circle would not exist. Naturally, he could use it to injure the intruder. However, this was a move that would cause mutual destruction if one was not careful. As long as Byakuya was not stupid, he would generally not use it. Now, under the influence of the tornado that had exploded, Byakuya, who had scattered all the Senbenzakura Kageyoshi, had lost his protection. Seito, who was supported by psychokinesis, was able to successfully complete this vital attack. However, losing his protection did not mean that Byakuya was defenseless. Therefore, even though the attack did not hit Byakuya's vital points, it only caused some injuries to his body. Of course, Seito did not have the intention to kill Byakuya. Otherwise, if Seito had the slightest intention, even if Byakuya did not die, he would be bedridden for a few months. Heido number 31, Crimson Cannon. Seito, who was holding the hilt of his sword with his right hand and pressing his left hand on Byakuya's chest, shouted, "Boom!" Immediately, there was an explosion and Byakuya's body was immediately sent flying backward with several trails of smoke. Seito waved his hand to get rid of the blood on his sword. Then, with the support of psychokinesis, he rushed in front of Soy Fawn at a speed comparable to teleportation. He flipped his right hand and held the hilt of his sword upside down and used the front end of the sword to attack Soy Fawn. Soy Fawn flipped her right palm and blocked the attack. At the same time, she punched out with her left hand towards Seito's face. Seito stomped on the back of Soy Fawn's foot, causing her to frown. At the same time, she lowered her body and dodged Soy Fawn's punch. Then, she used Sky Palm to strike Soy Fawn's chin. Soy Fawn leaned back and dodged the attack by a hair's breadth. Ito Seiji turned his palm into the shape of a snake's head and a crane's beak. He thrust his palm forward and hit Soy Fawn's forehead. Bang! Soy Fawn's body fell backward, but even so, Soy Fawn still used her right foot to kick Seito's body. Seito raised his left leg and blocked Soy Fawn's kick. Then, he used his right foot, which was still on Soy Fawn's foot, to jump up and kick forward like a spring. Bang! Soy Fawn was unable to defend herself due to her body's movement, so she was sent flying backward. Heido number 63, Thunder Roar Cannon. Seito extended his palm and fired a ghost path at the retreating Soy Fawn. However, just as the Thunder Roar Cannon's yellow light was about to hit Soy Fawn, 4 Maple Quartz he suddenly appeared in front of Soy Fawn, grabbed her body, and used Flash Step to escape from the attack. Forget it. Let's stop here for today. If we continue fighting, there might be casualties. I'm not ready to become your mortal enemy yet. Seito turned to 4 Maple Quartz and Shun Sui Fawn, who were being protected by ISC Shichiku. What are you planning to do? 4 Maple Quartz frowned and asked. Then I have nothing to say, Seito replied with a smile. All right, I'm leaving. I'll look forward to our next meeting. Seito turned to look at Bavinter's spiritual pressure, which was gradually disappearing. He then used instant transmission and disappeared from 4 Maple Quartz and the other's sight, leaving behind a fading voice that echoed in their ears. Seito's figure appeared in the boundless desert filled with yellow sand. It's not easy to fight one-on-one, but it's hard to deal with many people at once. Looks like I'll have to be more careful when I go to Quiet Soul Society in the future, Seito sighed as he stood in the desert. Then, with a thought, he opened up the Rubik's Cube world to absorb the spiritual energy in Hueco Mundo. Then he flashed back into the Rubik's Cube world to organize the spoils of this battle. Chapter 1403. P.S. Thank you to 33 Layers for your precious monthly votes. Thank you to NXCX for your tip. In the modern world, in the warehouse area north of Kongzucho, Seito and Nero appeared outside a warehouse covered by an invisible barrier. Let's go in, Ito-sei said. He took the lead and passed through the invisible boundary of the barrier and walked to the front of the warehouse door protected by the barrier. Nero, who was wearing the white uniform of Lassi Temple, didn't hesitate and stepped forward. Creak! Seito pushed open the closed warehouse door and walked down the cement steps into the warehouse. Immediately, a huge space with an area of about 100 square meters appeared in front of Seito and Nero. 5 men, 3 women, and 8 people appeared in front of them. At the same time, the 8 people who were doing their own things also looked at them. After seeing the void mask on Nero's head, 7 of the 8 people moved tacitly and pulled out their Zanpakuto and pointed it at Seito and Nero's body and neck. Is this how you treat your guests? Ito-sei's eyes drooped as he looked at the Zanpakuto on his neck and chuckled. I don't remember having you on my guest list. Tara Shinko, who had a bowl cut and looked like a small stick, grinned and said with a light face, I believe there will be soon. Seito smiled. Huh. Tara Shinko laughed out loud. Hey, Baldy, don't talk so much. She was wearing a red sportswear similar to the sportswear worn by Chinese people in the 1980s and 1990s. A short blonde girl who looked like she was only 15 or 16 years old said with a face full of annoyance. Who are you people? Then she looked at Seito and Nero with a gloomy face and asked, Seito, I think you've heard of this name. Seito turned his head slightly and glanced at the short girl. How did you find this place? He was about 3 meters tall, and his body was more like fat than fat. He was wearing a green suit and had a head full of pink hair. He looked like an uncle, and he asked in a deep voice, "Although the barrier you set up is hidden, it doesn't mean no one can find it." Seito replied with a smile. "What is your purpose?" Tara Shinko asked. "Find him and learn Kido, forbidden technique." Seito's eyes were still fixed on Tara Shinko's body and said, "Don't even think about it. I won't teach you forbidden technique." Tara Shinko shook his head and refused. "You weren't sent by Aizen?" Shinko frowned and asked, "Oh, what do I have to say to make you believe me? Aizen isn't qualified to order me to do things. Don't you know what I've been doing?" Seito shook his head and sighed helplessly. "Then what's the matter with her?" Nari turned to Nero and asked, "Her? I met her in Hueco Mundo. She was abandoned by Aizen, but now she's one of my people." "Well, in a sense." Seito smiled. Hearing Seito's answer, everyone looked at each other strangely. That's just your side of the story. For our safety, you can die with a heart full of regret. Tara Masako took a step back and looked at Ito Mori and Niru as she spoke. As soon as his voice fell, Rokush Kenshur, who looked like a boxer, and Rokahashi Rokujiro, a blond man with an artistic temperament, both of them threw out their Zanpakudo. Clang! With a soft sound, their attacks were blocked by an invisible, transparent barrier. Then a faint light flashed on the barrier, and a circular shockwave quickly spread out, forcing Rikishi, Jonanhaku, Rokahashi Rokujiro, Rokuka Fist Nishi, AI Kawayutake, and Yatsujimura Lisha away. "It seems that I have to use force to suppress you first, and then negotiate," Seito said softly. "Nero, do it." After that, he and Nero used Flying Scythe Kick and Echo Spin respectively and disappeared. They appeared in front of an errand car and attacked. Seito first appeared in front of Rakechi Kensai, and the reason was that this guy was the closest to him. Ito Sei, who had appeared in front of Rokucha Kenishi, stretched out his arm and grabbed Rokucha Kenishi's arm. Rakechi Kensai's figure flashed, and he used Shuinpa to dodge, and at the same time, Junanhaka used Flying Scythe Kick to kick his head. Ito Sei leaned back, and the tip of his nose almost brushed against Junanhaka's flying kick. Then he reached out and grabbed Junanhaka's collar, and threw her like a shot put to Akita Bokaru, who was preparing to use Kido. Akita Bakken saw this, and quickly stopped his movements and stretched out his hands to receive Junanhaku. "Thank you, AI Shien," Junanhaka said. But before Akarabo Shien could speak, Ito Sei's figure instantly appeared in front of the two of them. Lowering his waist into a horse stance, he turned around and punched Ju Nanhaku's body. Akita Bakken held Ju Nanhaka's body with one hand, and his right hand stretched out in front of Seito like a wall. Bang! It's just that Akarabo completely underestimated the power of Ito Sei's fist. With a muffled sound, he was pushed back by the huge force of Ito Sei's fist. At this time, Junanhaka's arms were supported by Akita Bakken's arms, and her legs were in a straight line, and she spun towards Seito's head. Seito lowered his body and dodged Junanhaka's kick and pressed his hand on ground. Crackle. The next second, with a series of electric sounds, a huge fist made of rock rushed out from under Akita Bakken's feet, and he was completely unprepared, and the punch sent him flying into the sky. Alchemy. If it was a normal situation, Akita Bakken would naturally be able to sense it. But for alchemy, which didn't have the slightest fluctuation of Reiki, and was formed by the free conversion of molecules, he couldn't sense it. That's why he was hit by the rock fist. But correspondingly, because this attack didn't contain Reiki, it was completely a physical attack, so other than Akita Bakken being sent flying, it didn't cause any damage to his body. But even so, this attack could delay Akita Bakken a little, and he wouldn't have to release Kido to help others attack. Swish! Rakechi Kenshur used Shuinpa to rush behind Seito and swept his leg. He kicked Seito's head. At this time, Sei Ito's figure flashed, and he suddenly appeared behind Rakechi Kenshiro. He pressed his hand on Rakechi Kenshi's back and used Bakudo 61, 6 light prison. Puff, 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 puff. 6 light sounds rang out at the same time, and Rakechi Kenshiro was imprisoned by the 6 light prison. Whoosh! A whistling sound came from above Sei Ito's head, and it smashed down on him. Sei Ito, who didn't look up, instinctively used instant transmission and escaped from his original position. Boom! A violent explosion followed. The one who completed this attack was none other than Rakechi Kenshiro. It was AI Chuanlu, who had been neglected all this time. This attack was the result of his slashing blade, which had turned into a wolf tooth club after his shuriken. Rakechi, do you want to kill me? In a huge shock wave, Rakechi Kenshi's body rolled to the side, and he only stopped when he hit the wall of the warehouse. But because of this shock wave, the 6 light prison on his body was broken. Huh. Sorry, I didn't notice. Akita Rakechi Kenshiro scratched the back of his head and laughed foolishly. On the other side, Akita Baken's hands quickly moved in midair, and he began to form a high-level Kido hand seal. Seeing this, Tongqing didn't dare to be slow, and his figure flashed, and he appeared in front of Akita Baken. He lifted his foot and kicked at his hands. Akita Baken had no choice but to spread his hands, and then like a gust of wind, both of his hands slapped at Sei Ito's body. Ito Sei's figure scattered again and appeared on Akata Buishuan's left shoulder. He used the same method as before to hit Akata Buishuan's temple with his palm full of strength. Buzz! In an instant, Akita Baken felt dizzy, and his body tilted and fell to the ground. Sei Ito took the opportunity to jump lightly, turn around 270 degrees, and then hit Akita Baken's head and accelerated him to the ground. Boom! Akita Baken's fat body was like a cannonball, and he fell heavily on the ground, creating a huge pit on the hard concrete floor, and half of his body was deeply buried in the ground. A cloud of dust rose, faintly covering Akita Baken's body. Xiao! A white figure appeared beside Ito Sei and kicked his body. Sei Ito instinctively put his hand in front of his body, but the huge force of the other party's kick still made his body fall to the ground. However, when his body was about to touch the ground, Sei Ito's figure flashed, and he used instant transmission to appear behind Akita Baken, who had a white bone mask on his face, to avoid the impact of falling to the ground. He clasped his hands and fiercely hit the back of Akita Baken's head. Boom! With a loud noise, Akita Baken followed in Akita Baken's footsteps, and his head fell to the ground, and it took him a long time to pull it out. Hado 91, Thousand Hands Bright Sky Cannon. Then, Sei Ito used telekinesis to hover himself in the air, and with one hand stretched forward, he used Renounce Chant to release a high-level Kido attack. In an instant, several lights quickly shot out from Sei Ito's palm, and they scattered and fell on everyone in the warehouse except Nero. Boom! 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 Continuous explosions reverberated throughout the warehouse. How are you? Sei Ito appeared beside Nero in a flash and asked Nero, whose body was covered with slender wounds. I'm fine. Nero slightly shook her head and replied, and then reminded him, Be careful. There's a guy who can control people's perception. It turned out that when Sei Ito chose to attack, Nero also attacked Rokobashi Rokujiro, who was closest to her. At first, the powerful Nero quickly gained the upper hand and forced Rokobashi Rokujiro, Yatsujima Rickshaw, and Sarutobi Nishikori, who couldn't use Shuriken due to Hado's Shuriken, into a difficult situation, and they couldn't gain any advantage over Nero. But after Hirako Shinko, who had been watching from the sidelines, joined the battle, the situation immediately changed. Nero went from a slight advantage to a disadvantage, and she was embarrassed by Hirako Shinko's Shuriken ability. If she wasn't strong enough and reacted fast enough, she wouldn't have just suffered some minor injuries. She would have been seriously injured. As for Hirako Shinko's Shuriken ability, it affected the enemy's perception through fragrance, making the enemy make the wrong judgment of Hirako Shinko's attack, confusing front, left, right, up, and down, making it impossible to determine the real attack direction. "You be careful." Seito, who knew who Nero was talking about, nodded. Then he waved his arm and released several wind blades into the smoke caused by the explosion. Pung, 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 pung. Several muffled sounds were heard, and the smoke in the warehouse was blown away. At this time, the 8 members of the Broken Plain Legion, including Junanhaku, who was smashed into the ground by Seito, and Shotobo Shien, who was still a little confused, were all gathered together, facing Seito and Nero with a distance of 3 meters. "You are really as difficult to deal with as the rumors say," Hirako Shinko said with a serious look in her eyes as she spun the chop blade, which had a large ring at the end of the handle. "What? Are you willing to sit down and have a talk with me?" On the surface, Seito smiled at Hirako Shinko. But secretly, his attention was always focused on Shota Boshien, lest this guy use Kido to disturb him. Of course, at the same time, Seito was also blocking his breath to prevent himself from being affected by Hirako Shinko's Shurkai ability. "No, now. We have to eliminate you, lest you become an obstacle to our revenge," Hirako Shinko said coldly. "That's a pity." Seito, whose expression was also cold, said softly, "In that case, I have to use my own way to get what I want." After that, Ito-sei's mind moved. He used instant transmission to transfer the completely unprepared Akeo Shien Oda to his front. He twisted his waist and punched. A super monster punch hit his protruding stomach. Pum! With a huge muffled sound, Shota Boshien flew toward Hirako Shinko and the others with his eyes, nose, and mouth open. Then, Ito-sei stretched out his arm and opened his 5 fingers, unleashing lightning attacks at Hirako Masako and the others. Hirako Shinko, who let Rikuka Kinshur and Aikawa Takashi take care of Shota Boshien, stretched out his arm, and a circular transparent barrier immediately appeared in front of him, blocking Seito's attack. Bakudo 33, Round Door Fan. Chapter 1404. Nero Void Flash. Seito shouted in a low voice. Nero, who received the order, didn't hesitate. She immediately raised her hand, and an ordinary light blue void flash shot toward the defensive barrier set up by Hirako Shinko. Boom! A violent explosion resounded in the warehouse, and a large mass of energy quickly spread, isolating Hirako Shinko and the others from Seito's line of sight. Seeing this, Seito smiled coldly and used his huge spiritual power to form a Genjutsu domain to cover himself and Nero, and disappeared from the sight of Hirako Shinko and the others. "Everyone, be careful." Hirako Shinko, who shattered the void flash in front of him, searched the space in the warehouse while reminding the others. "Over there." Lisa Yatsujimaru looked at a place not far away, and at the same time, she rushed forward and slashed at the seemingly empty place. Clang! In the fierce sound of metal clashing, Nero's figure reappeared. But in the next moment, there was a muffled bang, and Shota Boshien's huge body fell to the ground. "Boshien!" Rakechi West shouted. Clang, 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 clang. Lisa Yatsujimaru and Nero's fierce, sword-clashing sound echoed in the warehouse. After 3 seconds, there was a muffled sound, and Jio Nanbai's body flew out in the distance. At the same time, Seito's figure appeared at Jio Nanbai's original position, maintaining a kicking posture. "Bastard!" Rokashikin West roared and rushed forward, stabbing the green dagger-like Zanpakudo in his hand towards Ito Seiji. Seito, who was stabbed, trembled slightly. He disappeared in front of everyone's eyes like a mirage. Then, another Seito appeared beside Rakechi West. He hit Rakechi West's chest and head with a Muay Thai-style knee strike, knocking him to the ground. "It's an illusion." Tara Shinko's expression changed slightly as she warned loudly. At the same time, she teleported to Seito's side and slashed at him with her blade. Ito-sei smiled at Hirako Masako and used teleportation to appear behind Saratobi Asako. He used a chop that was strong enough to break the neck of an ordinary person and hit her in the neck, knocking her out. Plop! Nishiyori's body softly fell to the ground. Re-sure-re! Masako Hirako shouted anxiously. Pooh! Ai Chuanlu, who had used Shuinpa to appear behind Sei Ito, slashed at Sei Ito's body. But just as his face relaxed, the scene of Sei Ito being severed once again slowly disappeared before his eyes like a mirage. Ai Chuanlu was startled. While looking around for Sei Ito, he was also on guard against any attacks that might come at any time. Then, Sei Ito appeared not far away with a sneer on his face. He pointed at Ai Chuanlu's body, and a ball of light that belonged to the Ghost Path's Tao Breaker, white lightning, jumped at the tip of his finger. Ai Chuanlu dodged the white lightning attack and used Shuinpa to appear in front of Sei Ito. He slashed at him with his blade. Clang! A crisp sound of metal clashing rang out. Luwu, what are you doing? Fengxiao Rojiro, who was startled, shouted at Ai Chuanlu. HM, why is it you? Ai Chuanlu said in shock when he saw that Sei Ito had turned into his companion Fengxiao Rojiro. Be careful. Fengxiao Rojiro, who was about to speak, had a change in expression as he hurriedly warned. But his voice was a bit too late. A powerful impact immediately rushed into Ai Chuanlu's body, forcing him to involuntarily spit out a mouthful of blood. Ai Chuanlu clenched his teeth and resisted the pain in his body as he turned around and slashed behind him with his blade. Sei Ito smiled faintly. In a flash, he disappeared from Ai Chuanlu's front and appeared in another location not far away. 6 Light Prison. Sei Ito pointed at Ai Chuanlu and shouted. Instantly, 6 flat rays of light appeared around Ai Chuanlu and stabbed into his abdomen. Ai Chuanlu was imprisoned in place. Use Face Breaker, Tera Masako said with a gloomy expression. Then he reached out and grabbed his face, creating a set of white bones. He wore a mask that resembled the head of an Egyptian pharaoh. At the same time, Fengxiao Rojiro, the only one who wasn't attacked, also put on a mask. In an instant, 2 waves of spiritual pressure surged out from Tera Masako and Fengxiao Rojiro. With the help of the crazy consciousness in their bodies, they broke free from Sei Ito's hypnosis and found Sei Ito's real body. Tera Masako raised his arm and used Void Flash at Sei Ito. Ito-sei's body flashed with lightning, instantly dodging the attack path of Void Flash. He rushed in front of Fengxiao Jushiro and suddenly squatted down, avoiding Fengxiao Jushiro's instinctive slash. Then he stood up and faced Fengxiao Jushiro. His hands and feet stepped on Fengxiao Jushiro's feet and pressed down on Fengxiao Jushiro's hand that was holding the blade. His right fist swung out and fiercely smashed on Fengxiao Jushiro's mask. Bang! Under the attack of the extraordinary strength fist, fine cracks appeared on the surface of Fengxiao Rojiro's mask. When Tera Masako saw this, he rushed behind Sei Ito and slashed at his back. However, Sei Ito's transparent barrier blocked the attack and didn't cause any damage to Sei Ito. Sei Ito, who was attacked, didn't pay attention to Tera Masako, who slashed at him again. He also retracted his arm and punched out several times at Fengxiao Rojiro's mask. Under such a fierce attack, a kacha-kacha sound was heard. Finally, the mask on Tobaru Jichiro's face was completely broken. Tobaru Jichiro's true appearance was once again exposed to Ito-sei's eyes. Bang! Then, Ito-sei punched Rokuro Toshiro's face, who was no longer covered by a mask, and sent him flying until he hit the wall of the warehouse and stopped. After finishing the attack on Fengxiao Rojiro, Sei Ito turned around and kicked Tera Masako's body. Tera Masako dodged and raised his hand again to release Void Flash at Sei Ito. Sei Ito reached out his hand and used Instant Flash to transfer Fengxiao Rojiro's body to his hand. He used his body to block in front of him. Boom! In a violent explosion, Fengxiao Rojiro, who had no resistance, was immediately seriously injured and fell to the ground with a dying look. Rojiro, Tera Masako gritted his teeth and shouted, "Do you want to continue? If you don't hurry up, that guy might really die." In a flash, Idose appeared on top of Shotobo Shien, standing on his protruding belly and looking at Hirako Masako. "Lisa, stop first." Tera Masako, whose eyes quickly shrank, shouted. Hearing the order, Lisa and Niru exchanged a blow and returned to Tera Masako's side with 2 or 3 light wounds on their bodies. They maintained a confrontation posture with Niru. "Of course, if you're willing to trade, I can save him now." Ito chuckled as he stretched out his hand and lightly pointed around his body. He released a space enchantment that wrapped around Shota Boshien. "What are you doing?" Tera Masako, who noticed the changes around Shota Boshien, asked coldly. "Taking away my spoils of war." Ito said softly, "Since you are not willing to cooperate with me, I can only use my own method to get what I want." While Ito was talking, the space enchantment began to shrink inwards. Shota Boshien, who was unconscious, also shrank inwards. "Lisa, you take Rojiro to the profiteer," Tera Masako said to Lisa Yatsujimaru. "Okay." Lisa Yatsujimaru, who understood the importance of the matter, agreed straightforwardly. Then, she appeared beside Fengxiao Rojiro and squatted down. She reached out and carried the seriously injured Fengxiao Rojiro and rushed out of the warehouse. Niru, who had the opportunity to stop her, did not stop her under the influence of the New Year's Day. Seeing that the seriously injured person had been taken away, Tera no longer hesitated. He rushed to the front of the space enchantment that was shrinking rapidly. He inserted his hand that was full of blue spiritual energy into the space enchantment and tore it apart. Warm curtain roll. Walalala. With a clear cracking sound, Shota Boshien's body returned to its normal size. Then, Tera Masako jumped and rushed in front of Ito. She grabbed Ito's face with her other hand. Idose leaned back slightly and lifted his foot to kick Hirako Masenko's chest. Bang! Tera Masako's body was sent flying back at a speed faster than it appeared. "Niru, take this guy away from here." Ito moved Shota Boshien's body in front of Niru and said, "Yes." Niru accepted the order. Then, she grabbed Shota Boshien's body and quickly rushed out of the warehouse. "Stop!" Tera Masako, who used Shuinpa to rush in front of Niru, shouted. "Block!" Before the blade fell on Niru's body, Ito suddenly appeared in front of Niru and blocked it with his hand. Then, he clenched his 5 fingers and clamped the blade of Tera Masako's Zanpakudo and threw it back into the warehouse. At the same time, he turned around and used Kido on the retreating Tera Masako. Hado 31, Red Cannon. The crimson fireball flew towards Tera Masenko at high speed. Boom! The sound of the explosion reverberated, and the energy smoke produced by the explosion of the red cannon immediately wrapped Tera Masako's figure. Ito, who completed the attack, chuckled and turned around to use Flying Scythe Kick to rush out of the warehouse. He caught up with Niru, who rushed out of the warehouse, stretched back to grab her waist, and used Flying Thunder God Jutsu to bring her and showed a Boshien out of Hueco Mundo. Chapter 1405. P.S. I recommend a new book by the same author, Gugate. If you like it, you can take a look. This is the address. Hueco Mundo, somewhere in a group of weathered stones. Ito, Sei, and Nero sat opposite each other, and next to the two of them was the still unconscious tall and fat body of Akita Bakken. At this moment, Shota Boshien's breathing changed slightly, and he woke up from his coma. "He's awake," Ito said lightly. Only Akata Boshin didn't say anything. He straightened his back and sat up, turning his head to look around. In an instant, a desolate environment entered his eyes. "Is this Hueco Mundo?" Shota Boshin asked. "Yes," Ito confirmed. "Where are the others?" Shota Boshin turned to look at Ito and asked. In the modern world, Sei Ito replied. Akita Bakin nodded and fell silent. You should know why I captured you. As long as you teach me all the Kido you know, I promise to release you safely, Sei Ito said as he looked at Akita Bakin, who was sitting there like a rock. Say no more. I won't give them to you, Shota Boshien replied without hesitation. I can help you defeat Aizen, Sei Ito added. Hearing this, Shota Boshien looked up at Sei Ito, then shook his head and lowered it. You don't believe me? Sei Ito narrowed his eyes. Your appearance is too strange, and your purpose is unclear. I don't believe you, Shota Boshien said. To tell you the truth, I feel sorry for you. I'm not interested in Quiet Soul Society or even the entirety of Hueco Mundo. All I care about is the path of ghosts and forbidden techniques in your hands. Apart from that, I don't care about anything else. Sei Ito leaned back against the wall and looked at Akita Boshien. It can be said that Aizen didn't have any information about forbidden arts. I can help him capture all of you in one fell swoop. Only Akita Boshien remained unmoved. My patience is limited. If you don't cooperate, then I can only use your companions as bargaining chips. You should know that as long as I'm willing, none of them will survive. Sei Ito narrowed his eyes and said coldly. This time, Akita Boshien's expression finally changed. I'll give you one day to think about it. If you still don't agree after a day, I will immediately head to the modern world to capture your companions and bring them here. Sei Ito stood up and announced. After that, he turned around and walked out of the cave. Behind him, Nero also walked out. Seeing the two of them leave, Shota Boshien's eyes flickered for a moment. Then he used his finger to draw on the ground while chanting in a low voice. The black and white net, the bridge of 22, the crown of 66, with footprints far away, the peak of thunder returns to the earth. The sea of clouds hides in the night. The blue formation fills the grand garden and soars into the sky. Binding, down number 77, heavenly upright hollow net. A wave of Ryatsu spread out from Akita Boshien's body. But before this Ryatsu could take effect, it was suddenly swallowed up by a strong suction force, breaking the binding Tao he had prepared. Akita Boshien's expression changed slightly as he looked down at the wide, pitch-black wrist guard that had appeared on his wrist at some point. His expression was gloomy. Needless to say, this pitch-black wrist guard was given to Akita Boshien by Sei Ito to prevent him from resisting after waking up. After all, this guy's Kido strength was really strong. With the support of the Shinigami world, Sei Ito really felt that it was difficult to guard against him. On the other side, Sei Ito, who had brought Nero into another open cave, summoned Landau and Yang Ming. This is Hueco Mundo. Sensing the state of the spirit particles in the air that were different from Soul Society and Soul Society, Landau was surprised as he took in the surrounding environment. Yes, Sei Ito nodded and admitted. Landau nodded and didn't say anything. How is it? Have you gotten used to it? Sei Ito looked at Landau and asked. It's okay, except for the equipment that needs to be rebuilt and the lack of enough assistance. The other conditions are pretty good. Landau replied. You can bear with it for the time being. I will find a way to meet the conditions as soon as possible. Sei Ito smiled bitterly. By the way, why did you call us out? Landau, who didn't say anything else, asked. It's like this. Do you have any truth-telling liquid that can be used against the Shinigami? Sei Ito looked at Landau and Yang Ming and asked. That's right. His purpose of looking for Landau and Yang Ming was to find a truth-telling liquid that can be used against the Shinigami. It can't be helped. For the Shinigami who has Zanpakuto, Sei Ito's hypnosis effect is really not good. If he doesn't do well, he'll be pulled into Zanpakuto's mind space and have a hard battle that may not end. Not to mention, the target this time is Akita Boho, who has hollow in his body. It's even more impossible. It's possible that as soon as he takes down Akita Boho's consciousness, the hollow will seize control of the other party's body, making all of Sei Ito's actions in vain. Therefore, Sei Ito had to start looking for external help. Otherwise, he would be too lazy to talk to the stubborn Akita Boho and directly use the old method to steal the information. Truth-telling liquid? The kind that makes people tell the truth? Landau frowned and said, "Yes." Seito nodded and confirmed. "I haven't done this before. I need to study it." Landau shook his head. Seito turned to look at Niainming. "I haven't come into contact with it." Niainming replied in a low voice. "Well, you two study it and come up with the results as soon as possible." Seito sighed slightly. "Okay." Landau agreed. Niainming nodded, indicating that she understood. Seeing this, Seito moved Landau and Niainming back to the Rubik's Cube world and sent them back to the headquarters of the Environment Ministry in the Spirit-Eating Continent. Then he and Nero stayed in this newly opened cave while absorbing the spiritual energy from the outside world through the Rubik's Cube, while waiting for the passage of time. The next day, Seito felt that it was almost time and returned to the original cave with Nero. He saw Akita Boho, who was still sitting in a circle. "Have you thought about it?" Seito looked at Akita Boho and asked. Akita Boho raised his head and looked back at Seito faintly, then lowered his head again and ignored him. "Oh, Nero, you look after him. I'm going to the modern world." Seito chuckled and turned to Nero beside him. "Yes, sir." Nero accepted the order. Seito nodded and used the Flying Thunder God technique to disappear in front of Akita Boho and Nero. The next second, he returned to the house he bought in the modern world. After saying goodbye to his mother, Eriko, and others, he left the house and moved again to the warehouse where the masked army was hiding. In less than a minute, Seito appeared outside the warehouse again and stepped through the barrier to invade the warehouse. In an instant, an empty warehouse space with traces of yesterday's battle was reflected in Seito's eyes. Looking at the empty warehouse in front of him, Seito couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Obviously, for safety reasons, the remaining members of the Masked Legion had temporarily abandoned this warehouse and found a safe place to hide. As for the location, it could only be Urahara's grocery store. After all, the original stronghold was exposed, and they wanted to build a new stronghold without the protection of Akita Boho's barrier. They could only go there to avoid Seito's attack at any time, and avoid Aizen's detection, and take care of Kohojuro, who should be receiving treatment there. However, just in case, Seito turned around and walked out of the warehouse to the outside, squatting down and using his hand to write on the ground while casting a Bakudo. Heart of the South, Eye of the North, Fingertip of the West, Toe of the East, gather with the wind and disperse with the rain. Bakudo 58. Tail of the Bird. As Seito finished chanting, Ryatsu instantly spread out from his body. The Ryatsu spread out in all directions, searching for the fluctuations of Ryatsu belonging to the masked army. It's just that until the casting ended a minute later, Seito couldn't find any traces of Ryatsu. It's handled very cleanly. Seito stood up and curled his lips, then he didn't stay any longer. He moved to the location of Urahara's store that he detected when he was monitoring Shinozaki Ichigo and Rukia. After about 10 minutes, Seito came to Urahara's store, which was sandwiched between two modern buildings. Its appearance was very similar to a grocery store in the Edo period. Compared with the surrounding environment, it gave a strong sense of incongruity. Because it was not the right time, no one from the Puyuan store had appeared outside of the store. Seito squatted down and pressed his hand on the ground, then closed his eyes and used his Ryatsu to explore Urahara's store. But soon, it was blocked by an invisible force. A barrier, Seito secretly thought, then changed his Ryatsu and slowly explored the fluctuations of the barrier. Because the barrier was arranged with Kido as the foundation, Seito still found a loophole, even though he didn't understand this barrier. He sent his Ryatsu into the barrier and began to search the entire Urahara store. At the same time, Urahara Kisuk, who was dressed like a nanny, and 4 Maple Quartz Yuichi, who was in the form of a black cat, changed their expressions at the same time. Obviously, the 3 of them, who were Kido experts and soul researchers, found something. Then 4 Maple Quartz Yuichi released Ryatsu, covering the entire Urahara's store. Ryatsu, as the name suggests, refers to Ryatsu pressure. But in this world, Ryatsu itself was the aggregation of Ryatsu, and Ryatsu aggregation was the foundation of everything in this world, including the soul, so it also had the nature of Ryatsu. Therefore, when Four Maple Court's Ryatsu was released, Sei Ito felt his Ryatsu being attacked. Chapter 1406. P.S. Thank you to Shirley for your precious monthly votes. Thank you to NXCX and Mizuho for their tips. His spiritual power was strange and unpredictable. Spiritual pressure was thick, heavy, and oppressive. Therefore, even though spiritual pressure could block the detection of spirit power, it still couldn't lock onto the spirit power that was hidden underground and mixed with the earth energy. Sei Ito, who felt a slight pain in his head, frowned slightly. He used his mind to adjust the earth energy above him as a barrier. Then, he used more spirit power to enter the Pohara store through the gap in the barrier to sense the situation inside the store. Gripling, keep watch. I'll go outside and see who's so daring. The Black Cat Four Maple Court Yi turned his head and said to Gripling Tai Zhai. Okay. Gripling Tai Zhai replied in a deep voice. Then, he pressed his hands on the ground and silently activated the Gate of Ghost to activate the barrier outside the store. Under the influence of the suddenly active enchantment, Ito Sei's spiritual powers exploration of the Pohara store immediately became difficult and delayed. At this moment, Yi, who had transformed into a black cat, quickly rushed out of the Puyuan store. It jumped onto the roof and looked around to search for any unusual people. Soon, Sei Ito's figure entered his sight. It's him. Four Maple Court, Yi was shocked. Sei Ito, who felt that he was being watched, suddenly opened his eyes and looked back at him with a sharp gaze. Yi Ichichi of the Four Maple Court leaped up and directly turned into a human form in the air. She jumped in front of Ito, Sei naked, and raised her foot to kick Ito Sei's head, regardless of whether her body was exposed or not. Sei Ito retracted his hand and dodged. He quickly jumped back and dodged, then extended his arm forward. A huge pressure instantly enveloped the naked Yi of the Four Maple Court. Four Maple Court Yi, who realized that he was restricted, frowned and let out a low roar as he released his spirit power outward. Under the influence of the external spiritual pressure, the telekinesis shackles couldn't help but expand outwards, becoming loose and unstable. The bones of beasts scattered like stars in the sky, the spires, the red crystals, and the wheels of steel. When they move, they are the wind. When they stop, they are the air. The sound of spears clashing against each other fills the entire void city. Number 63 of Tao Breaker, Thunder Roar Cannon. Yi of Four Maple Courtyard stretched out his arm and chanted the spell of Tao of Ghost as fast as he could. Boom! Immediately after, under the impact of the explosion and the spread of the spiritual seed tide, a thunderous sound was heard. The telekinesis shackles around Yi of the Four Maple Courtyard were finally broken, allowing her to temporarily regain her freedom. Yi of the Four Maple Court took a step forward and teleported in front of Sei Ito, swinging his fist at his body. Sei Ito grabbed Yi's fist with one hand and raised his right arm to block Yi's kick. The moment Yi's left hand was about to strike his face, he opened his mouth and let out a loud roar. Lion's roar. Roar. Amidst the loud roar, Yi of the Four Maple Courtyard was stunned for a moment by the sound waves rushing towards her. Taking advantage of this moment, Sei Ito quickly let go of the left hand that was holding her fist and grabbed the palm that was barely reaching his neck. The index and middle fingers of his right hand formed a sword and pointed at Yi of the Four Maple Courtyard. Number 61 of Binding Tao. 6 Pillars of Light Prison. In an instant, 6 flat yellow light marks appeared around Yi of the Four Maple Courtyard and pierced in her abdomen and waist, imprisoning Yi. Since I can't catch those people from the masked legion, I'll use you as a substitute. Sei Ito looked at Yi of the Four Maple Courtyard, who was using her spiritual pressure to attack the 6 pillars of light prison. Then he chopped with one hand. Using the inch strike technique, he chopped Yi of the Four Maple Courtyard 4 times in a row in an instant. Borrowing the power of the stacked attacks, he knocked her out. Ito stretched out his arms. Holding the naked Yi in his arms, he tossed an ordinary grenade to Kisuke Urahara's shop as a gesture of respect. Then, he activated Flying Thunder God and disappeared from the modern world with Four Maple Courts returning to Hueco Mundo. Boom! The moment they disappeared, a loud noise erupted from the Pahara store, and the resulting fire caused half of the Pahara store to collapse. Of course, this level of explosive attack naturally wouldn't hurt those who weren't human. However, using this method to annoy that profiteer was still very effective. At the very least, he wouldn't be able to rest for a day or two. On the other side, Ito appeared in Hueco Mundo and made a white cloth wrap around E of the Four Maple Courtyard, covering her body. Then, he took out the spirit restriction bracelet to seal any spiritual pressure that might erupt when Yi woke up. Then, he carried her into the cave, where Shotobo Shien was imprisoned. You shouldn't be unfamiliar with this person, right? Ito walked 2 meters away from Shotobo Shien and wrapped his telekinesis around Yi of the Four Maple Courtyard, suspending her in the air so that Shotobo Shien could see Yi's appearance. Now, there are 2 choices in front of you. 1, cooperate with me and give me all the Kido and those 2 forbidden techniques you know. In return, you and her can safely return to the modern world and wait for the big day that you've been waiting for. 2, continue to refuse me, but then you will lose her forever. I think you don't want to see one of your benefactors, Yi of the Four Maple Courtyard, disappear like this. Ito looked at Shotobo Shien calmly. You're so despicable. Shotobo Shien's eyes were filled with anger. Did I say I was a good person? Ito asked with a strange smile. You have half an hour to think about it. If I don't hear the answer I want after half an hour, then this meeting may be the last time you can see her. Then, the smile on Ito-sei's face disappeared, and he said in a low voice, Bakudo, 30 mouth 3. Ito pointed at the unconscious Four Maple Courtyard's Yi and shouted. In an instant, 3 triangular yellow light arrows immediately flew out from Ito-sei's side, piercing into the shoulders and waist of Four Maple Court's Ichii. The arrows carried her body to the side of the rock wall, nailing Four Maple Court's Ichii to it. After doing all this, Ito turned around and left the cave. He found Nero, who was sitting on the sideboard. Ito, who was silently cultivating with the spiritual force cultivation method she had obtained from Ito, sat down next to her to rest. When Ito approached, Nero, who was meditating, looked up at Ito, then closed her eyes again and ignored him. The 2 were silent, and half an hour passed in the blink of an eye. Ito opened his eyes, got up, and walked back into the cave, where Shotobo Shien was imprisoned. At this time, Four Maple Courtyard's Yi woke up from her coma and looked at Ito together with Shotobo Shien. What do you think? Ito, who was standing 2 meters away from Shotobo Shien, said indifferently, How can you guarantee that you will fulfill your promise? Shotobo Shien asked in a deep voice. Since he asked such a question, it meant that Shotobo Shien already wanted to agree, but he couldn't guarantee Ito's credibility, so he couldn't make a final decision. Bo Shien, Four Maple Courtyards, Yi shouted. Isama, you don't have to say it, I won't watch you die in front of me. Shotobo Shien said firmly. At the same time, his eyes were still fixed on Ito-sei's face, so as not to be distracted and reveal any information. That's simple, Ito chuckled. Then, with a shake of his right hand, an animal skin scroll immediately appeared in his hand. This animal skin scroll was none other than the contract scroll made by Ito using the secret method of many worlds. Ito opened the contract scroll with a shake of his hand and replaced the techniques that were suppressed in this world with the erasure of this world, or even directly lost their effect, so that some of them would still be effective. but the techniques with insufficient energy level would be strengthened so that they would be effective on the spiritual body. Then, he used Reisher mixed with spiritual power to write down the contract terms and punishment method, signed his name, and threw it in front of Shota Bo Xian. This is a contract scroll made by my clan's secret method. As long as you use your blood mixed with spiritual power to sign your name, the power of the scroll will monitor the signatory. As long as any of the signatories violates the contract terms, the power of the contract will automatically punish the violator. The light punishment will be mental disorder, and the heavy punishment will directly turn the violator into an idiot or even brain death, Seito explained in a low voice. However, Ito-sei was not sure about the specific effect. After all, the power system of this world was somewhat high-end, and the signatory party was a spiritual body with a unique power in the soul. Therefore, Ito-sei was really not sure how effective the Taoist and yin-yang techniques that targeted the soul would be if they were replaced with the power of spiritual droplets. Ito Saikai wasn't stupid enough to tell the other party. Anyway, this thing was just a plaything for Akata Bo Xian. After the transaction was over, there were plenty of ways to avoid the terms of the contract, and when he wanted to do something to them, he would do something to them. Shota Bo Xian took the contract scroll and carefully read it twice. After confirming that there were no problems, he took out his Zanpakuto and cut open the skin of his finger. He used his blood mixed with his spiritual power as ink and signed his name on the scroll. The moment he signed his name, the whole scroll suddenly emitted a blue flame and burned on its own. Almost in the blink of an eye, it was completely burned in spiritual ashes and mixed with the blue spiritual power. Then, together with the spiritual power, it split into two and shot into the forehead of Seito and Shota Bo Xian, disappearing. A strange feeling immediately appeared in Shota Bo Xian's heart. Bo Xian, how are you? Four Maple Court's E, who saw all the changes, asked with a serious expression. I'm fine. I just feel like there's something pressing on my heart. Shota Bo Xian shook his head slightly and said, That's the manifestation of the power of the contract. As long as you follow the contract and complete the transaction, the power will disappear from your body. Seito explained in a timely manner. I didn't expect you to have this kind of thing. Four Maple Courts he looked at Seito with some surprise, then frowned and asked, Oh right, I heard you say you're from a clan? Are there many people like you who have this kind of inexplicable power? What clan are you from? It's a clan secret. I can't tell you. Seito turned his head and smiled at Four Maple Courts he. Four Maple Courts he curled his lips when he heard this. But he secretly remembered this information and prepared to let Soy Fawn investigate it after leaving here. Can we start? Seito asked as he looked back at Shota Bo Xian. Yes. Shota Bo Xian nodded in agreement. Then he began to talk about all the information he knew about the Ghost Dao, from the most famous breaking Dao to the highest binding Dao, the 99 Forbidden Dao. Seito had already obtained this information from Aizen, but compared to Aizen, Shota Bo Xian was a vice Kido chief, so his understanding of Kido was more unique. So, Seito didn't stop him and listen to him again. Half a day passed like this. When night fell in Hueco Mundo, Akabo Xian finally finished talking about the 200 Kido paths of destruction and Bakudo. After that, Ito-sei considerately allowed Akira Obo to rest for half an hour. Only then did he allow Akira Obo to start his lecture again. Akira Obo learned the unnumbered Kido, the mixed Kido of break and bind Kido, the Kido he developed himself, the Kido of barrier style, and the two most important forbidden techniques. Because Kido was different from the systematic Kido, it was difficult to explain and teach. Even though Shota Bo Xian only talked about how to cast Kido and didn't talk about the principles to prevent Seito from improving in the future, it still took him an entire night. It wasn't until 10 o'clock in the morning the next day that he finished. The moment Shota Bo Xian finished talking about all the Kido he knew, the contract power in his mind suddenly dissipated and turned into ownerless Ryatsu that merged into Shota Bo Xian's body. Okay, The deal is done. Thank you for your cooperation, Ito said to Shota Boshien. Since the deal is done, send us back according to the agreement, Shota Boshien said calmly. No problem, Ito nodded with a smile. Then, he stood up and grabbed Shota Boshien's thick arm. At the same time, he moved 4 Maple Court's E, who was imprisoned by Mouth Sand 2, to his side. He also grabbed her arm and used the Flying Thunder God Jutsu to take the two of them out of the cave in Hueco Mundo and back to the main world. The place they appeared in was naturally not Ito's house in Kongzucho, but in the forest where they were tracking Baventer. This is the forest west of Kongzucho. Just go east, and you can return to Kongzucho. Ito said to Shota Boshien and 4 Maple Court's while waving his hand to take back the spirit restriction bracelets on their wrists. Wait, just as Ito was about to leave, 4 Maple Court's he stopped him and said, I don't know if you're still interested in the cooperation we talked about before. Chapter 1407. Oh, Ito raised his eyebrows and looked at who was wrapped in a white cloth. Previously, I didn't agree to your request because of the conditions, but now that you've obtained the conditions yourself, I think we can also have some cooperation. For Maple Courtyard's night, one smiled valiantly. But don't forget, cooperation is based on mutual benefits. For me, there is no benefit in attacking Aizen. Why should I participate in this? Ito asked. I remember that the secret footwork of 4 Maple Court is among the things you are looking for. Yi said, What? Are you willing to give it to me? Ito smiled. It's just a secret footwork. Do you think it's valuable enough? Don't forget, Aizen played with the entire Soul Society. I don't want to attack him without enough benefits. We want. Yi frowned. Information, all kinds of information about the spirit body and the soul. Ito Chung said in a low voice. Yi of the 4 Maple Courtyard frowned. He was deep in thought and didn't say anything. Think about it. I'm leaving. When you think about it, use the thing I gave you to contact me. After Ito finished speaking, his figure flashed. In an instant, he disappeared in front of Akatabo Shien and Yi of the 4 Maple Court, returning to Nero's side in Hueco Mundo. Ito said goodbye to Neru and put her back into the Rubik's Cube world. Then he stayed in Hueco Mundo and started to devour the Reiki. On the other side, Kisuke Urahara's grocery store had been repaired. Yi and Kisuke Urahara were sitting opposite each other. What do you think? Yi of the 4 Maple Courtyard looked at the person sitting cross-legged on the tatami opposite him, wearing gray cloth pants that looked a little short. Kisuke Urahara was wearing the same color and a dark green coat. He had a strange hairstyle and a stubble on his face. He looked like a sloppy person who didn't take care of himself. If the contract really has that kind of power, it would be good to add a useful fighting force. Kisuke Urahara said, but that person's origin is too strange. We haven't been able to find out where he came from, and we don't know his purpose. I'm afraid that cooperating with that kind of person isn't as dangerous as fighting Aizen. You're saying that everything he's doing right now is a disguise? 4 Maple Courtyard's Yi frowned. It's possible. Kisuke Urahara nodded. I'm afraid that he wants that thing. Kisuke Urahara said with a gloomy face. Hearing this, Yi of the 4 Maple Courtyard narrowed his eyes, and a feeling of uneasiness suddenly arose in his heart. If that's the case, we'll have to be on guard against him when we fight Aizen. Yi sighed. How is Lu Shilang? Yi of the 4 Maple Court, who felt that the atmosphere was a little gloomy, changed the topic and asked. He's stable, but it'll take at least a month for him to fully recover. Kisuke Urahara replied. A month. Yi thought for a while. In that case, you should use this month to get along with them and try to get their forgiveness. Easier said than done. Urahara Kisuke unfolded the small folding fan in his hand and covered the lower half of his face with a bitter smile. 3 days later, TSK, it seems like Kisuke Urahara doesn't want to cooperate. Then I'll disappear for a while. After staying in Hueco Mundo for 3 days, Ito who didn't receive any contact from Yi of the Four Maple Court or Kisuk Urahara, understood that they didn't trust him. He clicked his tongue and flashed into the Rubik's Cube world, appearing in the Spirit Research Department in the headquarters of the Environment Department of the Spirit Eating Continent. Sei Ito walked through the busy crowd in the Spirit Research Department. He found Ranjima, who was in the innermost part of the department. "Did you find anything?" Sei Ito asked Ranjima. "According to the information I found here, I have a rough idea. As long as I can figure out how the medicine works, I can develop a spirit body truth-telling serum." Ranjima put down his work and turned to Sei Ito. "Not bad." Sei Ito smiled. "What did you come here for?" Ranjima asked. "It's like this. I've used other methods to get what I want from that guy outside, so I can put the truth-telling serum research on hold for now. So I wanted to ask you, do you want to undo the seal on your body now?" Sei Ito explained. "Undo the seal?" Ranjima murmured in a daze. He calmed himself down and continued. "It's fine to undo it now, but you still have to tell me the specific method. Even if you don't say it, I'll explain it to you." Sei Ito smiled. "Come with me." Saying so, he turned around and walked out of the Spirit Research Department. When Ranjima saw this, she didn't hesitate and followed him. The two of them left the Spirit Research Department and took the elevator to the Environment Ministry's headquarters. They found an empty room and walked in. Sei Ito asked Ranjima to sit down and poured her a cup of green tea. Sei Ito picked up the teacup in front of him and took a sip. "The method I use to undo the seal is very simple. Dual cultivation." "Dual cultivation?" Ranjima repeated. He didn't understand what dual cultivation was. So-called dual cultivation is a method of human intercourse to achieve a common exchange of energy between a man and a woman, thereby increasing the strength of both parties. What we need to do is to use the energy exchange created by dual cultivation to break through the seal and completely release your spiritual power. Then, we can completely destroy the seal on your body. Sei Ito explained as he played with the teacup in his hand. "Intercourse." Ranjima was stunned. Then, she frowned and said with dissatisfaction, "Are you sure you're not wrong?" "Of course." Sei Ito chuckled. "I know you can't accept this. You might even think that I'm taking advantage of you. But don't forget, is everything you're seeing really reasonable?" Ranjima fell silent. Even if she was stupid, she could see the difference between the spirit-eating continent and the death god's world. Moreover, she wasn't stupid. She had already figured out some things during her days in the Environment Ministry. She knew that she was no longer in her original world. "Is there no other way?" Ranjima asked with a frown. "There is a way, but if you want to do something like dual cultivation, which can integrate the external energy with the spiritual power in your body without any repulsion, break the seal on your body, and protect your body at the same time so that your spiritual body won't collapse when the seal is broken, there is no way. Otherwise, I wouldn't have rashly proposed it." Ito-sei shook his head slightly and explained. "After all, although you scientific researchers don't take your body seriously, you're still a woman. There are some things you have to pay attention to." "Well said, but why do I have a feeling that you've already planned this?" Ranjima looked up at Sei Ito's eyes and snorted. "Huh?" Sei Ito laughed dryly. "But it's rare that you're still interested in a woman like me." Ranjima picked up the teacup and took a sip of tea. Sei Ito continued to laugh dryly and didn't answer. He didn't know how to respond. Then, the two were silent for more than 10 seconds before Ranjima spoke again. "Let's do as you say." Sei Ito nodded and responded silently. Then the two of them sat in the room for a while. After drinking the tea in the cup, they left the room under Ito-sei's command. They returned to the virtual night palace that he created after accepting Nero, and now it was constantly expanding. They appeared in a room. Sei Ito's mind moved, and a transparent barrier covered the entire room. Ranjima looked around the room and didn't say whether she was satisfied or not. She directly took off her clothes. In less than half a minute, a white body appeared in front of Sei Ito. There were two intersecting lines on her back that looked like old wounds. There was a strange rune mark in the center of the intersecting lines. Perhaps it was because of her instinctive shyness. Ranjima didn't look at Sei Ito. She walked straight to the stone bed and lay down. Sei Ito didn't say much when he saw this. He took off his clothes and walked naked to Ranjima's side. He turned over and pressed on top of her. Ranjima quietly looked at Saito, who was holding her head with his hands, for a few seconds, then closed her eyes and let him do whatever he wanted. Saito smiled softly, lowered his head, and kissed Ranjima's chest. He touched Ranjima's smooth body with one hand. Not long after, Ranjima, who still had a calm expression on her face, began to blush, and her body began to twist unconsciously. Saito, who felt that it was about time, gently pushed his legs, pushed open the jade pillar of the divine gate, and stabbed the soul core with the Zanpakuto. In an instant, Saito only felt a slight stagnation in front of him, and then he entered a warm and humid environment. Saito, who fully understood what happened, looked at Ranjima, who was frowning under him, and didn't know what to say. From now on, you are mine. I will be responsible for all kinds of things. Saito leaned over Ranjima's ear, opened his mouth, and sucked on her earlobe. His voice was a little vague, but his tone was very firm. Ranjima's brows relaxed slightly when she heard this. She continued to lie down stiffly, not knowing how to cooperate at all. Saito didn't think much of it and slowly began to work. Soon, a huge spiritual pressure erupted from Saito and Ranjima's body. It penetrated the barrier of the virtual night palace's rock and reached the virtual world, stirring up the spirit particles in the virtual world. A tornado, formed by the falling spirit particles, appeared above the virtual night palace, spinning. Chapter 1408. Phew! In a room in Las Noches Temple, Saito, who was hugging Ranjima's naked body with one hand, let out a long sigh. As expected of a resident of the death god's world, during the dual cultivation, they actually directly communicate with their divine souls. Moreover, the effect is so powerful that it has greatly improved the quality of my soul. I believe that it won't be long before the quality of my soul can be completely improved to the level of divine soul after several exchanges with someone. Ito Seijin gently opened his eyes and said to himself. Then Saito threw these thoughts aside and hugged Ranjima tightly, then closed his eyes and fell asleep again. After a good night's sleep, the next day came in the blink of an eye. This morning, Ranjima woke up from the most comfortable sleep in nearly 1,000 years. She got out of bed and washed her body with the water that Saito summoned. She put on her clothes and had breakfast with Saito. After that, she returned to the Spiritual Research Department of the Ministry of Environment and started her research. Compared to before, Ranjima, who has recovered her Ryatsu, was much more efficient. Even without the help of the newly built Ryatsu instrument, she was able to complete some changes in the flow of Ryatsu and observe the physical transformation of Ryatsu. Therefore, a week after Ranjima recovered her Ryatsu, the Shinigami's truth-telling serum was developed. Seeing this, Saito arranged the development of the Ryatsu potion for the soul and Ryatsu potion. Then, there was a long wait. Of course, during this period, Saito didn't stay in the Rubik's Cube world all day long. He would return to Hueco Mundo from time to time. Using the Flying Thunder God technique, he returned to the Kazucho house in the modern world and reunited with his family members. He also observed the progress of the plot. It wasn't until more than 2 months later that this leisurely waiting time came to an end, because at 11 o'clock in the morning, Aizen officially entered the modern world with his arrayed legion and started the Kazucho War. As for the events that happened before the Battle of Kazucho, in no way Oraheim entering Hueco Mundo, a new member of the 10 Blades entering Hueco Mundo to cause trouble for Shinozaki Ichigo, and the 13th Division's expedition to Hueco Mundo, Ito-sei did not participate in any of them. After all, he would rather stay in Hueco Mundo and absorb more Hueco Mundo Reiki than waste his time participating in these events. The Battle of Kongzucho is finally about to begin. Sensing the changes in the space around Kongzucho, standing on the top of the house, Ito-sei said softly as he looked at the more than 20 people who were always hanging in the distant sky. Then his figure flashed. He returned to the house. At this time, his mother Eriko, eldest sister Suzu Ito, second sister Reina Ito, Miyu, Yiyi, Yomi, and Tsutomu Kagura were all gathered in the living room. Obviously, they were aware of the changes in the outside world. They also felt it through their own methods. What happened outside? Seeing Ito appear in the living room, Eriko asked. For a time, everyone's eyes fell on Ito. They were waiting for his answer. The two major forces in this world are about to start a war. So in order to avoid the destruction of a city in the modern world, one side used a space replacement technology. They replaced the real city with the fake one they created. Ito explained. But the real city is still on the ground. It's just that the other side used a space replacement technique to hide it. So as long as you have a certain amount of Ryatsu, anyone can appear in their battlefield. Little brother, do you want to participate as well? Suzu Ito asked with a frown. Yes, one of them has something that I want. Ito nodded and admitted. Then I'll go with you. Rin Ito turned to look at Reina Ito, Yiyi, Shinya, Katsumi Yomi, Tsutomu Kagura, and the others and said, I'll go as well. Yiyi hurriedly followed up. Count me in as well. Remonstrant Mountain Yellow Springs revealed an unbridled smile. Me too. Tsutomu Kagura interjected. Ah-chung, send me back so that I won't drag you down. Reina Ito curled her lips in boredom. Haha, Ito chuckled when he saw this. No need. All of you can stay here. To be honest, for the current you, none of the people who are about to fight are easy to deal with. If you make a mistake, your life will be in danger. So stay here and watch the live broadcast. As he spoke, he used his mind to turn on the surveillance screen in the room. However, because of the space replacement technique used by Soul Society, the hovering devices floating above the room couldn't monitor the situation. Therefore, the screen still showed the city above Kongzucho. Upon seeing this, Ito-sei flipped his palm, and a test tube containing a hovering nanomachine appeared in his hand. Ito-sei pulled out the cork and pointed at it with his finger. A small square body emitting a pale yellow light wrapped around the test tube bottle. It shrank and disappeared from Ito-sei's palm together with the test tube bottle. Then, in the next moment, Aizen and his arrayed legion appeared on the surveillance screen in the room. Nameless Ghost Dao, Xia'i. It was a teleportation-type Ghost Dao technique that could transfer small objects to a closed-distance space. Okay. Suzu Ito and her mother, Eriko, Yiyi, and Yomi looked at each other and sighed helplessly. Then everyone went to the sofa around the surveillance screen and sat down. Ito didn't plan to go out and watch the live broadcast with him. In general, the characters didn't change. They were the same people who were supposed to appear in the original work. Aizen, Higashi Yoshi, Ikamajin, 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 60th Blade, their assistant, and the fire-swallowing Prince Vastus. 1st Division's Yamamoto, Jinryu Sai, Shigakuni. 2nd Division's Soifan. 7th Division's Sakura Sajin. 8th Division's Kairako, Shunsui. 10th Division's Higashi Shiroshi. 13th Division's Yukatake Jushiru. And 3rd Division's and 7th Division's Vice Captains. The process was the same as the original work. 1st Division's Vice Captains, then the Vice Captains. As for the result, due to the inertia of the world, it was the same as the original story. Other than the 3 adjutants of the 30th Blade Hellable who were still alive, the 20th Blade Hellable support was completely annihilated. The 60th Blade Hellable was killed by Hibakatani Tajiro. Issei wanted to let Sasori Yamamura defeat him, but in the end, he died from overexertion. This forced the 1st, 2nd, and 30th Blade's Vasto Lord to appear. Needless to say, aside from 10th Blade, Shunsui Kaiokura, and Jushiru Yutake, 30th Blade was completely suppressing Toshiro Hifani. As for 20th Blade, he used his own attribute to take out one of Soifan's arms, turning her into a one-armed hero. If the masked army didn't arrive at the last moment, she might have died in the hands of 20th Blade. Seeing the masked army appear, Aizen finally joined the battle and suppressed everyone with his absolute strength. It's about time for me to finish. Seito stood up from the sofa and said, "Be careful." Eriko said, "I know, mother." Seito nodded. Then, with a thought, he disappeared from the room. Sigh. Eriko sighed as she watched Seito leave. On the other side, Ito-sei, who used instant transmission to leave the house, turned around and passed through the cover layer made by Soul Society and entered the fake Kongzucho city, appearing on a street that no one paid attention to. At this time, Aizen began to attack the masked army. He used his absolute strength to kill them one by one. Among them, Sarutobi, who was the most ferocious, was almost cut in half. He was in critical condition. "Thank you, Aizen-sama." Hellable thanked Aizen. However, the relief she expected did not appear. Instead, a cold blade light slashed at her chest, cutting her to the ground like the other members of the masked legion. "Hellable-sama." Hellable's 3 subordinates shouted. "You're useless to me," Aizen said indifferently, looking down at Hellable. Poof! Aizen's sword came out of his chest with a muffled sound. For this sudden change, whether it was the surviving members of the Broken Plain Legion and Ikamar Jin, or the captains and vice-captains of the Shinigami side, plus the seriously injured members of the Masked Legion, all of them had a look of astonishment on their faces. Their eyes flashed with surprise. "You are really ruthless, Aizen." Ito-sei used teleportation to appear behind Aizen and stabbed him with Kuzunagi's sword, Kuzunaji. "You really did it." Aizen turned his head and looked at Ito from the corner of his eyes. It was as if the knife that was stabbed into his body did not exist at all. His face did not show the slightest bit of pain. Oh, Ito chuckled. His left hand turned into a drill and stabbed Aizen's chest. He grabbed a spherical object and pulled it out. Then he pushed the celestial clouds away. "Do you think you can take that thing away?" Aizen turned around and looked at Ito. "Who knows?" Ito said. At the same time, he used a large amount of space force to wrap the Hogyoku in his hand and sealed it. Then he threw it into the Rubik's Cube world. After doing all this, Ito raised his head and looked at Aizen. "Now, can you still feel its existence?" Aizen's expression changed when he realized he couldn't feel the Hogyoku. He looked murderously at Ito. Chapter 1409. P.S. Thank you to Celestial Dragonwolf, Light of Dark Flame, Halcyon, Shirley, Dust Under a Rainstorm, and Little Fat Wolf for their precious monthly votes. Thank you to Halcyon for your tip, and thank you to Little Fat Wolf for your comments. The reason why Ito-sei chose this time to make a move was also carefully considered. If it was too early, the 10 Blades wouldn't be wiped out, the Masked Legion wouldn't appear, and the Shinigami captains wouldn't be injured. He might be besieged as soon as he got the item. But if it's too late, Kurosaki Ichigo will appear again. Even if the 10 Blades are defeated, the Masked Legion will be half injured, and the captain of the Death God will not cause trouble. Kurosaki Ichigo will attack them. Then, the Masked Legion will attack Ito-sei, and they will be besieged again. He's not that stupid. In addition to these 2 reasons, Aizen and the Hogyoku hadn't completely fused yet. It was just a physical fusion. If he took the Hogyoku now, it wouldn't automatically return to the host body like it did in the later stages. Of course, these were only the reasons Ito made his move. Aizen was too arrogant. He probably didn't think that Ito would have a way to cut off his connection with the Hogyoku. To put it bluntly, he had miscalculated. "Captains, if you don't attack now, when will you?" Ignoring Aizen's murderous aura, Ito-sei raised his voice to the Shinigami and Masked Legion members. The Shinigami captains looked at each other. Then Hirako Masako shouted, "Let's go." They quickly attacked Aizen. The first one to attack was Hifani Toshiro, who hated Aizen a lot. He jumped in front of Aizen and slashed down with both hands. Aizen was furious, but he still blocked Hifani's attack with his sword. "Attacking without thinking is suicidal, Captain Hifani." Aizen sneered. "If no one attacked first, the battle wouldn't have started." Hifani said, "But I have to praise you for not using Kyoka Suigetsu in the first attack. I'm the one who should be praising you." Aizen glowered. Block! In the next moment, a crisp sound was heard. Shuinsue's sneak attack was blocked by Aizen's Skybreaker. I commend you for not wanting to fight me, one-on-one. Aizen glanced at Jing Lichuan. Are you saying we're despicable, Captain Aizen? Shunsui chuckled. If that's what I meant, I'll change my words. Captain Jing Lo. Lan Ran replied. At the same time, Masako, Rashi, Ikawa, Ro, Yatsui Tong, Muru, Soifan, and Sakura. Whoosh! Hifanu and Shunsui both used Flash Step to get away from Aizen. Aizen, you once said that a battle without hatred is like a vulture without wings. A sword wielded purely out of a sense of responsibility will never be able to cut you. Toshiro stated. I see that you don't seem to know, so I'll tell you. The so-called captain would only place the responsibility on the blade and swing the blade for it. Fighting for hatred is just despicable violence. A captain won't call a battle. Aizen, you really aren't fit to be a captain, Toshiro declared. Interesting. This doesn't sound like you. The one who hates me the most out of all the captains of the Godai 13. Do you dare say you don't hate me with your sword? Aizen asked with a mocking look in his eyes. Or did your hatred disappear when Hinamari-kun's body returned to the human world? However, as soon as Aizen finished his provocation, Shunsui appeared next to him with Flash Step and slashed his sword at his head. Aizen's figure flickered, and he appeared on the other side. You're too much. I'm still talking, Captain Shunsui. Aizen complained, but his expression didn't change at all. If you're talking to a man, I can't be a perfect listener. But if it's just listening, I'm free. Shunsui turned to Aizen. 10,000 solutions. Hifani's low voice sounded again. Daegyur and Hyorimaru. In an instant, a large amount of cold air spread out from Toshiro, and countless ice crystals began to fall from the sky. You're right, Aizen. My sword is filled with hatred. I'm not here to fight. I'm here to use violence to defeat you. Hifani shouted angrily. Don't be too hasty, Captain Hifani, Shunsui reminded him. If your sword is filled with hatred, then you're not a captain either. That's what you want to say. Hifani glared at Aizen. Yes, as long as I can kill you. I don't care if I lose my captain's title. I'll use all my strength to defeat you. You won't have a chance to use Kyoka's Suigetsu. Take out your sword, Aizen. Even if you don't, I won't be merciful. After that, Toshiro appeared behind myriad disintegrations and flew towards Aizen with his ice wings. He swung his sword at Aizen, creating an arc of ice in the shape of a fish. Ice Dragon Tail. Aizen jumped and dodged the attack. Ice Dragon Tail Void. A sharp cone of ice rose up and chased after Aizen. Aizen stopped and prepared to attack with his blade. However, at this moment, a gigantic blade and a black mace attacked Aizen from both sides. Heaven's Wrath, Tengu Maru. Forgive me, Captain Hifani. I'm going to attack now. Akamura Seizen said loudly. As long as you're happy. I didn't plan to fight one-on-one, Hifani replied. But as soon as they finished talking, there was a loud explosion. Sasori's Zanpakuto and Akawa Takashi's Tengu Maru exploded, revealing Aizen, who was pincered by the two. Do you think you could defeat me with brute force? How naive. Aizen sneered. No, I'm afraid that your understanding of power is different from mine. Let me tell you, this is what power means. After that, Aizen instantly appeared in front of Akamura Seizen. He swung his sword at him. Black Rope Heaven's Wrath. Akamura Seizen shouted. In an instant, a huge statue of a general appeared behind him. It moved according to Akamura Seizen's movements. But unfortunately, Akamura Seizen's 10,000 solutions was too big. But it couldn't resist Aizen's attack at all. Bang! A muffled sound was heard. Akamura Seizen's sword broke. Whoa. Akamura Seizen didn't give up and swung his sword at Aizen. Aizen took a step forward as if he was walking normally. At the same time, he swung his sword horizontally. Another wound appeared on Akamura Seizen's body. He lost his strength and fell to the ground. At the same time, Kakabashi Roku and Aikawa Roku attacked Aizen. Aizen grabbed the Zanpakuto that was in the shape of a whip and pulled it towards him. He slashed Aizen's chest and tied the whip around Aikawa Ro's body. Aizen also slashed Aikawa Ro's chest. Aizen also slashed Aikawa Ro's chest. Aizen held Aikawa Ro tightly and slashed him in the chest. Kakabashi Roku and Akamura Roku fell to the ground like Akamura's Seizen. Whoosh! A huge spear came from behind Aizen's head. Aizen tilted his head and dodged it. Then he swung his arm and cut off the spear. Then he turned his body and swung his sword at Lisa Yatsujimaru's chest. Phantasmagoria, I should have told you before. You are the failed faceless. Since everyone has submitted to me, then you shouldn't fight against me. Aizen said softly as Lisa fell from the sky with blood gushing out of her chest. Whoosh! Soi Fan, the captain of the 2nd Division, appeared in front of Aizen. She had lost an arm in the fight against the 20th Blade. Are you obsessed? It's a secret maneuver, and it's the commander's own son. Don't expect the battle to be aesthetically pleasing. Don't expect death to be a matter of virtue. Don't only care about your own life. If you want to protect what's worth protecting, you should kill the enemy from behind. Even a mere death god should have learned this from the Soul Magic Academy. If it's a secret maneuver, there's no need to mention it. Aizen pretended to be confused. You traitor. How dare you talk about Shinigami's knowledge? Ridiculous. Soi Fan laughed. After all, I was once a teacher, Aizen said softly. I can't believe they let you take up a teaching position. What a ridiculous room, 46. That's why they were tripped by a traitor, Soi Fan said angrily. Don't judge the dead. If you were tripped by a traitor, wouldn't you be the same? Aizen said emotionlessly. I'm surprised. Do you think you are a hindrance to us? Especially me. Soi Fan sneered. Aizen's figure flickered, and a dozen Soi Fan appeared in front of him. Clones? It's a good performance, Aizen praised. Thank you for your praise. It's an honor. After all, being a stealth faceless isn't something that can be praised for. Let me use this performance to deliver a fatal blow. After saying that, Soi Fan led her doppelgangers to attack Aizen. Aizen raised his hand and was about to swing his sword, but a large amount of ice suddenly appeared on his arm and blade to stop him. At the same time, Soi Fan rushed in front of Aizen and stabbed him twice with the golden glove on her right middle finger. Double kill. 2 strikes for the kill. What an interesting move, but it didn't hit. Aizen grabbed Soi Fan's right wrist and said coldly, a Shinigami's battle is a battle of Ryatsu. Let me use my Ryatsu to suppress your skills. Pooh! As soon as Aizen finished speaking, a pitch-black sword pierced his body and came out of his chest. You were too careless. Ice made your shadow appear. Shunsui, who was standing behind Aizen, said. Aizen's face turned ugly as he looked at Shunsui. Then, he looked at Toshiro, who was flying towards him with his katana. However, just as Aizen felt that Hifanu was too young, Hirako appeared in front of him with her Shurkai Zanpakuto in a Shurkai state. In the next moment, Toshiro stabbed Aizen's body from behind. Now, it's time to settle the score with you. Tera Masako, who thought Aizen was dead, turned around and looked at Idose with a sinister smile. I say, are you sure you killed him? Idose looked back at Tera Masenko with a mocking look. Hirako, who suddenly had a bad feeling, turned around and looked at Aizen. Suddenly, Aizen, who was stabbed in the chest by Toshiro, changed into the 5th Division's vice-captain, Hinamori Momo, who was familiar to most of the captains. It turned out that when Hifanu and Shunsui attacked Aizen for the first time, Aizen used Kyoka Suigetsu to change the target of their attention. Then, he went down and swapped places with Hinamori, who was also hypnotized by him. Seeing this, the expressions of everyone present, except for Idose, changed. Their faces were filled with anger and shock. Damn it, Hirako cursed. At the same time, Hinamori also deactivated Kyoka Suigetsu and turned back into Aizen. She waved her Zanpakuto and heavily injured Iwa, Kira, and the other 2. When? Hirako asked. When? You've asked an interesting question. Aizen said softly. You should know that my Kyoka Suigetsu's ability is complete hypnosis. I can control all 5 senses at any time. That's why I asked you when you started using Kyoka Suigetsu. Hirako shouted. Then let me ask you, when did you start having the illusion that I didn't use Kyoka Suigetsu? Aizen asked coldly. While Hirako was thinking, Toshiro could no longer suppress his anger. He roared and rushed towards Aizen without thinking about tactics. Chapter 14:10. Wait, Captain Ifani. Shunsui shouted anxiously. They're all the same, full of flaws, Aizen said lightly. After saying that, his body flashed and appeared in front of Toshiro. He swung his sword and cut off his left arm. After that, he moved again and appeared in front of Soifeng, Shunsui Kayakura, and Teramasako. He also slashed their bodies and sent them to the ground. Because Aizen's attack was too fast, they didn't notice it until he was done. I won't kill you. With your abilities, it's hard for you to lose consciousness because of this injury. Just watch and see how this battle unfolds. Aizen turned his head and glanced at the 4 people from the corner of his eyes. Whoosh! However, at that moment, a pillar of fire appeared next to Aizen. Aizen turned around and looked at the person who came out of the fire. It was Yamamoto, the captain of the 13th Division, the strongest Shinigami in 1,000 years. Finally, it's the captain's turn. But it's already too late. You're the only captain who can still be considered capable of fighting now. Aizen said softly, if even you fall, then the Godai 13 will truly fall apart. You've missed your chance. You shouldn't have shown up. Don't be arrogant, little brat. Do you think you can cut me down with your strength? Yamamoto said with disdain. I didn't think about whether I could kill you or not, because I've already killed you. Aizen's face didn't change at all. Don't talk big. Aizen's figure immediately appeared behind Yamamoto's back. The 2 of them turned their heads at the same time and swung the blades in their hands at the same time in perfect coordination. But unexpectedly, Yamamoto's katana was just a feint. The next moment, Aizen's katana cut open Yamamoto's body and blood gushed out of his wounds. Ha! Yamamoto chuckled and grabbed Aizen's sword-wielding arm, holding it tightly. Aizen captured. Capture, Yamamoto announced. Interesting. So what if you caught me? Is the arm you're holding really mine? Aizen continued to use words to attack his opponent. If it's just based on what you see and feel, it's indeed a good method, but I can't possibly misjudge the spiritual pressure released by the Zanpakuto, Yamamoto said with a look of certainty. You said that this old man missed a good opportunity, right? Quite the opposite. Now is the right time. A huge amount of spiritual pressure came out of Yamamoto's body. At the same time, countless blazing pillars of fire rose into the sky, burning Yamamoto and Aizen, as well as Idose and Jin Ikamaru. The injured soldiers of Soul Society were all surrounded. Scorching hell, your past battles have all become loopholes for this moment, Yamamoto said. So you were planning this when your subordinates were all defeated. You really are a sly old fox. Aizen was surprised at first, but he quickly regained his composure. Cunning? Don't worry, you'll die with me in this scorching hell, Yamamoto said. Don't you care about the other soldiers? If this continues, they'll be sucked into the scorching hell, Aizen said calmly. Everyone has already made up their minds. The Godai 13th Division is determined to eliminate all evil with the death of one person. Yamamoto's expression didn't change in the slightest. However, at this moment, a strangely shaped returning blade destroyer appeared behind Yamamoto. It looked like a divine body that had been enlarged by several times. This was none other than the fire-extinguishing prince, Wanda Wise, who had been beaten by Jionan Bai and Six Chariot Fist West at the beginning. Yamamoto waved his Zanpakuto, which was covered in flames. Vanda Wise reached out and grabbed the blade of the Zanpakuto that was burning with flames. Immediately, the flame on Yamamoto's Zanpakuto was like a flame that gradually lost its oxygen supply and quickly extinguished. Wang Dawise then flung Jinryusai Yamamoto onto the ground. Boom! I'll tell you, your Ryujin Jaka is the strongest Zanpakuto there's no doubt about it. If you fight seriously, your combat power is above mine. But if you give up on other abilities and focus on one aspect, it can still fight against your strongest Zanpakuto. Aizen explained. He, Vandawise, is the only changing Blade Destroyer, and his returning Blade Destroyer is called Fire Extinguishing Prince. As you can see, the ability of Prince Extinguishing Fire is to seal the flames of Ryujin Jaka. For this ability, Wanda Wise has no language, knowledge, memory, or even rationality. In front of this power obtained by exchanging all abilities, you are already at your wit's end. Goodbye, Yamamoto Shigeku. After that, he ignored Yamamoto, turned around, stepped into the void, and walked towards Ito Sei, who was waiting at the side. Soon, Aizen walked in front of Sei Ito and stood a few meters away from him. This is what you wanted to see. The people in the way have been dealt with. It's time to solve the problem between you and me. Aizen looked at Sei Ito and said, That's right. Otherwise, I would have found an opportunity to attack you when they were surrounding you. Sei Ito chuckled. But then, even if I killed you, I would have been surrounded by them. It would have been troublesome for me. You think you could get rid of me? Aizen asked with interest. Yes, you are very strong. Among the many Shinigami, except for the Spirit King and the so-called Zero Squad, you are the strongest. However, that is only limited to this world. In the wider world, you still haven't reached the end, Ito Sei said softly with some emotion. This world, Aizen repeated, your origin is mysterious. Sei Ito chuckled. Then why do you want the Hogyoku? To evolve to a higher dimension? Aizen asked. I'm different from you. I have my own path. I don't need the Hogyoku's power to reach a higher realm. Sei Ito shook his head. So the Hogyoku is precious to you, but it's not important to me. As long as I put my mind to it, I can find a lot of it. If that's the case, why did you steal it? Aizen didn't understand. Because it's a good material. Although I can't use it now, it doesn't mean I won't use it in the future. Think of it as me preparing for a rainy day. Sei Ito smiled. Then he looked at the sky and continued. The shit stirrer is here. Aizen followed Ito Sei's gaze when he heard this. In the next moment, the space in front of Aizen's eyes shattered. Shinozaki Ichigo's figure rushed out and slashed towards Aizen. Crescent Moon, Tensho. Bakudo 89, Sky Breaker. A huge space barrier appeared in front of Aizen and blocked the incoming crescent moon. Bang! Sei Ito, Aizen, and Shinozaki Ichigo heard a muffled sound. Relic. Sei Ito pointed his finger, and a cube covered Shinozaki Ichigo's body. Then Sei Ito used the relic's space teleportation technique to teleport Shinozaki Ichigo back to Hueco Mundo. Okay, I believe this shit stirrer won't show up anytime soon. Sei Ito smiled at Aizen. After all, the place where Shinozaki Ichigo was thrown was the unfamiliar desert where Ito Sei once stayed. Without Shusu's guidance, it would be very difficult to rush to Lost Noche's palace. Naturally, he wouldn't meet Mayuri there. Therefore, he wouldn't be able to open the black cavity and return to the modern world. Therefore, unless Keisuke Urahara used the soul search tool he developed after the battle, or Ito Sei personally searched for him, he wouldn't be able to return every day or two. Of course, this was only a general situation. Who knew if Shinozaki Ichigo, the child of the world, would be lucky enough to find the way to the great forest of nothingness and meet Asido there. Then, Asido would guide him back to Silent Soul Society and return to the main world through the portal of the 12th Division. But even so, it would take at least half a day. After all, Hueco Mundo's expeditionary army wasn't easy to deal with. After Shinozaki Ichigo, Unohana Retsu's figure came out of the Black Gate. Long time no see, Captain Unohana. Aizen greeted. Unohana Retsu didn't answer immediately. Instead, she glanced around and observed the battlefield. However, at this time on the battlefield, except for Yamamoto, who was about to eliminate Wanda, the other captains and team members were all seriously injured and were quickly recovering on the ground. It seems like I need to get back to work, Unohana Retsu said. Then, he ignored Aizen and jumped to the ground. He appeared next to the dying Sarutobi and Akatabo, Shien began to treat him. Bang! At this moment, a muffled sound came from below. It attracted Sei Ito and Aizen's attention. Chapter 1411. How sad. Your feelings have been taken away, haven't they? Yamamoto Jinryusai looked at Wang de Huai Si Lien, who was still oblivious despite being smashed to pieces, and said with fake pity, "What a cruel method." Yamamoto turned around and looked at Aizen. Cruel? Aizen didn't care if Sei Ito would attack him again. He turned around and looked at Yamamoto. That doesn't mean anything to a hollow soul. They're just a bunch of souls that hunt after death. I just gave him a purpose. How is that cruel? And you, the one who shattered that soul, are the truly cruel one. This old man has no intention of responding to your fallacious reasoning. You can take advantage of this opportunity to spout as much nonsense as you want. Yamamoto turned around and walked towards Aizen. It will end soon. Nonsense? Because of your contempt, you didn't hear what I said. Aizen said sarcastically. What do you mean? Yamamoto asked. Think back to what I said. Fire Extinguishing Prince was created to seal the fire eye of your Ryujin Jaka. The so-called seal was to prevent the flames from regenerating, so the flames were sealed in the blade. But is only a newly generated flame considered a flame? The flames that have been released from the saber should still exist. So were the flames sealed? After he said that, Yamamoto's expression changed drastically. He immediately turned his head and looked at Wanda's deformed body. His originally flat abdomen swelled up like a pregnant woman, and it continued to swell. Very smart, Captain of the Godai 13. If you release all your power in an instant, you know what will happen to you. Aizen said. Yamamoto, who was well aware of his strength, opened his arms and covered his body with Ryatsu as he laid down on Wanda Wise's body. Boom! There was a violent explosion. It resounded through the sky. At the same time, a violent shockwave spread in all directions. It was like a typhoon that blew away the destruction around the center of the explosion. Sei Ito and Aizen's clothes were fluttering under the impact of the explosion. After 10 seconds, the explosion ended. A huge crater with a diameter of 10 meters appeared in front of Aizen and Sei Ito. Aizen stepped down. He landed around the crater created by the explosion. He laid down on the ground. Yamamoto, who was burnt black, walked over. To be able to minimize the damage caused by the explosion, you are indeed worthy of being the captain of the Godai 13. If you didn't use your body to suppress the flames, it would have destroyed the fragile barrier you set up. Create a barren land several times larger than this town. I want to thank you, Yamamoto Ryusai Shigekuni. Thanks to you, my world is protected, Aizen said in an annoyed tone, as if he had just received a great benefit. Brat, Yamamoto said weakly. Jinryusai Yamamoto, if it's you, I won't be able to spare your life so easily. You're almost the same as the history of Soul Society. At the very least, I'll give you a final blow with my sword, Aizen said as he pulled out his Zanpakuto. Ha! But at this moment, Yamamoto grabbed Aizen's ankle with his scorched hand and sneered. Don't make me say it again, little brat. Naive. 96 of the Tao Breaker technique, cremation. Boom. A huge blade-shaped fire curtain suddenly rose into the sky, forcing Ito Sei, who was the closest to it, to quickly retreat a long distance. As expected of number 96 sacrifice Tao Breaker, its power is really exaggerated. It actually made me feel danger. Ito Sei, who was hovering in the air again, sighed softly. Aizen's embarrassed figure jumped out of the fire curtain and landed in the sky. Whoosh! At this moment, Sei Ito's figure flashed and appeared next to Aizen. He swung his Zanpakuto at Aizen's head. Block! Aizen raised his Zanpakuto, block the attack. You're really fickle, Aizen said as he raised his Zanpakuto to block Sei Ito's attack. The most difficult old man has been defeated by you. I have no reason to let go of such a good opportunity to sneak attack, do I? Ito-sei smiled. Then he jumped away from Aizen and appeared behind Aizen. His two fingers formed a sword and stabbed towards Aizen's back. Aizen felt something strange behind him and quickly dodged to the side. But even though he reacted quickly, he couldn't dodge the Reiki blade from Ito-sei's fingertip. The Reiki blade left a slender wound across his back. Blood flowed down his back. Ito didn't stop there. He suddenly appeared in front of Aizen and swung his Zanpakuto. Aizen raised his Zanpakuto block Ito's attack. At the same time, he pressed his palm against Ito's chest and released a Kido. Hado 63, Thunder Roar Cannon. Boom! A violent explosion reverberated in the white light that filled the sky. Bakudo 61, Six Light Prison. Before the explosion dissipated, Ito appeared behind Aizen again. He pressed his palm against Aizen's back and released a Bakudo. In an instant, 6 flattened yellow beams of light appeared around the blue man and pierced into his abdomen. After doing all this, Ito-sei didn't stop moving. While jumping back, he once again released a Bakudo in the form of Renounce Chant. Bakudo 63, Shackle Chains. 6 thick chains flew out from Ito-sei's side and reached Aizen in the blink of an eye. They were like pythons that saw their prey. They quickly wrapped around Aizen's body and tightly bound him. At this time, Ito landed on the ground and appeared above Aizen's head. Celestial clouds covered his Zanpakuto, slashed at Aizen's head. Aizen felt the pressure of life and death. He released his Ryatsu and broke free from the Bakudo binding him. He dodged as fast as he could. Puff! Tian Songyun's sword landed on Aizen's chest. It left a long, dark wound on his chest. Not a drop of blood flowed out of it. Oof! Aizen snorted as he leaned forward. He didn't dare to hesitate and use Shuinpa to get away from Ito. But when he stopped, Ito's figure appeared behind him. His left hand was covered in dark Ryatsu's space energy. He clawed at Aizen's back. Puff! 5 dark wounds appeared on Aizen's back. They looked like they were scratched by an animal, but they didn't bleed. Aizen rushed forward with cold sweat dripping down his face. At the same time, he shouted, Bakudo 73, Mountain Toppling Crystal. In an instant, a crystal blue inverted triangle appeared around Aizen, protecting him on the ground. Obviously, because Aizen didn't understand how Ito-sei appeared and didn't have the Hogyoku. He didn't have the Hogyoku. Aizen didn't have the same confidence as he did in the original work. The Shinigami who saw Aizen being forced to use a ghost path like the mountain toppling crystal to protect himself were shocked and in disbelief. They couldn't accept this strange reality. The Flying Thunder God technique that I use can't be stopped by a space created by Kido alone. Ito-sei said with a chuckle. That's right, it's the Flying Thunder God Jutsu from Naruto World. When Ito used instant transmission to sneak attack Aizen, he took out the Hogyoku and pushed him away. Ito left a mark on Aizen's back that was unique to the Flying Thunder God Jutsu. In order to ensure the effect of the mark and prevent it from being destroyed by Aizen's Ryatsu, Ito used Ryatsu to chase after Aizen. That's why he was able to use such a strange method to chase after Aizen. Then, Ito-sei swung his sword and covered it with space energy. He used the Flying Thunder God and disappeared from the sky. He entered the space created by Aizen's crystal and appeared behind Aizen. He swung his sword at Aizen. Puff! Another black sword wound appeared on Aizen's waist as he dodged the attack. Box! Ito-sei pointed at Aizen, and 4 half-meter cubes immediately appeared around Aizen's limbs, wrapping him up. Then Ito made the cubes disappear and reappear beside Ito. Then, as if they couldn't bear the burden, they shattered into a pile of Ryatsu. In this short period of time, 4 bone-deep wounds appeared on Aizen's limbs. Clearly, even though he had destroyed the cutting operation of the box on his limbs, he was still unable to completely negate the spatial damage caused by the transfer of the box. Ito used supersonic movement again and rushed in front of Aizen. Chapter 14:12. P.S. Thank you to Shirley for your precious monthly votes. Thank you to NXCX and Halcyon for their tips. Bakudo number 81, Sky Breaker. Hado number 20, Sky Sphere. Bakudo number 26, Light Bending. When Sei Ito rushed in front of Aizen cast 3 Kido to block Sei Ito's blade, blind Sei Ito, and hide himself. When the dazzling light disappeared, Aizen's figure disappeared from Sei Ito's sight. Upon seeing this, Ito Sei closed his eyes slightly and used his spatial perception to explore the surroundings. However, when Sei Ito used his spatial sense to locate Aizen, 6 flat yellow lights suddenly appeared around him and pierced Sei Ito's waist. Bakudo number 61, 6 Light Prison. Aizen didn't stop there. He used 2 more Bakudo to restrict people's movements. Bakudo number 63, Chain Bind. In an instant, several thick and long energy chains quickly flew around Ito Sei and wrapped around his body tightly, like pythons hunting for their prey. He was tied up like a dumpling. Bakudo number 79, 9 Lights Bind. 9 coconut-sized, pitch-black balls, which looked like the fire of Amaterasu in Naruto's world, appeared around Ito Sei and surrounded him again. There's a faint glow. The turbid coat of arms, the wild and untamed temperament, appeared, but denied and paralyzed, instantly obstructing the long slumber. The crawling Iron Princess, the mud dolls that self-destructed one after another. Combine, bounce, fill the earth, and know your own powerlessness. Waves of filth, boat of madness, boil, numb, flicker, sleepless, the steel princess erodes, the clay doll crumbles. Assemble, face the enemy, fill the earth, know your own weakness. Hado number 90, Black Coffin. Aizen chanted when he saw Sei Ito was temporarily imprisoned. Obviously, the importance of Ito Sei forced him to use a complete chant to increase the power of Hado to achieve the effect of increasing the damage. The next moment, a cuboid composed of a large number of dark space energy mixed with a large number of spirit particles immediately enveloped Ito Sei, who was imprisoned by the 3 types of Bakudo. It looked like a coffin used by ancient Egyptian pharaohs to punish those who had committed a great crime. A large number of black blades grew out of the coffin and pierced Sei Ito's body. However, Aizen didn't think it was enough. He chanted Kido's incantation again. Thousand Hands Edge, the venerable hand that cannot touch the darkness, the archer of the firmament that cannot be reflected, the path of light sprinkles down, fanning the wind of fire. Gather together, do not be confused, follow my instructions. Light bullets, 8 bodies, 9 paths, heavenly scriptures, swift treasures, great wheel, and the gray turret draw the bow and shoot into the distance, dissipating brightly. Tao breakers, 91,000 hands, bright sky cannon. As soon as the chanting ended, a dozen beams of light shot towards Ito Sei, who had just emerged from the half-dispersed black coffin. Boom, 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 boom. A series of explosions echoed in the battlefield. After doing all this, Aizen was slightly relieved. He stared at the smoke and waited for the final result. However, at this moment, a shadow flashed and appeared next to Aizen. The shadow slapped Aizen's shoulder and swung his sword towards Aizen's neck. Needless to say, this shadow was Sei Ito. Aizen endured the pain in his foot and used his Ryatsu to dodge the attack. Burn! Ito Sei, whose attack failed, shouted. As soon as his words fell, the place where Ito Sei had slapped Aizen burned with a red flame. It was like a flame that met oil, spreading all over Aizen's body. Talisman, demon-slaying talisman. For the Grim Reapers of the Grim Reaper world, the Yin-Yang technique of the main world and the Taoist exorcism spell had great effects. Although it couldn't directly kill the Grim Reapers, it was no problem to cause them a certain amount of trouble or even serious injuries. Coupled with the transformation of the power of spiritual droplets, the power was really not ordinary. Ito Sei closed his left index and middle fingers and pointed at Aizen, who was burning with red and yellow flames. A large amount of Reisher was attracted by Sei Ito's psychic force and flocked towards Aizen. They acted as an accelerant to increase the intensity and power of the talisman. Aizen used his rapier to resist the burning of the talisman. Ito slashed forward with his sword, and a huge crescent moon slashed towards Aizen. Bakudo 81, Skybreaker. Aizen shouted with a pale face. Boom! In the next moment, the sound of an explosion reverberated throughout the battlefield. Wait a minute. Just as Ito was about to attack again, Aizen's voice sounded. You can take the Hogyoku. I won't take it back. Stop this meaningless battle. What a surprise. You've always been strong, but now you're saying something like that. Ito didn't attack, but he still controlled the talisman. Your strength has won my respect. I'm happy to know that someone like you exists in this world. I know I'm not alone. Although this choice made me lose the possibility of evolving to a higher level, as long as I'm alive, there's still a chance. I have time to create a new Hogyoku. Aizen endured the pain and smiled. Indeed, with your Kyoko Water Moon ability, you can change your appearance and sneak back into Soul Society to get what you want. Ito nodded in agreement. Yes, and you have no reason to go to such lengths for Soul Society. You have to kill me, right? Aizen said. It's not necessary for Soul Society. Ito said indifferently. But for myself, it's necessary. Then, without waiting for Aizen to respond, he released a Bakudo. Bakudo 61, 6 Light Prison. In an instant, 6 light beams appeared around Aizen and pierced his abdomen, imprisoning him in place. Then Ito's figure flashed and appeared behind Aizen's head. He swung his katana. Puff! Aizen's head was separated from his body due to the demon extinguishing flames and the binding Tao's prison of light. It fell to the side. Ito-sei, who had completed the decapitation strike, turned around. Using the inertia of the blade, he turned around and faced Aizen's headless body. With a downward slash, he cut Aizen's body into 2 halves. Aizen's body began to split into 2 halves. Aizen's body began to burn fiercely. At the same time, Ito killed Aizen. A huge force appeared. The power of the world formed a tornado in the sky and quickly appeared in the sky. It fell towards Ito like a funnel. Of course, because of the special nature of the world force, the Shinigami didn't notice Aizen's death. He stared blankly at Aizen's body, which was quickly disintegrating into spiritual droplets. Excuse me, can you hand over the Hogyoku? At this moment, a frivolous voice sounded above the battlefield. Ito turned around and looked at the owner of the voice. It was none other than the original creator of the Hogyoku, the former captain of the 12th Division, Kisuke Urahara. What if I say no? Ito narrowed his eyes and urged the Rubik's Cube to speed up the absorption of the world force. It's best if we can resolve this peacefully. But if you don't agree, I will have to use violence. Kisuke Urahara raised his hand and pressed down on his hat. Half of his face was hidden in the shadow. As soon as he finished speaking, a man and a woman suddenly appeared beside Ito. One of them kicked his head from behind, and the other slashed his chest from the front with a katana. Bang! With a muffled sound, a shimmering transparent barrier blocked the 2 attacks. After that, Ito-sei reached out his hand and grabbed the blade of the Zanpakudo that Kurosaki Ichigo's father, the former captain of the 10th Division, Kurosaki Ishin. He wanted to prevent Kurosaki Ichigo from pulling out his Zanpakudo. At the same time, he swung his right Zanpakudo at the left side of his waist. Poof! Blood spurted out from Shin Ozaki Ishin's body. At the same time, 4 Maple Courtyard Knight, whose limbs were all wrapped in a layer of white armor and black tights like a swimsuit, hooked Ito-sei's head, then turned his body and quickly moved to the left side of Ito-sei's body. He raised his foot and kicked Ito-sei's left wrist that was holding Shin Ozaki Ishin's Zanpakudo. Bang! With a muffled sound, Ito's arm was slightly raised, but his palm was still tightly grasping Shin Ozaki Ishin's Zanpakudo, so he couldn't pull it back. Instant release. 4 Maple Courts Ichi saw this, and with lightning flashing all over his body, he kicked his other leg again. Bang! It was still a muffled sound, but compared to the previous one, this kick was not only stronger, but it was also full of explosive power and Reiko impact. It caused Sei Ito's telekinetic barrier to shake violently, and finally, his left hand loosened a little. At this moment, Shinozaki Ishin, who felt that he had a chance, kicked Sei Ito's chest, then pulled out his Zanpakuto and retreated with 4 maple quartz ichi. But at the moment of retreating, Shinozaki Ishin and 4 maple courtyards he wrapped a ball of thin silk thread around Ito Sei's right forearm and left ankle respectively, which were holding the blade. Then, Shinozaki Ishin and Sei Ito of the 4 maple court pulled at the same time, straightening Sei Ito's right arm and pulling his left leg back, forming a tug-of-war with Sei Ito himself. Immediately afterward, Kisuke Urahara's figure flashed and instantly appeared beside Sei Ito. While shouting, "Awaken, Koheim!" Kisuke Urahara used his Zanpakuto to release the soul of words. He slashed his Zanpakuto towards Sei Ito's body. A powerful spiritual pressure emanated from Urahara's Zanpakuto at the same time. At this time, Sei Ito's figure flashed and instantly disappeared from Urahara Kisuke's powerful slash and appeared behind Shinozaki Ishin, who was holding the silk thread. With a snap of his fingers, Sei Ito released the nameless Kido, Xia-i. In an instant, while Shinozaki Ishin was preparing to use Shunpa to dodge, a rectangular transparent cube suddenly appeared, binding Shinozaki Ishin inside, and then disappeared from the battlefield under the suction of the vortex that suddenly appeared beside him. Just like his son Shinozaki Ichigo, he was also thrown into the boundless desert of Hueco Mundo by Sei Ito. Then Sei Ito's figure flashed again and appeared behind Kisuke Urahara again, and slashed his Zanpakuto on his spine. Puff! Blood gushed out from Kisuke Urahara's back. But in the next moment, Kisuke Urahara's body suddenly swelled and then burst like an overinflated balloon, and then a new Kisuke Urahara appeared behind Sei Ito and shot out an object. In the next second, the object shot out by Kisuke Urahara exploded and formed a fishnet-like black net made of Ryo material that covered Sei Ito's body. Sei Ito's mind moved and launched instant transmission, but to his surprise, instant transmission actually failed. He was still in the big net. I heard about your situation from Yuichi and Akata. Your strange movement should be a kind of space transfer, so in order to smoothly capture and kill you, I specially developed this kind of restraining item that can restrict your ability. Kisuke Urahara said lightly. As expected of the former director of the Technology Development Bureau, you actually developed this kind of magical thing from just a few words. What a shocking talent. Sei Ito half-turned his head and looked back at Kisuke Urahara from the corner of his eyes and said, "But you said that you want to use this thing to kill me. It's wishful thinking. Whether it's true or not, you have to try it to know." Kisuke Urahara said lightly. Then he raised his katana and stabbed towards Sei Ito's body. Clang! Suddenly, the sound of metal colliding echoed, and Kisuke Urahara's stab was blocked by an invisible barrier. Sei Ito, who blocked the attack, smiled at Kisuke Urahara, and then a brown tree branch suddenly grew out of his body and pushed the net binding him outside. At the same time, Sei Ito's figure quickly disappeared into the trunk of a big tree. Seeing the change in front of him, Kisuke Urahara couldn't help but frown. But before he could think of the next move, a new change appeared again. He saw the branches that stretched out from the gaps of the net binding him, and several heads of Sei Ito drilled out. Chapter 14:13. Looking at the changes in front of him, 4 Maple Quartz E, who jumped to Urahara's side, was stunned. "Do it, cut off all these heads," Urahara Kisuke said in a deep voice. "Okay." 4 Maple Quartz E agreed, and then together with Urahara Kisuke, they cut off the branches that grew out of the net. It's just that their cutting speed was fast enough, but the growth speed of Sei Ito's tree wasn't slow either. Therefore, it didn't take long for a cracking sound to be heard, and the restraint net covering the tree was completely broken into several pieces. Seeing this, 4 Maple Court's E, who knew that the situation wasn't good, instantly appeared in front of the tree trunk and attacked the tree trunk with his hands and feet. In an instant, a series of muffled pung, 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 pung sounds were heard, and a complete tree was shattered into countless pieces in the blink of an eye, flying out in all directions. At this moment, Sei Ito's figure instantly appeared above 4 Maple Court's Yi and Urahara Kisuke's heads, and with both hands on his lower body, he released telekinesis imprisonment on the two of them. For a moment, Urahara Kisuke and 4 Maple Court's Yi both felt a strong force binding their bodies, making it difficult for them to move. Seeing this, the two of them didn't panic. They only thought that this was Ryatsu oppression, and immediately released their Ryatsu to resist. Needless to say, the two of them who released their Ryatsu immediately felt the imprisonment force outside their body loosen. But before the two of them could increase their strength, their bodies flew towards each other uncontrollably, and then with a muffled pong sound, their heads fiercely collided with each other. Although 4 Maple Court's Yi and Urahara Kisuke were captain-level Shinigami, they were both special spiritual bodies, but the collision of their heads, which was a vital part of their body, still made them somewhat unable to bear it, and their heads were dizzy. At this time, Sei Ito stretched out his hand and pointed at Urahara Kisuke, and a square, transparent cube immediately wrapped his head, and then separated his head from his body, appearing on the other side, not far away. Sei Kisuke. After a short period of dizziness, 4 Maple Court's Yi, who had recovered, shouted loudly, "There's an opening." Ito Sei, who instantly appeared beside Yi Aichi of the 4 Maple Court, waved his hand and slashed her neck, knocking her unconscious, said in a single voice. Then with one hand, he held the unconscious 4 Maple Court's Yi. With a thought, he threw her into the Rubik's Cube world. At this point, the three people who should be called the grocery store team were all dealt with by Ito Sei. Ito Sei looked down at the recovering Shinigami and Uno Hanaretsu, who was looking up at him. Then his figure flashed. He appeared beside the 30th Blade, Hellable, who was still alive. He grabbed her and appeared beside her 3 subordinates, who were also not dead. All of them were taken into the Rubik's Cube world. Then, his figure flashed again, disappearing from the sky above the Kongzucho battlefield and reappearing in Quiet Soul Society, which had almost no high-level combatants protecting it. Ito-Sei, who had invaded Silent Soul Society, had a clear goal. It was the 12th Division's base and its members that had long been included in his plundering plan. Therefore, he moved towards the 12th Division's base without any hesitation. Because the position where he appeared was originally very close to the 12th Division, it didn't take long for him to invade the 12th Division. Sei Ito activated his illusion domain and skillfully entered the 12th Division's base. He began plundering the entire base like a swarm of locusts. Under Ito Sei's sneak attack and plunder, the 12th Division was completely unprepared, or even if they were prepared, they would not be able to resist. All the research equipment in the 12th Division was transferred into the Rubik's Cube world by Ito Sei. According to the situation, they were sent to Landau, Nirvana Dream, and an uninhabited island to be isolated and imprisoned. After that, Sei Ito, who had completely plundered the 12th Division's base, no longer looked at the 12th Division's base, which had become an empty shell, and rushed to another temporary target, the 4th Division's base. A few minutes later, Sei Ito arrived at the 4th Division's base. It's just that compared to plundering the 12th Division's people and materials, Sei Ito was much more restrained and picky about plundering the 4th Division's medical team. Except for those female members, he didn't want any other male members. Unfortunately, Toru Yuin is not here. Because Toru Yuin, the vice captain who was proficient in recovery, still hasn't returned from Hueco Mundo, Sei Ito was a little regretful that he couldn't catch her in one fell swoop. But forget it. Let's capture Toru Kiin first, and then come back to plunder Toru Yuin later. Thinking of this, Sei Ito immediately set off and rushed to the 13th Division's base, which also didn't have any high-end combat power. After some searching, he kidnapped Toru Kiin, who was quarreling with Koharu Sintaro, into the Rubik's Cube world. In fact, in terms of value, Toru Kiin was almost completely worthless. At most, she was only a third-seat combat power, but after all, she was Toru Yuin's only relative. So in order to quickly appease her after capturing Toru Yuin, Toru Kiin became an indispensable part. Well, who is more valuable? Seito lowered his head and pondered. Yes, Ise Shichigu. Seito's eyes lit up, and he secretly said in his heart, I remember that in this battle, Shunsui didn't take her out, although he wasn't sure whether she was really in the base now. And not like the other vice-captains who all rushed to the real world to participate in the battle, Seito still turned and moved to the 8th Division's base. But unfortunately, Ise Shichigu didn't stay in the base. With a little regret, Seito immediately threw away the useless thoughts in his heart, looked up at the sky, and shot toward the sky like a cannonball with a loud bang. With a long trail of white smoke, Seito soon arrived in the sky above Quiet Soul Society. Hovering in midair, Seito closed his eyes slightly, released his space perception, and began to explore the surrounding space, looking for the legendary Spirit King Palace where the Zero Division was located. After a while, Seito still couldn't detect the space where the Spirit King Palace was located. He gently exhaled and ordered in his heart, Rubik's Cube, space exploration. Yes, space exploration begin. An invisible wave spread out with Seito as the center. Overlapping space discovered. In less than 3 seconds, the Rubik's Cube once again appeared in Seito's mind. At the same time, information about the Spirit King Palace's spatial coordinates, nodes, and other information appeared in his mind one by one. Seito raised his arms up high, and the back of his fingers touched each other. The tips of his fingers were covered with a mysterious dark energy, and he pulled hard to both sides. In an instant, a space rift appeared in front of Seito. Then, a huge, independent space with 5 disc-shaped floating continents that looked like flying saucers appeared in front of Seito's eyes as the space rift gradually expanded. Seito knew that the space in front of him was the so-called Spirit King Palace, and the 5 disc-shaped floating continents were the palaces where the 5 Zero Division members lived. Seito flashed into the Spirit King space. Ignoring the space rift that was gradually closing behind him, Seito restrained his aura to the greatest extent and flew toward one of the disc-shaped continents. Seito had no choice. Although he knew the names of the 5 continents from the original work, he didn't know which continent corresponded to which palace. He could only use the most ancient method to explore one by one. After flying slowly and silently for a while, Seito landed on one of the disc-shaped continents. In an instant, an environment formed by a large mountain rock came into his view. Although Seito didn't know which palace this was, he knew that it definitely wasn't the palace of Saiso Toshio or Shidora Senjimaru. Therefore, without any hesitation, Seito once again flew toward another disc-shaped continent. This time his luck was good. The shape of the palace was a little interesting, so Seito carefully sneaked inside. Soon, a room of an ancient Japanese-style izakaya appeared in front of Seito. The sign above the door beam wrote, Wutong Hall, in black. Seito thought for a moment and knew who the owner of this place was. It was the 12th Division Captain before Kisuke Urahara, Saiso Toshio. After confirming that this was indeed the palace of one of the targets, Seito carefully sneaked in. He didn't know if it was because this was the Spirit King Palace, and it was impossible to enter the Spirit King Palace. The bones made by the Spirit King's power were half a grade higher than the Spirit King's power. There was no security in the Sleeping Dolphin Hall, so Ito-sei was able to easily invade the hall. He found a fat woman who was eating on a big table, Sayako Tongsai. Since you are here, let's eat together. At this moment, Saiso Toshio, who was constantly stuffing food in her mouth, suddenly said, How did you find me? Ito asked with a frown. This is the Wutong Hall. Whether it is a big building or a small building, I'm very familiar with it, Saiso Toshio replied. In other words, you found me through the changes in the surrounding Wudong Hall, right? Ito confirmed. Yes, Saiso Toshio said after eating another big beast leg. As expected of a member of the Zero Division. This degree of sensitivity to the surrounding environment is really exaggerated. Ito sighed softly. Since I have answered your question, then tell me who you are, how did you enter here, and the purpose of coming here. Saiso Toshio put down the food in her hand and patted the grease off her hands. Her eyes flashed as she looked at Ito. It's really an unfair deal. Ito smiled and said, but forget it. Let me formally introduce myself. My name is Ito. I am a human. The purpose of coming to the Wudong Hall this time is to meet you. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.